Everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Today is Tuesday, February 28, 2023. It is 4 p.m. and we are in City Chambers. I call the Road and Drainage regular meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner Stokes, myself, Mayor Langdon, Vice Mayor White, and Commissioner Emmerich. There is a quorum present for this meeting. Also present are City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk Faust, and Recording Secretary Powell. I see Commander Miranda up there in the back. That has a ring to it, sir. And I don't see anyone from Fire and Rescue yet, but I'm sure they will be along. City Clerk, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have to put on my jacket.
Is anyone in the mood to make a motion to approve the agenda?
No, not really.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner McDowell and seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Let's vote, please. And that motion passes 5-0. City Clerk, do we have any online public comment? We do not. I don't see any in-house, so let's move on to the consent agenda. City Manager, have any items on the consent agenda been pulled?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then.
Wait, Mayor, I'm sorry. I did pull the MPO discussion item.
Is that on this one? Oh, I'm sorry.
Which item is that, Commissioner?
Item C for the MPO.
Sorry, my apologies, Commissioner.
It's okay.
I am not finding it.
It is
It's item C.
C 23-0182.
Ah, I see it. Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, Mayor,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
to approve I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, pulling item 23-0182, the MPO priority for discussion.
Great, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner McDowell to approve the consent agenda, pulling item 23-0182 for discussion, seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. Commissioner McDowell, would you like to start us out on that item, please?
Yes, I would, Mayor. Thank you. I apologize, City Manager, but when you asked me earlier if there were any outstanding items, I was not able to concentrate on that question at that time. I had sent an email requesting a copy of the 2022 priorities for comparison. I have not received it, and I was hoping somebody might be able to produce that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's see if any of our team can help with the 2022 priority list.
Thank you. As they're chatting to help move this along, I just kind of wanted to get a better understanding of the interchange improvements, kind of getting an ETA on the interchanges, and also wanted to get a better understanding of that full access at the range.
Okay.
So
Got it?
figured this would be a good opportunity to share with the citizens what's going on with these.
Are you ready to shed some light?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Good.
Chuck Speak, Public Works Director. First on the MPO, it is the same list except for the Ponce de Leon overpass, which has already been designed. The shared use path, I'm sorry, that has already been designed. So that one fell off the list. The other three are the same as the priorities from last year.
For 2022?
2022, This list is the same. It should be 3 on the list. The Ponce project fell off the list from last year.
I'll follow up offline with city manager about that. I'd like to see when that was approved and all that kind of stuff. So with the interchanges, the priority for the interchanges, do you have an ETA of the improvements in stoplight, or is it going to be done stoplight and then improvements? Is it going to be done all at one time?
So are we talking Toledo Blade and Sumter interchanges? Okay, we're working as an interim to put in some temporary signals there prior to the permanent changes that will happen. When the permanent changes happen, it will be all at once. So it's more markings than roadway work because we have the lanes, the traffic lanes there that we need at the interchanges. We'll be changing some of those lanes functions. So you'll go to 2 left turns, 1 through instead of 2 through, and 1 left turn going northbound.
I'm sorry, did you say we're going to be putting in temporary signals until the improvements are made first?
Correct. We're working design now for temporary signals because the FDOT, the permanent signals are several years out.
Okay. So let's go back to the temporary signals. Do we have an ETA on those? There's a lot of citizens concerned with this interchange traffic and flow, so I want to try and get as much information out there for their advocate.
So we just got the design fee estimate today. So when we move forward with the design, it'll be about 6 months and then 6 months construction.
So about a year.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, so the interchange at Raintree and Yorkshire has an access road running parallel to it on both sides of the interstate. Help me understand, are they going to have a full clover leaf at both of those potential interchange? How does that work?
So there'll be a 1 out, 1 on each direction for each of those locations. So there'll be a connector road between. So you'll get off, say southbound, and get back on southbound, correct? And then coming the other way, you will get on northbound, get off northbound. So in essence, it's not a clover leaf, it's a 1 on, 1 off from each of those, 1 from Raintree, 1 from Yorkshire. With an access road in between so you can get to the other end and go the other direction.
Never seen that before, so that's very interesting.
It's a fairly new design that FDOT's using in a lot of locations where they can.
Thank you very much. I was mostly interested about those Sumter and Toledo Blade signals.
We're
That is a disaster waiting to happen.
as quickly as we can get some temporary signals up, we will.
Thank you very much, sir. That's all I had.
Okay, is anyone in a mood to make a motion on that item?
Make a motion to approve the MPO priorities as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the prioritized list of project funding applications through the Sarasota Manatee MPO. The motion was made by Commissioner McDowell and seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Anything to that? Let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. On to public hearings. First up is resolution number 2023-R-09. City Clerk, would you read that by title only, please?
Resolution number 2023-R-09, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, as the governing body of the Road and Drainage District, authorizing the purchase of real property located on Botwick Street and described as Lot 3, Block 1360, 26th Edition to Port Charlotte Subdivision, Sarasota County Property Appraiser, parcel identification number 095-013-6003, incorporating recitals, providing for filing of documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Department of Public Works needs to secure access to maintain retention ditch number 36, which is located on Botwick Street. Public Works is requesting the City Commission Approval to purchase the adjoining property, which is the parcel previously mentioned. An agreement has been reached with Mr. Eugene Kanashiro and Lynn Hubbard to sell this property to Rolling Drainage District at an appraised value of $28,600. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
I am opening up the floor to commission questions. Commissioner McDowell.
All right, so you explained one of my questions, that you're using this purchase for the R Ditch 36 access. Could you please help me understand why we need access at this location when there are 3 other city-owned lots less than a mile from this location on the same R Ditch, on the same side of the R Ditch? Why will we have 4 within a mile?
So there are several reasons why we need access closer than a mile. First of all, anywhere that there's an intersecting R ditch with R36, that creates basically a roadblock for any kind of maintenance vehicles that move down through that area. So, and I don't have the map in front of me, I'm sorry, but typically R36 is our main outflow. It's sort of a ring canal around the city. Comes in, splits off from the creek, runs around the north end, and then down the west side of the city until it drops back in the lower end of the city. So this gives us access up there just south of I-75. And again, I'm going from memory of where it sits on the map. Just south of I-75, it's that first lot that gives us access to both that area closest to I-75 and where the water comes under, as well as, I have that one. I'm talking about the larger map, the overall, but thank you. But any R ditch that intersects 36 between those other properties and us causes us, it's basically a roadblock that we can't get our equipment across. So when we go and we work on R36 pretty often, because it is such it moves so much water through the city, we have to have access along that, and as many points as we can get. Because when we get in there, we have to drive heavy equipment, we have to drive dump trucks, all of that along that ditch.
Are you saying there's a water control structure?
Not a work control structure. The retention ditch itself needs maintenance. The retention ditch that moves the water, right. So anywhere that there's a retention ditch that intersects, because R36 is basically a collector of all the water that comes from the east moving into that. Anywhere that intersects, if there's not a pipe where that intersection is, you have 2 canals. That's basically a roadblock for my equipment.
You're not helping me, I apologize.
Okay.
If you have to put the equipment in, and you have one 2 blocks away, why can't you put the equipment in 2 blocks away and go north to do whatever you need to do for that 2 blocks?
If there's a city-owned parcel 2 blocks away, and again, I don't have the map in front of me, if there's a city parcel 2 blocks away, there is something between those 2 parcels that's stopping my equipment from getting there.
What would be stopping it if there's an easement? There should be a 20-foot easement,
Even if there's a 20-foot easement.
at least a 20-foot easement.
Sure. It could be an R ditch there, it could be a structure, it could be overgrown, and not a structure of our structure. It could be someone has built something or something's interfering with our easement. And can I get my computer?
I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. So 2 blocks south of.
It would be Azora and Edmondson.
Correct. There's an R ditch between this property and, what's the name of that one? Edmondson Avenue. I can't move a dump truck across an R ditch without putting a pipe in, building a road. There's an R ditch, an open R ditch that intersects R36.
No, I
I
understand.
can't get across that.
So this isn't water maintenance, this is easement maintenance?
This is waterway maintenance. R36 to actually maintain the R ditch? Do I have to be able to mow it? Have to be able to go and repair the banks?
Someday we will have that conversation as to what this is all about, because I just don't understand why you have to have the access in so many different locations so close together.
Well, Commissioner, I'll let you,
And I
I'll
understand.
dwell on that and mull on that a little bit. I have, next up is Vice Mayor White.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I do appreciate the need to have this. I have 2 art ditches behind me that come to a T intersection, and they worked on that last January with the dump truck, and having to get so far till they came to that T, and then that dump truck had to go a different way to get out of there and then come around. So it's not, I do appreciate that you just can't get through. I also wanted to ask, is this where, when you're traveling south, you sometimes see vehicles parked out there? Are those our vehicles, or do people go driving around out there for some reason?
I would say that people are probably driving around.
Because every now and then I see trucks parked out there, and I'm always thinking, are they getting there? Okay, so,
They are city vehicles.
but now you're going to be there. Okay, great. All right, that's it. Thank you.
And if I can add one thing, beyond that property, there are only 2 other properties within that section that are undeveloped. So if we don't purchase this property and they develop those 2, I have no way to access that section of our ditch. No way to access it.
That's a pretty good close. I'm not seeing any other questions, so let's move on to public comment. Anything online, City Clerk? I'm not seeing any in-house. So I am going to close this public hearing, and I'm requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I make a motion to adopt resolution number 2023R-09.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution number 2023-R-09 as presented. The motion was made by Vice Mayor White and seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that? Not hearing anything. Let's go ahead and vote. And that motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner McDowell dissenting. Anything you want to add, Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, and the reasons why I dissented is because I don't have a full understanding of the purchase. And I know you did your best to explain it, and I appreciate that. Hopefully, between now and the next time we have to purchase a piece of property, maybe we could have that meeting so that I can understand this better. But until I get that better understanding, I can't approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Moving on to resolution number 2023-R-16. City Clerk, would you read this item by title only?
Resolution number 2023-R-16, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, as the governing body of the Northport Road and Drainage District, amending the Road and Drainage District budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 for debris removal and monitoring in the amount of $45 million, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So after the Hurricane Ian of last fall, the city contracted with Rostan Solutions and Series Environmental Services for debris monitoring and debris removal respectively. Once all the federal and state audits are complete, we believe the city will get 100% reimbursement for eligible debris removal and monitoring costs through December 7th of 2022 and 75% for any costs after that date. As of January 30th, 2.6 million cubic yards of debris have been removed, and the city estimates the invoices will total $45 million when it is all complete. Myself, our finance team, as well as Public Works are here to answer any questions you may have about this item.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm opening up the floor to Commissioner questions. I see fingers moving, but
I know.
nothing.
I thought.
Commissioner McDowell, you're up.
Just curious, have the invoices for the $45 million been presented to the city yet?
We have the cost estimates, and I believe we may have one of the invoices that have come in. We should be receiving those invoices. I think, we have one for 33 million, I think, which was that 100% reimbursement number.
Right. But I think the 45 is the total where we're headed. It is not all presented by invoice at this point in time.
So if, I assume we're going to be getting the full $45 million invoice to us within probably 30 to 90 days,
It will
correct?
be very soon. They just hauled out the last bit of debris over the weekend.
Okay.
So all the debris is out of the city.
So it's my understanding that FEMA is going to be paying the majority of this bill except for $2 million. Do we have the funding available, $43 million, give or take, to pay these invoices currently in the budget?
Kim Williams, Finance Director. So yes, as of the date that we prepared this item, we had received $39,838,000 in invoices. And yes, we do have the funding to pay this as we wait on the reimbursement.
And just a comment, that reimbursement could take a while, so I'm sure this will be a big topic of discussion during our budget hearings this year. Can we anticipate that?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So it could take anywhere from receiving some of it in this fiscal year, which I know is not the most likely scenario, to it taking multiple years as it has in the past in order to receive the funding. Our goal for you, as you talk about the budget process, is to present you a full picture of what do these costs mean to our overall budget and what is left. And heaven forbid we have to use more of it for a hurricane this upcoming fall. So we're going to try to make sure we present a document to you during the budget process that paints the picture of the overall financial health of this city as we move forward to help you in your decision making.
Great, thank you, City Manager. Vice Mayor White, you're up.
Yes, thanks. So this, was this the yard debris that was transferred to the Toledo Blade transfer station out there?
This was all of the debris, so it would have been moved to all of our sites, Toledo Blade, the Wilcox site, and the C&D site off of Orlando.
Okay, because I heard, I caught John Rawlings' radio show with one of our employees, Billy Carlson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what he was referring to when he said we had 2.5 million cubic yards removed? Is that where it was removed from, that site out there?
Well, it was taken to all three of those sites.
Okay.
We didn't have one site large enough to hold that
All
much
of it,
material.
right. But that's the one site that we had a ribbon cutting at, correct? Not too long ago, like a year ago? Is that it, or no?
No, this was a site that the Toledo Blade site is a site that we had to lease because we ran out of room
Oh, okay.
at one of the other, at our other two locations.
Okay. I just couldn't place where that was. All right. That was it. That was my comment.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you.
not seeing any more questions. Thank you for that, staff. City Clerk, do we have any online public comment on this item? I'm not seeing any in-house, so I'm closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion there.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2023-R-16 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution number 2023-R-16 as presented. Motion maker was Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Is there anything to that? And let's go ahead and vote.
Sorry.
Okay. And that motion passes 5-0. On to general business, item number 23-0342, discussion and possible action regarding construction of a traffic signal at Price Boulevard and entrances to Northport High School and Heron Creek Middle School. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item is one where we discussed with the city, the Sarasota County Public School staff. We mentioned it, the convocation that we had in January. We followed back up with them to see if there was support from the schools regarding two different avenues. One was the support of the light in itself. The other one was support in the funding of the light. We did meet with them following the convocation maybe about 2 weeks ago now, and they did provide that they would give us a letter in support of the need of the light, which of course is there for the safety of the students in the school and the traffic revolving around the school. Unfortunately, they were unable to provide us any financial assistance for the cost of the light. And the $770,000 price tag that you see in the item is a little outdated, and we believe it's more like an increase of 15%, which would take it, upwards of $850,000-ish. So the choice and the conversation today is centered around how do we move forward with providing the right level of safety, the options that we have, whether it's the installation of a light, knowing that the phase 2 widening of Price Boulevard would have to include a light that would withstand that future widening project, or using temporary police traffic safety staffing in order to prevent the building of a light. But these are conversations I know that this board has had in multiple iterations over the years, I believe since 2019, but we're happy to answer any questions that you may have to make your decision on how to move forward.
Thank you for that, City Manager. I'm opening up the floor to commission questions. Commissioner McDowell.
So I'm not too sure if they're questions or comments or just general thoughts. Commission has been wanting to put a stoplight there for a few years. We now have the support of the school board to install that stoplight. I am hesitant to put it off now, because if the school board is saying, yes, we need to put a stoplight there, our traffic analysis is saying, yes, we need to put a stoplight there. I don't know if the school board did a traffic analysis or if they actually just are giving us a letter of support. Go ahead.
The former superintendent, Dr. Asplin, had said that he wanted his staff to perform their own individual analysis. I don't believe it was performed prior to his departure, and I don't believe they have any new intention to keep that going, which is, I think, most likely the driver of their support of our pathway.
So the school board is saying, yes, you have our support to put in the stoplight. We have an analysis that says, yes, we do need to put a stoplight in there. I am concerned that if something tragic happens at that intersection without a stoplight, it will come back on us that we did not do what we set out to do for a few years. So there could be a liability thing, not an attorney, just sharing thoughts on this whole matter. To come up with another, $100,000, we come up with money for far less important things all the time. I do wonder if we were planning and have been planning to widen Price Boulevard Phase 2, why didn't the design plans take into consideration that widening? Why are they putting the mast arms as if it was not being widened? And how much would the cost of redoing the design to accommodate the widening and do it once instead of doing it twice? So that's kind of where I'm going, and I look forward to having conversation with my fellow commissioners. But now that we do have the support from the school board to put this in, we're really, in my opinion, left with no choice but to put it in to prevent anything tragic from happening and being on us.
Before I move to Vice Mayor White, just clarification for myself. I seem to recall from my conversations with staff that the traffic light will be put in with the widening of Price as part of that plan. Did I understand that correctly?
No, ma'am. So if you roll us back to 2019, Price Phase 1 was kind of our big push, and there was no funding source for Price Phase 1. So when the commission directed us to start moving forward with a traffic signal in a section of what we consider Phase 2, the cost of that, to save that cost and to move forward with that project, because that was another project that we were told find the money to do. Okay, so eventually the find the money thing is difficult.
Right.
So we went to find the money, we get the design back, and it's twice the amount. So the design that's there now is for the cross section, the intersection that's there now.
Okay,
So-
thank you for that clarification,
Sure.
because I had heard something else. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I also wanted to clarify, letter of support, does that come with any money attached to that?
It does
That
not.
was a big no.
Okay, big
Multiple
no.
times.
So it's like, yes, go ahead and do this, you have our support, and here's a handshake, and that's it. So what could we find out what would be the cost of putting police officers there? It's twice a day we're talking about. And is that possible? Is that an option for us to even consider?
I would have to defer to PD, and I'm sure they would have to look at their staffing and their requirements to provide that number. That's going to take them a little time.
Okay,
I think we have Commander Miranda on his way
Right.
down.
I like how you say that.
Hello, Scott Miranda, Northport Police Department. To put officers out there would have to be paid at city overtime. And if we couldn't get anybody in at city overtime, we'd have to pull officers from the zones, which would completely reduce the amount of services we provide to the citizens if we pull from the zones.
And there's no more crossing guards?
So the crossing guards are done by a third-party company that we contract with. And right now, we're having to fill the crossing guard duties in the morning and afternoon because they can't staff. So we're covering crossing guard posts already.
All right, and I asked that because at Eldron and Salford, there's police vehicles there now. I don't see crossing guards anymore. That's why
No, 'cause they're
I asked that.
they're having difficulty filling their staff.
Nothing, okay. I have concerns about spending $850,000 until we get to phase two. And when would phase two, when is that scheduled to happen?
20 years.
What? Oh, it's not even, we're not even thinking about that. Okay,
Yes.
okay,
Years and years out.
20 years.
okay. No, that's a tough call.
And if I can just jump in, we did a quick cost estimate to bring that intersection to where it would handle the 4-lane when it was 4 lanes, and right now it looks to be about $300,000 more.
Seriously?
You have to add 2 more poles. So this design has 2 poles, and they reach. If you think about that intersection the way it is right now, there's already 5 lanes. There's 2 travel lanes, 3 turn lanes at that intersection. So it is already a really wide intersection. When we go to widen through there, there's going to be some unique design, I'm certain, to fit it all in. But it will require the addition of the poles. Now, when we do that, the poles that are there, we should be able to use.
Purpose.
They should be good in place, and add 2 more, because I believe they're already at the back of the right-of-way. If not, at least the infrastructure underground is there.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Emmerich, you're up.
Yeah, I had the same question the other day on my one-on-one, and they said that it could be adjusted to be able to fit for the widening project. What monies are already budgeted for this light, if any at all?
There are no current funds in our budget for this light.
That's what I thought, so we gotta come up with the whole 9 yards
No.
for this light if we were to go ahead and fund it.
I'm looking at the CIP sheet because I had that same question. I pulled the CIP sheet, and the CIP sheet saying that we have $727,000 that have already been budgeted.
They're having a conference.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
Let's see if you can confirm that. Yes. Did you hear that?
Here comes finance.
770, is it budgeted in CIP?
Yes, we have that coming now.
You are correct, Commissioner. 770 is budgeted in CIP.
Don't scare me like that.
Right.
Whew. That would have been a whole nother conversation.
But then you just came up here with a couple different adjustments on another 15% possible because it was outdated, bringing it up to about 850-ish. And if we were to go ahead and incorporate that into the widening project, then we're looking at $1.1 million. Adding another 300,000 on top of that.
Potentially. And
Potentially.
we would need to refresh the plans. What I was just talking to the city engineer, Mr. Danny Quick, about. Understand that this has to go back out to bid. So when we put it out to bid the first time, we were expecting about a $350,000 intersection. Came back over right around $7 million. With now that we are post-Ian, this type of work and these type of materials may be a little more difficult to acquire because there was a lot of damage south of us that included traffic signals. So I'm not sure what that price would even look like. It may come in cheaper, but.
That's wishful thinking, but thank you very much.
I enjoy wishful thinking when it comes to the money of the district, but we just have no idea where it's going to come in.
I got you. That was it on the questions. I'm gonna pretty much have to agree with Commissioner White. This is a very hard decision, and I don't want to see putting that funding out there without having support from the school board, even 50-50 in it, and then I would be inclined to go ahead and put this light in, but I don't think it should be thrown on the backs of just the city of Northport, and that's just my opinion. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Emmerich. Commissioner Stokes.
I mean, I see the need for it, but my concern is that to spend your $1 million only to have to, at some unknown point down the road, spend God knows how much more money to redo it. It seems to me to spend the additional $300,000 makes more sense. Obviously, there's concerns over materials or concerns over going back out to bid and what the new price might be, but it just seems to me a terrible waste of money as we look at all the things we're going to spend money on over the next handful of years. I hate to think that for the sake of a few $100,000, perhaps we're going to double our cost in the long run. People are going to say, why did we do it? And then have to do it all over again. And that's a frustration to me. It makes this a hard decision. And I appreciate the need for safety, but at the same time, the school board is doing nothing here. And, it's to say, sure, go ahead, do it on your dime, as Commissioner Emmerich says, I think is unreasonable and not the best use of our city taxpayers' money.
Is that it, Commissioner?
That's it.
Before I go to Commissioner McDowell for her second round, I have one question. I've traveled through that area at time that school was letting out, and there were bodies flying all across Price, not using the crosswalk. So what is the potential of our spending $1 million on a traffic light that then isn't used anyway? Do we have any thoughts on that?
We have, it's.
There are bodies everywhere.
It's school
crossing
kids.
Price.
They will typically cross wherever they want. And just to clarify that the signal was warranted due to the pedestrian traffic, not the vehicular traffic. So that's the only qualifier that it met, that there was because of the school, that there were pedestrian traffic there. We can put in crosswalks, we put in RRFEs there, the flashing beacons and all that, and the kids just cross where they want to cross, and I don't think you'll ever, it's like putting in the Sandhill crane sign. The cranes don't understand that's where they're supposed to stand, so
Right.
it's the same concept.
Yeah, boy, I have the same reservation to spend the money. I'm thinking, however, that I'd like to go to rebid and get the cost, the actual cost of it, and then have the conversation wherein we're evaluating all of the projects during budget so that we have an opportunity to prioritize. I personally think the safety of our children is a very high priority. But at the same time, spending $1 million on a solution that may or may not really be a solution given the behavior, I'd like to have an opportunity to know the real cost of it and then have a conversation as we prioritize projects and make a decision in that light. But that's how I'm leaning. Anyway, Commissioner McDowell, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. And based on what I heard from my fellow commissioners, I am advocating for our students and the people that use those drive the high school and the middle school. The vehicles get impatient, the kids get impatient, and that is a disaster just waiting to happen. These are our citizens that use these schools, that use this intersection. And I am as mad as a hornet as what I hear my fellow commissioners, that the school board will not step up and at least help pay for this. We have been asking and asking for them. But meanwhile, they will help pay for other construction traffic needs throughout the county. But this is a huge need, just like all the other ones are, and this one gets, well, you take care of it. They would never say that to any other municipality in this county, and that irritates me, and they are going to get a letter from me about it. I agree with Mayor, we need to get some numbers to see what these new numbers look like. I am not inclined to spend the additional money for planning for the future, because that's at least 20, 25 years away, if it's even going to happen. It needs to be done now. When I hate kicking this can down the road to my future commissioners, but the need is now. We don't have another $500,000 to do the study again, to do the design again and accommodate the future project. So I'd like to see what those numbers look like for the cost and have another conversation on this. But in the meantime, I am going to be rallying the troops and the parents and the families that use this intersection and use that school, because they're the ones that have said, we need to do this. So now we need their help in getting the school board to understand the importance of this and pony up. They did it for other municipalities, and they damn well better do it for us.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stokes.
You know, my thought is you, Mrs. Speaks, made comment that it's difficult to hire a third-party service and getting appropriate crossing guards. I don't know what the qualifications are for a crossing guard, but it seems to me for the citizens, the parents of our community who are concerned about the safety of their children as we are, perhaps there could be a rallying cry in that area, and perhaps we could appeal to the folks in our community that in light of spending $1 million plus and then the thought of spending God knows how many millions down the road to widen it again, we sure would love people to step up and get qualified, whatever that qualification involves, and get ourselves crossing guards out there, because a light doesn't talk to anybody. A light can't say, hey kids, cross over here. People can. Well, maybe, yeah, these days it can. Whether they listen to it or not, I don't know. But it seems to me that this is a perfect example of how community involvement could save the city a whole lot of money and solve a big problem in the near future. And that might be an avenue to pursue, in light of just, in my mind, throwing good money after bad for what is a great cause, because by God, if it isn't the safety of our children, I don't want anyone to misunderstand that. And I commiserate with Commissioner McDowell. This is a frustration. There's an accident waiting to happen on that street, but it can be solved another way if people get involved. And after all, it's the parents of these kids who are reaching out to the city saying, we need a light. So, maybe they can find a way to spend a few hours.
Great comments and great conversation. Is anyone feeling so moved to make a motion?
I will.
Mayor,
Mayor,
there is no public comment, just so you
Oh,
know.
thank you. Gee, I almost made it through one meeting without jumping over that step. I don't see any public comment in-house either. So Commissioner McDowell, I heard you.
Yes.
one last
I
thing.
have one question before I make the motion, because I want to make sure I'm getting it correct, but I'll.
Go ahead.
If commission, if it's the will of commission for us to bring back some numbers, we are happy to do that. We need to know which design is it we're discussing. Is it going to be the design that will allow us to, at a future date, with the least amount of work, make it a 4-lane through there, through lane, or is it the design as is with the cross section that we have?
Thank you for that. My question is, and maybe this is a finance question, or maybe you might be able to answer it. If we go out for a bid, is it basically, if we just say rebid what was already bid, is it everything done and you just redo it, or do you have to start all over again? Can you use the same documents, I think is my bigger question.
We will refresh the documents, but internally, so yes, we can use 99% of the documents to put it back out in the current design.
Thank you. I'll make a motion and see how it flies.
Okay, go ahead,
I'll make a
Commissioner.
motion to instruct the city manager and finance to rebid the signal at the high school and Heron Creek intersection using the existing design plans.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion on the floor to direct staff to move forward by sending the traffic signal project for the intersection of Price Boulevard and the driveway entrance to Northport High School and Heron Creek Middle School out to rebid using the current design. Motion was made by Commissioner McDowell and seconded by Vice Mayor White. Anything to that? Then let's go ahead and vote. And that motion passes 4-0 with Commissioner Emmerich. What did I say? 4-0, 4-1. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. With Commissioner Emmerich dissenting, do you care to comment, sir?
Yeah, I do. I think that even coming back with new numbers is not going to change my opinion because we do not have the support financially from the school board. I would be in favor of going to a design to where it incorporated being fixed all through the widening phase, even if it costs 1.4 million, and it was split in half between us and the school board. I have no problem with spending money. I believe it should be a shared expense from the school board and the city, not just solely on the city. So as we transverse down this road, that'll always be my thoughts until we got the school board on board with funds. So that's my opinion.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. City Clerk, do we have any general public comment on this agenda? And I don't see any in-house. So this meeting of the Road and Drainage District meeting is now adjourned. Okay, thank you. It is 4:47. Today is Tuesday, February 28th, 2023. It is 4:47. We are in City Chambers, and I call the Solid Waste regular meeting to order. We have a quorum. All the commissioners who were here for the previous district meeting are here. Our city manager, city clerk, and city attorney are also here. Commander Miranda is also representing police. I see that Chief Titus has joined us for this meeting. I am looking for a motion to approve today's agenda.
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Do I hear a second? I think I heard Commissioner McDowell first. We have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda as presented, made by Commissioner Stokes and seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. City Clerk, is there any online public comment?
Yes, there is. Kathy Serpent, thank you all for looking out for our clean water option. Nothing is more important than a clean water supply. Water is life. Thank you. That's all.
Is that it? I don't see any in-house. So let's move on to the consent agenda. City Manager, have any items been pulled for from the consent agenda for discussion?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm requesting a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Emmerich. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the items in the consent agenda made by Commissioner Emmerich and seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. On to item 23-0301. I think, City Clerk, this is your item?
No, that was part of consent.
Oh, okay.
No, it's the next one.
I missed that. Then on to general business. Thank you. Item number 23-0064, a discussion and possible action regarding final revisions to the Solid Waste District Comprehensive Residential and Commercial Rate Study completed by Kessler Consulting. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on December the 5th, 2022, Kessler Consulting did provide a presentation and presented options regarding the solid waste district residential and commercial rate study that had been performed. At the workshop, we were given the direction to approval to move forward with scenario 4, which was move the solid waste transfer station project from fiscal cost 2026 to fiscal year 2027, apply 1 increase in fiscal year 2024 to both residential and commercial rates to maintain a 20% minimum fund balance within the 5-year period. We did go back and make those final revisions, and the direction was to bring it back at a later date. And here we are today. We do have the presentation that is included in the item if we need to discuss it, but we are here to answer any questions you may have regarding this resolution.
Thank you for that, City Manager. Mr. Speak, do you want to speak, or should we go right into questions?
I would prefer, I think I said everything at the workshop, so if
Okay.
you have questions, we'll try to address those.
The floor is open, Commissioners. Commissioner McDowell.
Yes, I just have a few quick questions. I was reading over the study again, and I noticed that in the report, it says this policy establishes that a minimum of 20% expenditures, it's talking about fund balance, that a minimum of 20% total expenditures, including capital investment projects and transfers, be maintained as unrestricted. But our fund balance report does not include CIP or transfers. And I'm wondering, how does including CIP and transfers affect the validity of this study?
So I think what the consultant is saying in that statement is the fund balance is to be maintained at 20% regardless of any CIP or any movement of money out of the fund balance. So when we have those big projects and we finance those projects, that fund balance is set to be at 20%. So it's inclusive of the entire budget of solid waste.
But our fund balance policy is only for expenses of operations.
He's taking everything into account, though. So in fund balance, we have to, whether we pull it for operations or we pull it for the CIP projects, that's 20% needs to be maintained. And if you look at what the scenarios when we presented to you before shows you, that's the whole basis of this study, is that fund balance staying above that 20%. I guess I'm not understanding.
By including CIP projects as opposed to only operations, then the expenses are higher. If you're only including operations, then our fund balance is more.
I understand.
So the study is including CIP, which makes the fund balance not accurate. It's showing it less than what is actually required by our policy.
I will have to follow back up on that with the consultant. I can't answer that question.
How can we approve it if the numbers are different? All right.
This is not to exceed. This is for you guys
I
to look at
understand.
this and
I understand.
decide
Right.
if this is the path we're going forward with that percentage. So I understand your question. We'll move it to the consultant. We can maybe write a memo and follow up on that. Because you're going to see this again when it comes to not to exceed.
Yeah, because if you're including CIP and transfers, that's like $2 or $3 million that is actually in the fund balance as opposed to, anyhow, I'll move on. The transfer station, can you please remind me if we go with scenario 4, When is that transfer station supposed to either be constructed or come online?
That would be 27 is when we will begin construction of the transfer station.
Push.
All right. I have to wonder too, in light of the Senate bill that's being proposed, it kind of got my wheels turning. Like, so Senate bill, for those of you that may not be aware of it, since I'm on the advocacy board, Senate bill is talking about not allowing a city have exclusive rights to be able to collect for commercial, industrial, multifamily. Right now, I guess we do that, and they pay those commercial rates and whatever. But the Senate bill is saying, no, you can't do that anymore. They can go and outsource it themselves. That's the bottom line. So it kind of got me to think outside the box. While that's not good for the city, maybe it is good for the city because we can focus strictly on residential trash pickup and let commercial focus on trash pickup through those contracted services. Then they'll really appreciate our wonderful service that we provide them, as opposed to going through contracted. So I don't know, maybe, and I understand this is a conversation for in the future, but maybe we should just be focusing on residential, and maybe we won't have such great need. I don't know. I'd like to kind of explore that maybe during budget. I also have to ask, how is the transfer station being funded? I know we're trying to prepare for that, but it's very, very expensive. How are we going to pay for that? Because even with a 10% increase in 1 year, it's not going to pay for it all.
The costs of the transfer station are included in this study
All of it?
based on our cost estimate, our initial cost estimate. Yes, ma'am.
What was that cost estimate?
Yeah, it was a couple of years.
So we've already established that a couple years ago isn't today's numbers.
Absolutely. And 2027, we're looking to build a few things in 27, and we're hoping for a slight downturn in the construction market by then.
Okay. All right.
Are you done, Commissioner? City Clerk, do we have any online public comment on this item?
Yeah.
And I don't see any in-house, so I am looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I move to approve final revisions to the solid waste district comprehensive residential and commercial rate study completed by Kessler Consulting, Inc., and direct staff to bring back a resolution to adopt rates at a later date. Second.
We have a motion on the floor to approve final revisions to the Solid Waste District Comprehensive Residential and Commercial Rate Study completed by Kessler Consulting, Inc., and direct staff to bring back a resolution to adopt rates at a later date. The motion maker is Commissioner Stokes, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that, gentlemen? I'm not seeing any. Let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. City Clerk, any general public comment appearing online? There's none in-house. So it is 4:59, and I am adjourning this Solid Waste District meeting.
gosh, this is gonna be great! Woo-hoo!
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. This has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're gonna hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued, to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations. Morning, Northport. My name is David Jaro. I'm the city arborist. Today I'm going to show you how to measure a tree's diameter at breast height, or DBH. So you begin by measuring from the ground up at 54 inches, or 4.5 feet. So for me, that's right at my chest plate. So I can usually just walk up to a tree and put it right up. So today I'm using arbor tape. I'll show you two different ways. One with arbor tape that converts circumference to diameter, and then I'll also show you with a regular tape measure. And in this case, this tree is 21 inches diameter. Now the other method of doing this, which is probably more for typical homeowners, is everyone's got a tape measure in their garage. I got 67 inches in circumference. So now we just have to convert that to diameter. To do that, you're going to want to pull out a calculator. Take the circumference and divide by pi, which is 3.14. So I got 67 divided by 3.14, and I got 21 inches.
At the City of Northport, we are here to serve you. And there are many ways to connect with us. You will always find friendly faces when you come to City Hall. When you first walk in, you will see our Customer Care Center. The Care Center helps customers who call into the city to get answers they need in a timely fashion. Our Care Center has helped more than 10,000 customers last month alone. Next to the call center, you will find the self-service kiosk for code enforcement and building divisions. Using the QR code or by visiting our website, you can schedule your appointments with ease. Have you checked out our website? From employment opportunities to building codes, you can find just about anything using the search bar. Finally, you can download the North Report app and submit non-emergency issues to City Hall in less than a minute. The app has helped correct more than 12,000 issues across the city. No matter the method you choose, the city is here for you. And together, we will build a stronger community. Have you heard of the North Report app? North Report is a tool used to report non-emergency issues to City Hall. The app is built to be easy for anyone to use on the go. When you see an issue, it takes less than a minute to report the issue on the app. First, pull up the app and click Report Issue. Then, click Camera and take a picture of the issue or get the image from your photo gallery. After that, the app uses geolocation to pinpoint your exact location. Then, you choose the type of issue from the list provided. You'll finish up by including a brief description of the issue, such as where it is, what it looks like, and any other important information that will help city staff correct the issue. Then when you're done, you hit Submit, and you're ready to go. It is that simple. North Report, a simple and valuable way for you to build a stronger community.
Let's kick it. Alright, stop, collaborate and listen. Parks is back with an old invention. Whenever your pet goes number 2, it's your job to scoop the poo. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't think so. Poop shouldn't be left to decompose. To the extreme, bag it up like a champ. Throw it away, use your part, get amped. Damn! Rush your baggie to the trash. Keep the water clean, do your part in a flash. Deadly. When bacteria grows steadily. Anything less than scooping is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gangway. You better hit the bullseye, the dogs don't play. This can be a problem, but yo, we'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Let's get out of here. Word to your pupper. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop.
Why do we flood? During significant rain events, Northport nearly always floods in certain areas of the city. This is thanks to the locally named Myakkahatchee Creek, also known as the Big Slough Watershed. The 195 square mile drainage area flows through DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties, then through our city to exit at Charlotte Harbor. As the city of Northport is located at the low end of the Big Slough watershed drainage system, the city's current flooding and water quality conditions are attributed not only to the city's growth, but also to upstream runoff in the DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota County portions of the Big Slough. During significant rain events, ponding can also occur. Ponding occurs in low-lying areas that are characterized by poorly drained or supersaturated soils. With back-to-back rainfall events, the ground is totally saturated, which increases the runoff during a storm. The city works hard to maintain its stormwater conveyance system, which is comprised of roadside swales draining into 79 miles of named waterways and 132 miles of retention ditches that interconnect with each other and with the Myakkahatchee Creek. There are 64 water control structures, of which 23 are gated water control structures, 5 are gated drop structures, 28 are fixed weir structures, and 8 are drop structures. The control elevations of these structures are designed so that water is retained in the waterways in a step-down elevation system configuration. This means the water levels in the waterway segments between structures progressively decrease in elevation from north to south and from east to west. This system configuration allows both retention of stormwater runoff for water quality treatment and storage for potable water use. In preparation for a storm, the gates are opened as needed to convey floodwaters. The city has an ongoing program to inspect and replace old corroded structures. Since 2006, 13 of the high-priority structures have been replaced or rehabilitated. The city also has a program to clear the ditches of sediment deposits that have accumulated over time and clear fallen trees and debris in the Myakkahatchee Creek. This also helps restore the flow capacity of the waterways. Long story short, Northport is prone to flooding, but the city works hard to maintain conveyance channels, water control structures, and procedures put in place to lessen the impact. When there is a hurricane or significant rain event, the city gets into response and recovery mode quickly after. Please stay safe out there.
Oh, you're swimming in the pool?
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're going to hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations. Morning, Northport. My name is David Jaro. I'm the city arborist. Today I'm going to show you how to measure a tree's diameter at breast height, or DBH. So you begin by measuring from the ground up at 54 inches, or 4.5 feet. So for me, that's right at my chest plate. So I can usually just walk up to a tree and put it right up. So today I'm using arbor tape. I'll show you two different ways. One with arbor tape that converts circumference to diameter, and then I'll also show you with a regular tape measure. And in this case, this tree is 21 inches diameter. Now the other method of doing this, which is probably more for typical homeowners, is everyone's got a tape measure in their garage. I got 67 inches in circumference. So now we just have to convert that to diameter. And to do that, you're going to want to pull out a calculator. Take the circumference and divide by pi, which is 3.14. So I got 67 divided by 3.14, and I got 21 inches.
At the City of Northport, we are here to serve you. And there are many ways to connect with us. You will always find friendly faces when you come to City Hall. When you first walk in, you will see our Customer Care Center. The Care Center helps customers who call into the city to get answers they need in a timely fashion. Our Care Center has helped more than 10,000 customers last month alone. Next to the call center, you will find the self-service kiosk for code enforcement and building divisions. Using the QR code or by visiting our website, you can schedule your appointments with ease. Have you checked out our website? From employment opportunities to building codes, you can find just about anything using the search bar. Finally, you can download the North Report app and submit non-emergency issues to City Hall in less than a minute. The app has helped correct more than 12,000 issues across the city. No matter the method you choose, the city is here for you. And together, we will build a stronger community. Have you heard of the North Report app? North Report is a tool used to report non-emergency issues to City Hall. The app is built to be easy for anyone to use on the go. When you see an issue, it takes less than a minute to report the issue on the app. First, pull up the app and click Report Issue. Then, click Camera and take a picture of the issue or get the image from your photo gallery. After that, the app uses geolocation to pinpoint your exact location. Then, you choose the type of issue from the list provided. You'll finish up by including a brief description of the issue, such as where it is, what it looks like, and any other important information that will help city staff correct the issue. Then when you're done, you hit Submit, and you're ready to go. It is that simple. North Report, a simple and valuable way for you to build a stronger community.
Let's kick it. Alright, stop, collaborate and listen. Parks is back with an old invention. Whenever your pet goes number 2, it's your job to scoop the poo. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't think so. Poop shouldn't be left to decompose. To the extreme, bag it up like a champ. Throw it away, use your part, get amped. Dance, rush your baggie to the trash. Keep the water clean, do your part in a flash. Deadly, when bacteria goes steadily. Anything less than scooping is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gain weight. You better hit the bullseye, the dogs don't play. This can be a problem, but yo, we'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Yo man, let's get out of here. Word to your pupper. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Yo, Northport!
Why do we flood? During significant rain events, Northport nearly always floods in certain areas of the city. This is thanks to the locally named Myakkahatchee Creek, also known as the Big Slough Watershed. The 195 square mile drainage area flows through DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties, then through our city to exit at Charlotte Harbor. As the city of Northport is located at the low end of the Big Slough Watershed drainage system, the city's current flooding and water quality conditions are attributed not only to the city's growth, but also to upstream runoff in the DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota County portions of the Big Slough. During significant rain events, ponding can also occur. Ponding occurs in low-lying areas that are characterized by poorly drained or supersaturated soils. With back-to-back rainfall events, the ground is totally saturated, which increases the runoff during a storm. The city works hard to maintain its stormwater conveyance system, which is comprised of roadside swales draining into 79 miles of named waterways and 132 miles of retention ditches that interconnect with each other and with the Myakkahatchee Creek. There are 64 water control structures, of which 23 are gated water control structures, 5 are gated drop structures, 28 are fixed weir structures, and 8 are drop structures. The control elevations of these structures are designed so that water is retained in the waterways in a step-down elevation system configuration. This means the water levels in the waterway segments between structures progressively decrease in elevation from north to south and from east to west. This system configuration allows both retention of stormwater runoff for water quality treatment and storage for potable water use. In preparation for a storm, the gates are opened as needed to convey floodwaters. The city has an ongoing program to inspect and replace old corroded structures. Since 2006, 13 of the high-priority structures have been replaced or rehabilitated. The city also has a program to clear the ditches of sediment deposits that have accumulated over time and clear fallen trees and debris in the Myakkahatchee Creek. This also helps restore the flow capacity of the waterways. Long story short, Northport is prone to flooding, but the city works hard to maintain conveyance channels, water control structures, and procedures put in place to lessen the impact. When there is a hurricane or significant rain event, the city gets into response and recovery mode quickly after. Please stay safe out there.
Oh, you're swimming in the pool?
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. This has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're going to hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations. Good morning, Northport. My name is David Jaro. I'm the city arborist. Today I'm going to show you how to measure a tree's diameter at breast height, or DBH. So you begin by measuring from the ground up at 54 inches, or 4.5 feet. So for me, that's right at my chest plate. So I can usually just walk up to a tree and put it right up. So today I'm using arbor tape. I'll show you two different ways. One with arbor tape that converts circumference to diameter, and then I'll also show you with a regular tape measure. And in this case, this tree is 21 inches diameter. Now the other method of doing this, which is probably more for typical homeowners, is everyone's got a tape measure inches in circumference. So now we just have to convert that to diameter. And to do that, you're going to want to pull out a calculator. Take the circumference and divide by pi, which is 3.14. So I got 67 divided by 3.14, and I got 21 inches.
At the City of Northport, we are here to serve you. And there are many ways to connect with us. You will always find friendly faces when you come to City Hall. When you first walk in, you will see our Customer Care Center. The Care Center helps customers who call into the city to get answers they need in a timely fashion. Our Care Center has helped more than 10,000 customers last month alone. Next to the call center, you will find the self-service kiosk for code enforcement and building divisions. Using the QR code or by visiting our website, you can schedule your appointments with ease. Have you checked out our website? From employment opportunities to building codes, you can find just about anything using the search bar. Finally, you can download the North Report app and submit non-emergency issues to City Hall in less than a minute. The app has helped correct more than 12,000 issues across the city. No matter the method you choose, the city is here for you, and together we will build a stronger community. Have you heard of the North Report app? North Report is a tool used to report non-emergency issues to City Hall. The app is built to be easy for anyone to use on the go. When you see an issue, it takes less than a minute to report the issue on the app. First, pull up the app and click Report Issue. Then, click Camera and take a picture of the issue or get the image from your photo gallery. After that, the app uses geolocation to pinpoint your exact location. Then, you choose the type of issue from the list provided. You'll finish up by including a brief description of the issue, such as where it is, what it looks like, and any other important information that will help city staff correct the issue. Then when you're done, you hit Submit, and you're ready to go. It is that simple. North Report, a simple and valuable way for you to build a stronger community.
Let's kick it. Alright, stop, collaborate and listen. Parks is back with an old invention. Whenever your pet goes number 2, it's your job to scoop the poo. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't think so. Poop shouldn't be left to decompose. To the extreme, bag it up like a champ. Throw it away, use your part, get amped. Damn! Rush your baggie to the trash. Keep the water clean, do your part in a flash. Deadly. When bacteria goes steadily. Anything less than scooping is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gangway. You better hit the bullseye, the dogs don't play. This can be a problem, but yo, we'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Yo, man, let's get out of here. Word to your pupper. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop.
Why do we flood? During significant rain events, Northport nearly always floods in certain areas of the city. This is thanks to the locally named Myakkahatchee Creek, also known as the Big Slough Watershed. The 100...
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Today is Tuesday, February 28, 2023. It is 6 p.m. We are in City Chambers, and I call the City Commission regular meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner Stokes, myself, Mayor Langdon, Vice Mayor White, and Commissioner Emmerich. There is a quorum for this meeting. Also present are City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk Faust, Recording Secretary Powell, Police Chief Garrison, and Fire and Rescue Chief Titus. I'm calling on Julie Balia to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Mayor.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda as presented. The motion maker is Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Vote, please. And that motion passes 5-0. City Clerk, do we have any online public comment?
Yes, we do. I also wanted to note that 2 of these public e-comments were submitted under the wrong item. They were submitted under an item but didn't apply to that item, so I did move them to the general public comment section.
Great, thank you, City Clerk.
Diane Hosserman, we own property in Florida. Gina Koch. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and neighbors. As a resident of Country Club Ridge, I oppose to any further consideration for building an apartment complex or any other building in our neighborhood. I was present during the meeting on January 10th, 2023. The special exemption was denied. That needs to stand. Time is not a factor. I have not changed my mind. My neighbors have not changed their minds. The location at Sumter Ave, McKibben, and Pocatello Ave is not feasible. Consider the flooding that occurred during Hurricane Ian. Further building would exacerbate these problems. The additional traffic would cause too much congestion and present safety hazards. Our neighborhood is an established neighborhood of single-family homes. The city does not need any more apartment complexes. There are several others already being built nearby. I share my comments respectfully. Taxpayers in need, please help. Honorable Commissioners, at every commission meeting for a year and a half, former City Commissioner Buddy Hughes would use her 3 minutes to explain there was a need for a concrete path from the parking lot at Dallas White Park to the picnic pavilion. She said it was needed for disabled people in wheelchairs or parents pushing a child in a stroller. She said commissioners should build it because it was hard to walk through the dirt path and it was needed to help hundreds of people over time. At first, commissioners laughed and ignored her, but after 58 meetings, commissioners took her serious and budgeted for a sidewalk. She later died knowing commissioners did the right thing. Buddy never used the park but wanted to make a difference for others who did. So if it takes 58 meetings, the residents of the city will keep asking commissioners to write a letter to a county commission, Chuck Henry and Wade Brennan, requesting they hire more full-time licensed field technicians for Northport in the 2024 budget. Consider this, there are more than 115 sworn officers, 80 plus firefighters, 25 plus solid waste, and dozens of utility workers covering the city's 104 square foot. But when it comes to fighting disease, prevention, education, and following the Florida Statute 388.0101 that declares mosquito control a public policy, to achieve and maintain such levels of arthropod control to protect human health, safety, and foster the quality of life of the people. Yet Sarasota County only provides one full-time, year-round, 30-hour-a-week technician for all of Northport. Driving from one area to another in Northport takes time. So how much time is spent spraying here? We are a fast-growing population. Mosquito prevention in Northport is no longer meaningful or follow state guidelines. Commissioners, we need a new path built to support all of Northport. It's February and mosquitoes are biting in full force and it's not even rainy season. Please be courageous and send the letters. Ken Gallup, don't harm the land and our water supply. Ken Gallup, landscape architect. And that's all I have for e-comment. I did receive 4 public comment cards from Mr. Doyle for consent agenda items that I recommend he speak under public comment.
So at this point?
Yes.
Initial public comment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. We do have some folks here in chambers who wish to give public comment. Jeffrey Scott, would you come down, sir? You have 3 minutes. Mr. Doyle, you'll be next. Mr. Allender, you'll be third.
Good evening, Commission. I would like to mention some of the concerns I have regarding the direction our city is going. Without addressing these concerns mentioned below, the city's administration will continue to hoodwink and undermine our Northport City Commission into the acceptance of their agenda and not any of the goals or objectives put forward by our elected commissioners. Here they are in no particular order. Does the city manager have a realistic and congruent strategic plan, or is he just dictating rather than assisting in community-driven initiatives? Does the city manager do his part in making sure the Northport City Commission is as effective as possible in moving Northport to a better place? Has the city manager's political activism off the dais interfere with the policymaking intent of the Northport City Commission. As the city manager built mutual trust, confidence, and respect between the Northport City Commission and its charter office, does the city manager actively seek public input in a reliable and responsible manner? Is the city manager willing to develop a city budget based on Northport City Commission goals and objectives? Has the city manager delivered on his promises, or does he simply ring hollow with his rhetoric? Is the city manager okay with implementing meaningful input from the citizens of Northport? These concerns I have just stated need to be part of the public record. As I have mentioned in the past, the most important aspect of our state of the city is not necessarily how you, as the city manager, get us to a better place, but how you do it. I, for one, am aware of the conflicting interests being portrayed by members of your staff and the friction it can create between your office and the Northport City Commission. Any suspects from this city administration who have demonstrated ill will towards the citizens of this city must immediately refrain from undermining the public trust, or better yet, seek other employment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Doyle, you're next up.
I guess I can't talk about what I wanted to because I was told I can't talk about certain things on the agenda. You have a lawyer here. I'm going to read you your card. Under public comment, at the beginning and ending of each meeting, and any issue that is related to city business, I can talk 3 minutes. The next line, on all scheduled agenda items, at the time the item is being discussed, please indicate on the speaker card by writing comment if you wish to speak under that portion of the meeting or specify the individual agenda item you wish to speak. Please wait until you are recognized, the officer, and limit remarks up to 3 minutes. Here's your agenda. All these things are on your agenda, so how come I can't speak on them 3 minutes? Is there a law that says I can't? Is there an ordinance that says I can't? If not, I'm going to be getting up when you call number 4, and I'm going to stand here and I'm going to want to talk on this, unless you can tell me a law that says me that I can't speak on those items. Is there a law or ordinance that is not going to allow me to get up and have my 3 minutes on agenda item 4, which she just told me I can't speak on? Is there? Because I'm going to get up and I'm going to stand right here and talk. If you arrest me, you arrest me. You violated my civil rights if you do that. Again, I don't think you guys understand how to run meetings. I don't know if the definitions of the words mean anything on this card. I've been to the past couple of meetings and I wasn't even called up. Now, there's different words you can use for that. Was it malfeasance? No, I don't think so. Malfeasance means, to me, may be against the law, might not be against the law, but morally wrong. I would consider it malice, since I heard one of you said I'm not going to let him speak at the prior meeting to last week. So I'm going to consider that malice, not malfeasance. I'm going one step higher. So again, if I'm not allowed to talk under Section 4 on these items, I'm going to feel my rights are violated. This card doesn't say that certain things on this agenda are exempt from speaking from. Again, she's a city clerk. She's not a lawyer, and she has no right to tell me I can't speak at this meeting. I think that's a fair statement. None of you, even though you have, because you said, oh, I'm doing a bad job with the cards. Again, I'll be up for Section 4 because under this card says I can speak.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allender, you're next.
Good evening. I am Valdi Allender, Northport geographical area. I have dignity. Please respect my dignity. I come here in peace. I am not a criminal. Stop treating me like one. I don't have any contract with the City of Northport Corporation, so your bylaws does not apply to me. I am using language from the Florida Constitution, right to instruct their representatives. So, Langdon, I am instructing you to remove police departmentalists from my bed. Silence equate with a fraud. Let him sit here. It'll be okay with me. Don't treat me like the Dred Scott of 1857. He was 3/5 of vote. Are you making me 3 minutes of the Dred Scott? You're now in contempt of your oath, which is a duty. You're breaching your duty. Breaching your duty qualifies as a visceral hatred. Let me go now to read you, to say how the laws in the United States are made. Congress of the United States write a statute. That statute go to executive branch, to which status was go to executive branch of the government, and department secretary of which statute was written to promulgate that statute by writing regulation how to whom applies. And such a promulgated regulation is posted in Federal Register. So there can be read to people who wants to read, who wants to know. And there is usually 2 months period where the comment could be offered to that regulations. I will skip the state level, since you duly qualified, you know what I'm talking about. In City of Northport, ordinance is passed by you, which you claim to be legislatures, and then it goes to the manager, which is executive branch of the City of Northport. Does manager promulgate your ordinances against the people? Manager only promulgates such rules and regulation to his employees, not with the people. Read the charter and prove you wrong. And one more thing.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you
Already.
very much for your comments.
It's visceral hatred.
We are
Read the
on to
Constitution of
announcements.
Florida.
We are on to announcements. Item A, 23-0156, current vacancies and upcoming expirations for advisory boards and committees. City Clerk, this is your item.
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board, Audit Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizen Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Police Officers Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Veterans Park Advisory Committee, and Zoning Board of Appeals. Upcoming expirations for the following boards and committees. There are no upcoming expirations. Sarasota County Advisory Council vacancies. 1 resident of Northport to serve on the Bicycle Pedestrian Trail Advisory Committee. 1 resident of Northport to serve on the Citizens Oversight Committee for School Facility Planning. 1 resident of Northport to serve on the Parks Advisory and Recreation Council. If anyone would like more information, please see the City Clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next is the consent agenda. City Manager, have any items been pulled for discussion?
No, Madam Mayor.
Then I'm looking for a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion, but before I do, can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
In the past, if there was public comment for anything on the consent agenda and it was not pulled from the consent, public comment would be allowed to be heard before a motion was made. Because consent agenda, everything is approved all in one fell swoop. If by chance public comment was for an item being pulled, then public comment would be heard when that item was discussed as being pulled.
Right.
Since nothing was pulled, can we hear public comment and then I'll make a motion? Is that the proper protocol?
City Clerk?
There is technically no proper protocol for that, but that is perfectly fine if that's what you want to do for this meeting. We're going to discuss this at the March workshop as well. So,
Respectfully, Mayor, I disagree. There is a protocol, and that is that you are required to take the public comment before the vote. That is the protocol. And so just to clarify, because I think there may have been some confusion about the consent agenda, the consent agenda itself is one item that's composed of several subparts. Those subparts can be pulled and discussed separately. If they are, they'll be handled like general business items. The consent agenda item is one group. We should take public comment before the vote, but each person gets 3 minutes to talk about anything on the consent agenda. You don't get 3 minutes for each sub-item on the consent agenda, if that makes sense.
And
Yes,
you,
that does
you
make-
summed it up for me.
Yeah, that does make sense. So I would suggest, City Clerk, in the future that we add that to our agenda so that we don't forget to do it. And I understand we have Mr. Doyle back. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. And that's exactly what I told her before the meeting, and I tried to be very nice about it. I understand I get 3 minutes for every topic. All right, so the first one is 23-0208.
No. 3 minutes.
For
For the entire,
the agenda 4 items, but I'm telling you which one I'm talking about.
okay.
If I run out of time, I won't get through them all. I
Okay.
understand that.
Okay, sir, go
Thank
ahead.
you. You're spending more money, and again, I don't know, why the price went up 200 grand. Now it's over 700 grand. I don't know if you guys put it back out to bid or not, or is it just, someone coming here was saying we got to change it or do something else, and the price went up 200 grand. If a project costs 700,000 now, and it's going up 200,000, I would put it out to bid, because that's a large improvement in price. So I don't know if you guys did or didn't, or if you look at that, but that's a very, percentage-wise, that's a big increase on a project, if you ask me. Approval 23-0215, licensed trainee agreement with American Red Cross. I'm all in favor of that. I think that's a good item. People getting trained makes everybody in this town safer. So doing stuff with the Red Cross and doing all those training things, I agree with, and I think it's a good thing to do. 23-0304. Approval of the service agreement. I guess, anytime you guys are spending money like this, and like the first thing I talked about, do you have any relationship with these companies? Do any of your families work for these companies? Have you gotten 3 proposals for each item you're spending money on? That's what I look at, is if you just keep going to the same person and you're not getting different, bids, then that's not good for the taxpayer. So I'm hoping on all your spending items on these agendas, we're getting 3 proposals, because we should. And if any of you have any affiliation with any of these people we are paying, I hope you back out and don't vote on it. It means immediate family work in there. You work for that company before. You have some type of relationship with that company. You shouldn't be voting on that. And then the G, 23-0328, approval of the minutes. I heard a lot of people speak that say they thought the minutes are not being recorded right. It's very imperative that you get everybody's voice and you write down exactly what people say and not misconstrue what people say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this point, I'm looking for a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion.
Do I hear a second?
Oh, I'll second.
Great,
I didn't hear
thank
the
you.
motion.
So we have a motion on the floor to approve the items in the consent agenda. Motion maker.
The motion?
They'd make the motion.
Thank you.
Oh, I
I
thought
was
you
like,
did.
I
no.
move to approve the items in consent agenda.
Second.
Jumping the gun.
I'm like, I knew I didn't hear that.
A motion on the floor to approve the items in the consent agenda made by Commissioner Stokes and seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Anything to that? Let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. On to presentations, item number 23-0355, a presentation regarding course offerings at Suncoast Technical College by Michael Endy, Assistant Director, Northport. Come forward, sir, City Manager. This is your item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. As you stated, Mr. Mike Gandy is here to present on behalf of STC, Course Offerings.
All right, good evening. Give me just 1 second to pull this out. Oops, my bad. Let's try the PowerPoint. All right, good evening. Everyone hear me okay? Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, and everyone else on the board here. I came today and I wanted to talk about STC Northport and where we've been now for, this is going on our 6th year in Northport already, which is crazy to believe. I feel like we just opened the school the other day. But through COVID and the hurricane and all the different things we've gone through, the years have flown by. But I really want to look at what we're doing currently and really what we want to look to do next through my presentation. All right, so currently, on average, we're serving about 500 to 600 students a year. And those students make up adults and high school, and they make up a few different areas in our school. So we offer several things in our community. We offer career technical education, which is what you typically think of with a technical college, which is our trades and medical and business programs. And then we also offer adult general education. We teach our citizens English in our ESOL program, and we also teach our GED program to prep students to go take the GED for whatever reason they need to obtain that. So between those things, right, this year currently we have 250 students enrolled in CTE programs, and we've served another 350 students in our adult general education programs, and we still have another EMT class to start coming up next week, actually. To go over some of the programs that we offer at the school currently, in our business classes, we offer accounting, business management, and medical admin specialist. The other thing that's really going to be cool next year is we're going to start our first online offerings from our school. So we've never offered our programs online before for people who have different work schedules. Now they're going to be able to come in or not come in. They're going to be able to work from home at their own schedule, which will be nice. And we're going to give that a trial run. In our health programs, we offer EMT and practical nursing. A lot of our EMT students end up here in the city of Northport working for our emergency services with the fire department. And then also we offer practical nursing, which as we look to SMH coming and all the other healthcare facilities that are opening in Welland Park and the one by the Kia dealership, the HCA, it'll be a big piece moving forward. We offer culinary arts and professional foods, so our students learn how to become chefs. And we also offer bistro, which I'll talk about in a little bit. In our industrial programs right now, we're offering carpentry, industrial machinery, maintenance and repair, and I had culinary arts again. The one thing I wanted to mention about industrial machinery, maintenance and repair, if anyone doesn't really know what that is kind of the automotive technician in the manufacturing world. We have companies like PGT, King Plastics, Adams Group, these companies that run in our area full-time 24/7. They need people to service their equipment. So that's what our students come in and learn. They learn manufacturing, how to fix equipment, how to weld, cut, torch. Very good trade to get into. And then the other thing I see that I'm missing up here is electricity. We opened a new program this year for electricians. And that program has been very successful right off the bat. The program is already near full, and I haven't even advertised it to adults yet, because the grant was written for high school students this year. But I anticipate as we move next year into moving away from the grant and just being a program that we run at STC, that'll be another full program. Outside of that, we also have apprenticeships at night in our trades. So we offer electrical and HVAC apprenticeships at night. So our electricians and HVAC technicians out in the field, they get to come and work towards their journeyman and master license through the county and through the state, so they can be to get that pay bump and be recognized as someone who's gone through an apprenticeship program. And then last but not least, as I mentioned before, we have our adult general education, our ESOL and GED programs. Most of our programs that we offer, everything lasts, we call it career in a year. So everything we have is right around 1 year to 13 months. Because of summer break in our school schedule, some of those things, they have to carry over for a month or so when we come back from summer break. But so anyone coming to our programs can look to hopefully earn a high skill, high wage. go out and at least start making. Most of our students start in the $18 to $22 range, depending on what field they're in right off the bat, as a beginner in their field, and then have their earning potential for much more as they move on. And the other thing we offer in a small amount down in our campus, the Sarasota campus has a much larger quantity, is adult community enrichment. So we offer some fishing classes, some art classes, and just some fun things for the community to come in and learn some random skills, random fun stuff to do. All right, so what do our students earn? So when you leave our school, our students earn a career certificate. So that means the next step up would be an associate's degree, a bachelor's. So in that kind of continuum, we offer a career certificate. And then the other thing that's really important to us when they leave our school is that they have some form of industry credential or a state licensure. So EMT and practical nursing, they have to get a state licensure. Our other programs, we offer what the industry recognizes for each field. And I listed them up there. I won't go through them all. But each of those things are important. It makes our students more employable and shows that not only did they come and learn something at school, they've passed another higher level exam to show that they've demonstrated some mastery of the skills we're teaching them. All right, next piece. STC Northport, I feel, especially when you looked at Irma and the stuff we just did with all of the emergency recovery and having the disaster relief and FEMA at our site and with the Shannon Staub Library, I really feel that STC's become a community hub. We have our bistro that's offered to the public. It's going on right now, so anyone wants to come in, we have lunch tomorrow and Thursday. Shameless plug, it's great stuff. It's Latino food, so come in for some enchiladas and some empanadas. They're really good. But the other thing we also do is we have a great partnership with the Chamber of Commerce. We have a lot of city events. We have the State of the City. We have the Chamber Lunch and Learns. We offer a lot of different things when it comes to training. I know the fire department, and we do like the ICS city management training at the school. So we have a great partnership with the city, and a lot of different trainings take place in our conference room, which the city was a huge part in funding. So. And then, like I said, City Norfolk, we had FEMA. We also had to have voting on our side of the house because FEMA was in the library. So we've had the ability to hopefully impact and help out the community, not just what we do on the education side of things. And of course, the Shannon Staub Public Library is also attached to us, and that's been a great asset, I think, to our community. All right, probably the most important thing, though, I think, and I think that maybe the one, I won't call it a negative, but the one thing that I don't think we do enough for our community is I don't have enough space at STC Northport. And one of the things we're trying to do is get to our next phase. And I know I've spoke with our city manager, Mr. Fletcher, and I know Mayor Langdon's been involved in the conversations, and many of you, as we continue to grow over 82,000 people in Northport, and as industry is coming in, as the hospital's about to come in with SMH and all the different things, we need workforce development. And I think it's going to take the voice of Northport to help Sarasota County Schools as a whole understand how important we obviously have to grow the elementary, middles, and high schools. That's super important as we grow with students, but also our workforce development and to have more programs in Northport. As far as what program selections, I know that we're working on creating a committee, and I've been working with Mr. Fletcher again to kind of get what does the EDC, what does the city have coming in, what do we see as the future needs for the community. We have our own business partnerships and advisory boards that tell us what they're hoping to see. And hopefully somewhere in the middle, we can come up with the next set of programs, whether it's more trades like HVAC or automotive, or definitely with the hospital, more space for medical programs, whether it's practical nursing, more EMT, maybe more, we don't have paramedic yet in Northport. We have it at our Sarasota campus. What do we need to offer? So this is really what we look at is what are the workforce demands? What do we see coming into Northport as we build it? Just as we did before, we looked at what was currently here, what's the need, and how can we service the community the best? So I hope that as we move forward, we get to have all of your support so that we can push our school board to fund this project, and probably going to need to have help from the city and from the state to meet the needs and to meet the budget it's going to take to build our next phase of development. And I'm doing good on time. So I wanted to open it up. I know I've had several of you out for a tour on the campus, and many of you have attended events on the campus, but do you have any questions for me about what we do at STC?
Okay, that's great. At this point, I'm opening the floor up to commission questions. Who will have the fastest fingers? Vice Mayor White.
Okay, I just had a question about, do you have any programs that kind of parallel what at the high school with what goes on at SCTI in the northern part of the county? Like they go to high school and they go up there for certain programs. Do we do that here?
Yes. So, and I actually, you get talking and you lose your train of thought. So when it comes to high school enrollment and articulations, there are two things I want to hit. So our high school students at Imagine High School, our homeschool students in the community, our private school students, and our Northport High School students all have the availability to come attend our programs at STC Northport. Our Northport High School students have the availability also to go to the Sarasota campus still if there's a program we don't offer, because they do offer many more programs than we do. So they have that availability. And then those other students also have the availability. We just don't offer a bus for them to go up there, but they can still enroll and take our programs at the main campus if they're high school eligible programs. And the other thing we do is not just the high school coming to us, we articulate a lot of our programs with SCF. So if you earn your NCLEX state licensure when you pass your practical nursing exam, become an LPN, that takes the first semester off. We have a bridge program with SCF, so they can articulate right into the program, become an RN. And very similar with business, as they earn some of the Microsoft credentials and some of the other credentials, those articulate into elective credits that count towards their associate's degree. So a lot of our programs articulate. And then our trades programs, they don't typically go onto a four-year college, so they articulate with their apprenticeships. If they come through our daytime programs, it usually takes a year off the apprenticeship program in all of our programs. So there's a nice articulation. So our goal is continuing education. It's not just to stop with us. We're the first start after your high school diploma to move each step of the way.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation. I think it's important for the community to understand what you offer. You're building there. A lot of people don't realize what you actually do. So this is very, very helpful. Are there scholarships available?
Yeah, so when it comes to coming to school with us, there's multiple things available. There are Pell Grant money that you can get through federal government when you do your FAFSA, just like any other college. But the nice thing is that's money you don't pay back. There's no student loans offered through the government for a technical college. And then we do offer scholarships. We have a ton of different scholarships from different community entities that have donated to the school. And then we have a scholarship committee, and students can apply and hopefully get awarded anything from several $100s to maybe several $1,000s. And our most expensive program currently is about $8,000 for practical nursing, a little over $8,000. So that's our most expensive program to get started in a great career. So you can go out there and make 50, 60 plus thousand as you become in just a year for under $10,000. So the value to what your job earning potential over the time is very valuable, I think.
Thank you. Follow-up question from a few years ago. I know Commissioner Luke was very passionate about ensuring and talking with the state about funding for STC. And I was wondering, is that still an issue? Because I guess you guys weren't getting the full funding. Is that still an issue, or has that been resolved? How can we help you if it's still needed?
It's still a concern. I know that we are working towards it getting approved to a full funding across the board this year. I know it's at the state legislature level, and all the different community colleges or technical colleges around the state are advocating for it. We've been in contact with our congressmen and senators and trying to push to get full funding. Because right now we're continually funded at about 86 to 84% of what they suggest we need. So that puts us at about $1 million to $1.5 million deficit every year that the district makes us whole for, but it definitely impacts the ability to offer more and affects our staffing. And it just, if they would fund us at that full 100%, it would make a huge difference in our ability to operate.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'll just make a comment before we go to public comment, and that is I am strongly supportive of expanding your programs, and you just have my commitment to continue to work with you, get the community behind that effort, and we'll do whatever it takes to expand our technical and trade training here in the city. So thank you for being here.
Fantastic, thank you.
And I'm looking forward to my visit to the bistro. So
Absolutely.
thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any online public comment on this item? And I don't see any in my stack, so we will move on to public hearings.
Thank you so much.
DMP-22-093. Consideration of petition number DMP-22-093, West River Village Development Master Plan. This is a quasi-judicial item. City Clerk, can you read the petition and swear in those wanting to make public testimony?
DMP 22-093, consideration of petition number DMP 22-093, West River Village Development Master Plan. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Fellow commissioners, do you need to disclose any ex parte communications? Commissioner McDowell?
Yes, Mayor, I need to disclose the ex parte communication regarding some emails that I sent and received requesting documents and some general questions that I had. All of my emails I sent and received were forwarded to the city clerk for the record. I also had a quick meeting, very quick for a change, with staff regarding the FAR. It was with Assistant City Manager Yarborough, Miss Lori, who attended virtually, and Miss Sherry, and the discussion was regarding FAR, floor area ratio. That's all my ex parte. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stokes?
Nothing.
None
Good.
for me. Vice Mayor?
Nothing.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Nothing.
Okay. City Clerk, do we have any aggrieved parties in this matter? We do not. Okay, then it's presentation time. Applicant, I see you're ready at the helm.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Marty Black, and I have been sworn. As most of you know, I have over 35 years' experience in planning, zoning, and development work. I have had the opportunity to be sworn and sworn at hundreds of these meetings. Fortunately, most of those have not been in Northport. You guys have been great, so has your staff. We are here today seeking your recommendation of approval for a new master plan, roughly 1 mile east of the existing Brave Stadium, and adjoins Welland Park. The community itself will be along River Road and south of US 41. We've designed this community for a mix of multifamily for rent, product, office, retail, and employment opportunities. In the audience today is David Walters, who's the principal of West River Village, as well as Lloyd Robbins with Robbins Commercial Realty, who is marketing the property on behalf of the development team. Just briefly, I'll provide an introduction and overview of the property, site itself, zoning designation, proposed master development plan, and then a development concept illustration, and I'll conclude with a fly-through video of what we envision the property will look like at build-out. So you'll actually be able to see both the proposed physical improvements of the buildings and then also the extent of the areas that we're preserving in perpetuity through proposed conservation easements. The site itself is roughly 209 acres, just over that. It's designated here on the screen that you see. There's a large lake that's existed for a number of years. There was a former borrow pit for the improvements of South River Road. And the site adjoins and is surrounded entirely on 3 sides to the west, north, and south by Welland Park. Playmore Road, which is the road on the north side of the Brave Stadium, is currently under construction, is nearing completion by Welland Park to our western boundary. We have cooperated with Welland Park to design and permit the remaining segment of that to River Road. That work has already been approved by the Water Management District, and it's been through infrastructure plan and development review by the city, and it'll provide access through the northern third of this property, and also then provide the ability, since we've planned and interconnected both pathways, roadways, multi-use tracks with Welland Park, and all of the future residents in Welland Park will be able to come to the retail and office and employment opportunities in West River Village, and all of the residents in the multifamily units will be able to access the parks and trails in Welland Park. So we've completely integrated those designs and those elements. We've also worked with Sarasota County. I'll put my arrow point on it, but there's a small sliver of property here. You can kind of see how this line actually goes over the road a little bit. There's less than an acre of land along South River Road at our southeast corner that Sarasota County will need for the future widening of South River Road. And we've designated that on our master plan. I'll show it on the next slides. And we've worked with Spencer Anderson, Public Works Director, and confirmed with county representatives that we will be working with them to designate that property and turn it over to the county for the future widening. The existing property is in an activity center. It's historically been called the Gardens. It's activity center number 8, so that is the existing comprehensive plan, and zoning designation is Planned Community Development District. This is actually the second development master plan on the site. The first master plan lapsed without being implemented, so we filed a new development master plan and went through that process with your city staff over the past year. The property itself is under the ownership currently of Bankers Insurance Company. West River Village and Dave Walters have the property under contract and intend to close following this approval. I did want to highlight 2 items for you. Significantly, Bankers Insurance owned a 25-acre site shown with the red star here along the Mayaca River. That is not part of this development petition, but I want to highlight it for you so that you're aware, since this property is in the city of Northport. Bankers Insurance conveyed that 25 acres to Sarasota County through the Environmentally Sensitive Lands Program, acquisition program, and that property will be forever in perpetuity preserved with the opportunity for canoe and kayak access off of Claymore Road through that site in the future. So I think that reflects consistently with the vision that Dave Walters and his team have for the mainland portion, as I'll call it, or the west of River Road portions. We took a real close-up look at what was environmentally sensitive, how we could preserve that and still achieve a viable mixed-use development. The West River development plan is 209.89 acres. I'll go into a little bit more detail. Over 90 acres of that we are proposing to be set aside in conservation easements. We were actually the first developer in the city of Northport to propose using your policies. You have several policies that allow for establishment of conservation easements. We will be proposing the dedication of those conservation easements to the city of Northport. So in perpetuity, over 90 acres of this 200-acre parcel will be set aside and preserved and not be subject to development or wetland or other impacts. I think that reflects well on the ability to blend environmental protection and preservation with the ability to also create a sustainable economic development engine on this property. I have a degree in environmental studies, so it's kind of nice to see that protection going on hand in hand with the development activity. Your staff will go into some more detail on the economic long-term benefits for you fiscally. None of the development in this property will be able to be homesteaded, so there'll be full tax rates. There's no proposed single-family for sale units. It's all market rate for rent, office, retail, restaurant, and employment opportunities, as well as medical office and potentially hotel uses. So the entirety of the development itself will provide a nice economic generator for the city. I will share with you that we have under contract one multifamily developer, and we have interest from several medical office building developers who want to do somewhere between 40 and 60,000 square feet of medical office in a multi-story structure along River Road. Obviously, all that's contingent on your approval this evening. I wanted to give you at least a glimpse to know that we've been working hand in hand with your staff and with the market to identify opportunities to bring jobs and employment to Northport. Commissioner McDowell indicated that she had some emails back and forth, and we did talk with staff. So I do want to reflect for the record, there is a reference on page 16. There's a note number 3 that references a figure 3.91 that was deleted as we went through the process. So that reference is not applicable and should have been deleted. We apologize that we didn't catch that, but she's got a good eagle eye, so she was able to see that. The development master plan itself is broken into 4 areas. Area 1 is along the, I'll call it the northern 25% of the property. It's on the north side of Claymore Road. You'll see in here that this is the Claymore Road extension on Welland Park. And we have designed and permitted it with Water Management District and the city staff to create a full access. This will be a signalized intersection on River Road. Sarasota County has confirmed that, and we will be sharing jointly with Welland Park the construction of that traffic signal at that location. Area 2 is roughly 74.89 acres, kind of this center area. It includes one multifamily segment here along the western boundary, and then what I'll refer to as our downtown core, which has a mix of office, retail, and other uses that support and add opportunities for employment, as well as for residents who live in the multifamily units to walk to restaurants and entertainment along that downtown core area. Area 3 is I'll call it a relatively small area in here. Its acreage is defined by two wetland areas that create an inability for it to really connect from a roadway perspective. We do anticipate pathways to connect to the other areas, but this is the area where we're anticipating medical office building uses and medical related services and facilities as part of that area where we've got upland areas sandwiched really between two wetland components. Area 4 is roughly 48.9 acres. It's the southern parcel of the property. It includes an opportunity for additional multifamily and office or retail uses along its segment. Commissioner McDowell referenced what's called the floor area ratio. It's basically a calculation of the potential for the non-residential development. For members of the public who may not be aware, you talk about density when you talk about residential development. When you talk about intensity of development for commercial or industrial uses, you talk about floor area ratio. What this means roughly for every acre, which is 43,560 square feet, we've got 23,000 square feet of non-residential space that we can place on each one of those acres. So it ends up being roughly just over 1 million square feet of commercial type uses that are potentially able to be located here. And that's being compliant with all of your underlying zoning standards, your height restrictions, your setbacks, and other provisions. The next thing I'd like to highlight, and to go in a little bit of detail here, we are proposing, as I indicated previously, to go through a transfer of development rights and to conserve approximately 90.209 acres of conservation easements. It includes areas that are designated in your future comprehensive plan as recreation open space, as well as jurisdictional wetlands, and areas that the Army Corps of Engineers and the Southwest Florida Management District are going to require us to reestablish wetland areas or to improve areas adjoining wetlands so that their hydrology will be sufficient long term. In other words, what we don't want to do is put a conservation easement over a wetland area that may be starved from a water source. So we've actually gone in and identified, we have these jurisdictional determinations confirmed by the Water Management District. We're working with your staff to create actual survey boundaries of these that we'll bring to you in a subsequent meeting for the development agreement and transfer development rights. Your first comprehensive plan policy I wanted to highlight is comprehensive plan policy 2.1. Under your Unified Land Development Code section 41.7, effectively we have 19.881 acres that allow us to request in exchange for the granting of that conservation easement an additional 560 units. And then comprehensive plan policy 1.1 of the future land use element, in which will provide an additional 70.328 acres, which allow us another 281 dwelling units. We've gone to 3 decimal points, really because we're surveying this out. This is not going to be something where we just give you an estimate. We will be bringing you, we're doing CAD drawings that will go to your staff to be able to confirm through their GIS system. It'll be overlaid. These instruments will ultimately be recorded in the public at Sarasota County with the clerk of courts, as well as with the city clerk. And it will forever restrict this property. And the only way anyone can ever impact these areas is with your consent to change those. We're aware of that as a development team. And that's why we've worked closely to define what it is that we're proposing and been able to really, I think, stretch this to conserve over 90 acres out of the 209 acres in perpetuity. I want to thank your planning staff and the other staff departments for their assistance in the review of this petition. As you're all aware, I've worked on some other larger projects in Northport. This one has been a little bit more complex because of our desire to do this conservation. And they've worked extremely well with us, and we appreciated their support and guidance on that. We really came to this with, we want to do a mixed-use development. We're not interested in single-family homes. We understand the city's been looking for additional tax base and to create these employment opportunities. What's the best way to do that? And your staff has been very helpful in helping guide us in that direction, to the point that we had very few modifications to any standards that we needed to request. Really, they were related to the fact that there were some old historic requirements, for example, sign regulations that were in design parameters, the look and feel of the actual structures that frankly were outdated from the 1990s. Your codes have been amended since then. So we've said instead of going back in time to what the old codes were, let's apply the current code and those restrictions. Two areas that I do want to highlight from a modification perspective. Down on the south end here, we will actually be sharing an entrance onto River Road with Welland Park. Part of our whole approach has been to look at minimizing connection endpoints on River Road and to be cooperative with Welland Park. Both John Luchinsky and Rick Severance have been very helpful in cooperating with us. We actually established an easement that ultimately was granted to the city of Northport on this property that provided for the interconnection of your water plant and wastewater plant. There's a reclaimed water line in there that belongs to the city. There's been a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes, if you will, to make this all possible. In addition, there's a off-site here, there's a small piece of property, it's 4.87 acres, that Welland Park cannot access. We'll be converting that into a stormwater management area for future stormwater needs as part of our development. Creates a nice lake effect. So really what we've tried to do, wherever there's residential use, we've tried to give nice open views across water to preserved areas of wetlands and forested areas. We appreciate the Planning and Zoning Board's unanimous recommendation of support. We agree with the staff findings and their findings that we're consistent with your comprehensive plan and land development code. I'd like to conclude with just a short video for you that will give you a sense of the future build out of the property itself. This is actually the property. This is River Road across the bottom of the screen. This is the extension of Playmore Road. You'll see actually here in the background, you can see some of the white sandy looking dirt. That's Welland Park section of Playmore Road that was under construction at the time. You'll see the multi-story, 3- and 4-story residential areas interspersed with retail, commercial, and office uses. This large structure in the background on the lake is a proposed hotel. These are medical and health-related facilities in the center, and then additional rental properties along the south end. So I'm going to let the video fly through so you got to get a sense of the overall feel and look of the property. You notice that there are large expanses of wetland and water areas that we're preserving. Those are the areas that are identified on the other maps for preservation, that 90 acres of development. Part of what we've also done is turn these restaurants and other activities toward the water, and that makes us consistent with some of the design elements that you've seen in Welland Park. Since we're interconnected both from pedestrian and vehicle ways, it creates the sense that the entire development was done with one vision in mind of what the end product would be. We didn't want to be in competition. We're friendly competitors, not aggressive competitors. Again, these are some of the videos. Gary Hoyt and Hoyt Architects have been the architect and design masters for this aspect of it, and they've been assisting with the overall development of the yield and design plans, as well as creating the ultimate streetscape and other feelings. You notice we've got street tree plantings on the roadways, along with sidewalks on both sides, provide that full sense of interconnectivity throughout the development itself. As we turn now, we're looking back toward the south. We're coming right here. This is I'll stop here. This is some proposed areas for medical office and health-related facilities. You'll see this large expanse of wetland. That's actually from a video drone. It's captured image. So all of this vegetation, both the forested areas and the wetland areas, are proposed as part of those conservation easements. There's several others, but I thought I would stop on this one because it gives you a good sense of the mix and the look of the feel of the property itself. And as you come further south, we have another large wetland area and tree canopy area that will be preserved. It comes all the way into the center of the property and ties into that large lake. It actually provides a nice wildlife connection to the state forest, also back to your east. Now, getting folks across River Road, once it's widened, we'll have to work with Sarasota County on that for wildlife crossings. This is the southern portion of the property, and you see here a stub which goes into Welland Park. This roadway here down to the south, just off the picture, is Minnesota Beach Road. It was under construction by Welland Park. And just off the screen is the future site for the Sarasota County School Board for their elementary, middle, high school campuses. So this area has changed a lot in the last several years. We're happy to be part of your future and look forward to any questions or comments you have. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Staff, you are up.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Sherry Willett-Grondin, Planning and Zoning Division. I have been sworn. As you can see, this is the DMP 22-093 for the West River Village Development Master Plan. As stated previously, the applicant is Martin Black. The property owner is Baker's Insurance Company. And the request is a development master plan for a large-scale mixed-use development. The applicant is also asking for waivers and transfer of development rights. As stated previously, the location is approximately a half-mile south of Tamiami Trail and west of South River Road and north of Minnesota Beach Road. This property is located in our Activity Center 8. So some of the history that Mr. Black had talked about, this used to be the Bankers River Road Office Park back in the day prior to 2010. So as we segue further into the presentation, just think of the urban design standards that were adopted in 2010. And that will, when I get into detail with some of the waivers. So the zoning is planned community development. The future land use, as you can see on the map, is for the activity center component is approximately 139.562 acres. And the recreation open space is 70.328 acres. So which comprises of the total acreage of 209.89 acres. There, as shown, there are 4 main development areas. They're a mix of uses, including high-density residential, office, commercial, and of course, the recreation open space. There will be trails to provide connectivity between this and the surrounding West Villages, and this is actually nestled in Village G of the West Villages. So there will be connecting some of the trails that you see will connect from Village G to this area. There's also the large component of the conservation. So in addition to this, the applicant has requested 4 waivers from the code. So waiver 1 is from the Activity Center Design Standard Regulations. As I previously stated, if you look at some of them, and there's some examples in the staff report, it's really based on the older areas. And one of the examples is Thomas Jefferson's house in Monticello. So this really does not have a sense of place, and the applicant is requesting the waiver for those design standards. As you can see from the examples that were provided in the staff report, it's more of a modern feel, industrial. It also identifies its own place as Activity Center 8, but it will also integrate and complement the surrounding areas. There was also setbacks in a portion of the area, about approximately 1,500 linear feet, to allow a 30-foot building setback from the property line adjacent to the stormwater area, which you had seen through the previous presentation. Also, perimeter buffers to allow a length of 1,000 feet where a 40-foot buffer is required. And that was in the segment of where the River Road is to the part abutting, to the area abutting Village G. And we're also asking a waiver from for the signage. So in the Activity Center Design Regulations, this was proposed for the old River Road Office Park. The maximum height of signs allowed under there, 5 feet tall. So if they're going to have, they want to have some multi-tenant or signage, that would be the maximum height. So going down River Road, which they're the larger speed limit, it would be hard to see them. So we are asking that they default to Chapter 29 of the Unified Land Development Code. We have a provision in that section for the activity centers, which guide all of the signage. So the next segment is the transfer of development rights. What are development rights? They are talked about in our comprehensive plan as well as our Unified Land Development Code. It is to encourage the voluntary dedication of privately owned lands located in areas designated as conservation restricted overlay zones or in wetlands. And the comprehensive plan policies, as stated in the staff report in here, is 1.1 and 2.1 regarding the transfer of development rights. Chapter 41 of the ULDC, sections 41-5 and 41-6 provide the designations for sending and receiving zones. What is unique about this property, it is identified as a sending and receiving zone. So per ULDC section 41-7, there is an establishment and calculation of development rights, as well as in the comprehensive plan. ULDC section 41-7K, bonus dwelling units. These are bonus dwelling units in addition to the above. So as we have in this map here, the water features, it breaks it out for you where you could see the recreation open space that are identified and also the wetlands that are outside. And that was what was basing on the determination of the TDRs, which you will see on the next screen. So I created a little chart, and there is a similar chart in the staff report. So what is permitted by this zoning district is an activity center 8. They are allowed 15 dwelling units per acre. So they are allowed 629 acres. The recreation open space area, which is identified as a sending zone, and per comprehensive plan policy 1.1 of the future land use element, the 70.328 acre portion is authorized for a transfer of 4 dwelling units per acre to the receiving zone, which is Activity Center 8, which is 281 acres. Comprehensive Plan Policy 2.1 of the Future Land Use Element and Section 41-7 of the ULDC discusses in detail about the wetlands. So that remaining 19.881 area are identified as wetlands. So they're the proposed sending zone. It also has the future land use of activity center, and it is authorized for a transfer of 1 residential unit per 850 square feet of allowable non-residential square footage to the receiving zone, which is 560 dwelling units. Per ULDC section 41-7K, there is an additional bonus of 3 dwelling units per acre based on the 20% of the total 289.89 acres, which equals 126. So these are the potential total residential units that are possible under the TDR program. This will have to be determined based on the final surveys and the delineation of the wetlands and those areas. So the final determination, as I stated, is based on that Wakeland wetland acreage. It's going to be a formal wetland determination by SWIFMUD, the Southwest Florida Management District, less any wetland area to be impacted by the project. What will be forthcoming to commission probably in May of this year. We have worked on it. It will be the formal transfer development rights through a developer's agreement. So it'll come before this commission through an ordinance and a resolution. In addition to that, there's going to be the conservation easements, which will be in conjunction with that. They will be recorded. These conservation easements that are identified as those areas for the TDR will be conserved in perpetuity. Staff review. Staff has reviewed, SDR staff has reviewed all of the criteria here. And as stated in the staff report, which you had each of their conditions or comments, they are based on at the time of site development. Neighborhood meeting pursuant to section 53-5 of the Unified Land Development Code. The applicant did hold a neighborhood meeting on April 11, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Morgan Family Community Center. So you can see that we've been working a very long time on this particular project. In the comprehensive plan and analysis, I'm going to briefly touch on this. It's all in detail in the staff report. The future land use, chapter 2, we have reviewed that for consistency with the future land use goal 1. We have found that the proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future land use goal 1. Comprehensive Plan Policy 4.2 encourages the development of neighborhoods that provide safe vehicular and non-vehicular access and mobility, as well as convenient walkability and connectivity. As you can see from the proposed plan, that this does encourage this. There will be driveways and pathways to accommodate vehicular, pedestrian, neighborhood electric vehicles, and bicycle traffic. And this will be used to encourage the use of neighborhood electric vehicles. There will be sidewalk systems and trails to facilitate pedestrian circulation. The access drive aisles will be landscaped and lit to enhance and contribute to the pedestrian comfort. So this is consistent with Policy 4.2. Future Land Use Policy 1.1, recreation open space, that these lands, as stated, are designated for either active or passive recreational uses. So the proposed areas will be passive recreation. As we stated, they will be conservation easements in perpetuity. So prior to permitting, there are certain standards that the property owner were at, that they could seek the transfer development rights, which the developer is doing through this application. So the proposed development is consistent with Chapter 2, Future Land Use Element Policy 1.1. The comprehensive plan strategy, we said, to identify methods for developers and to encourage the utilization of transfer of development rights. This proposed development is consistent with Chapter 2, Strategy 1.13.1. Also, Comprehensive Plan Goal 2. So Activity Center A is to promote an intensive mixture of employment, goods, and services in residential units and activity centers. As you can see from the concept plan, it does show that mix. This development is consistent with Goal 2. And the River Road Office Park, this is for Activity Center, the gardens, to provide for a large development of mixed use. To ensure connectivity between the abutting West Villages area and Activity Center 8 per Policy 2.8.3, as shown, this does meet that requirement. It is consistent. To develop effective multimodal transportation system and linkages, sidewalk systems, and that duplicate side. Chapter 8, the housing element goals, objectives, and policies to provide a variety of housing types and affordability. Stated they will be rental properties. This will provide housing alternatives and a diversity type of price of housing. And the housing, it will be located in an area where supporting infrastructure will be available. This is consistent with those policies. And for the economic development element, to achieve an economically stable community and quality of life, it is consistent with Chapter 11, Goal 5, and policies 5.1.3, 5.1.4, and 5.1.5. This has been analyzed against the Unified Land Development Code, Chapter 53, for the Planned Community Developed Zoning District. All the proposed uses are permitted in the zoning district, and they are consistent with the comprehensive plan's future land use element. The staff conclusion that the proposed master plan is consistent with this section of the code. Also, Chapter 55.-55 is all of the regulations for the Activity Center 8. This is consistent with the Activity Center 8 intent. The fiscal impact analysis was conducted regarding the proposed development. The proposed development will yield a net benefit of $61,470,078 in commercial development and $36,378,282 in residential development. Planning and Zoning Division is recommending approval of GMP 22-093 West River Village with waivers 1 through 4 as stated in the staff report, and also conditions 1 through 6. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Applicant, do you have any rebuttal?
No, we do not.
Thank you, sir. Staff, any rebuttal?
Staff has no rebuttal.
City Clerk, do we have any online public comment for this item?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. We do have one in-house. Mr. Doyle, you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Doyle, were you sworn in when I swore everybody else in?
No.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? So help you God. Thank you.
I'm a firm believer if you own the land, you should be able to do what you want with the land. I think a lot of time towns get in the way of things. The only thing, a couple things I do have to say about the project is I actually go horseback riding down the street from there in the Mighty Key Forest. The traffic stinks there. I think the road should be widened before this is totally built. Maybe it could be, before the COs are given, to widen the road. You're talking 1,596 units. That's a lot of people, a lot of cars. We don't have one car per household anymore. People have 2 and 3 cars. If you have kids, you have more. That's a lot of traffic. And if people are going to use that for a cut through to stay off of 41, if they're connecting in over to the stadium there and stuff, if I listened right. So that means there's going to be a cut through traffic through there. So I would advise that, condition the road be done. The other thing is, the schools. I don't know what type of impact fees a project like this pays, but obviously with 1,596 units, that's going to cause more schools, more police, more fire. I mean, the impact fees should do that. Recently, or not recently, a couple of years ago, I was in this room when you guys were putting sewer systems in down the street that people didn't want, and you were charging 20 grand a household. So both sides of the street, to go 40 feet in a road, you were charging people 20 grand to put a pipe in the ground. So I would think the impact fee should be pretty good on this. If you're going to charge residents 20 grand to dig a whole 40 feet. The other thing is the signs. I totally agree with the bigger signs. If you have little signs, it causes accidents. People don't know where they're going. They slam on the brakes when they see it at the last second. So I'm in all favor for the bigger sign. Along with that, with those signs in these neighborhoods, I hope there's signs that are telling where the fallout shelters are in town, where the evacuation for hurricane signs are in here. Again, you got big buildings, a whole bunch of people. There's not a lot of roads getting in and out of there. They got to be able to get out of there. So safety, I hope signs like that are put up there too. And, the green space, I'm all for it. But a project like this, I don't know if everybody's going to lease the land and it's all owned by one person, or are they going to cut it up in little pieces? So who actually owns the conservation land? Or is that going to be given to the town and those 90 acres aren't going to be taxed anymore? Or taxed at a lower level? So I don't know how they're going to break up the site, if it's a leased site or people are going to own the building on their land. That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, sir. I'm now opening up the floor to commission questions. Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, before I begin, I want to say thank you very much. An amazing presentation. I am very grateful for the in-depthness. You answered a lot of my questions during the presentation. You commented that you're not in competition with Welland Park. We'll call it a complementary kind of competition, but Marty, you get the gold star for your visual technology in your presentation. Great job. The questions I have are related to the wetlands, and I don't know if you can pull up where you have the green and the blue wetlands where it says in and out of recreation open space. If you could pull that up, I would be really grateful. I think it was, okay. So what exactly is the difference between wetlands within a recreation open space and wetlands outside of the recreation space? The blue and the green?
I'll answer from the applicant's perspective and then let staff answer.
Okay.
There's no physical difference. The difference is what's designated on your future land use map. So it's a mapping issue with your comprehensive plan. There's no quality difference between the wetlands or the water features.
So they're both wetlands.
They're both wetlands. One of them has a future land use overlay on your map, on your future land use map. When the mapping was done years and years ago, we've now updated our wetland maps with the new jurisdictional determinations. So what was historically wetlands, the lines change. You know, the wetland moves, it shapes, the waters flow through it. So effectively, you had an old future land use overlay, and now you've got the additional areas with the new mapping.
Did staff want to weigh in?
I will reiterate what Marty had said. So where you see the dotted lines, where it is green, those are designated as recreation open space, those areas of the future land use map. The areas outside of that are not in the recreation open space.
Okay, so the blue is wetlands and the green is wetlands.
Yes.
Okay.
But the difference is what is within the recreation open space and what is outside. So those 19 acres are eligible for the TDR, but they're not in the recreation open space area.
So my question, the bigger question, now that I understand there is a small difference, but there's still wetlands. This large blue area that's along the western side, right there, yes, that area. Now, if you could go to your area map that shows areas 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. That blue area where you had your cursor, why are you developing in a wetland?
Because Water Management District has determined that is not a wetland, but other areas are. When we bring the jurisdictional maps to you, it will show it differently. Your old historic maps don't accurately reflect that, so it's part of the reason we have to prepare a new jurisdictional wetland map that's certified by the Water Management District and bring that back to you with the TDRs.
Excellent. So this will be a future conversation.
Well, yeah, I think what helps is if you look at this, so the green was the recreation open space and the pink was presumed to be developable. Well, as we've gone back in now and looked at, this was the old historic jurisdictional, we will now bring you a new jurisdictional wetland determination. And that's what the conservation easements will be placed on.
All right. Thank you for that.
Great questions, by the way.
Okay, so go back to your area map if you could. And Mayor, I actually think I'm only going to need one round of questions.
Wow, I'm
Because
impressed.
I know, I am impressed too. They did a really good job with the presentation. This stormwater easement area, that's to the very, very west, that's kind of, I guess, not in your property district line, it's in Welland Parks?
It is not part of the development master plan. As part of the exchange to provide the trail, the routing for the city's utility lines, we swapped easements. So the Bankers Insurance folks gave an easement over their upland areas for the trail and the utility lines. And Welland Park gave us an easement over this area that's designated as stormwater. But we can't build anything on it other than a stormwater area.
Gotcha. All right. I'm almost there.
And those easements are of record. They've been recorded with the county court records. It's
Excellent.
Yep.
All right, housing. We're talking about 1,500 rental units. Mayor is going to like this, and I think every other commissioner up here is going to like this, along with my fellow citizens out there. What percentage is going to be designated for affordable or attainable or whatever the name du jour is for our workforce? You've got a lot of jobs that are planning to come here. Where are they going to live?
These are all market rate for rent apartments. Part of the trade-off is by not doing any single family. So the gentleman's question in the public, we are not proposing, have not asked for any amendments. You actually don't allow in this district single family for sale ownership properties. So we are doing 100% of the units that we're able to do. We don't know that we're going to be able to achieve all 1,500, frankly. but whatever number we achieve, there will be market rate for rent properties.
So thinking outside the box, how do we consider or help you consider and help your developers consider adding some type of affordable housing that's not necessarily at market rate?
Great question. Unfortunately, unlike the TDR's conservation incentives that you provide, you don't have anything currently that we could avail ourselves to with. So without that in place, there's not an incentive there. You've not taken those steps yet.
Oh, we've been trying.
I understand, and that's
It's coming.
it's
Not
coming.
soon enough,
It
according to
doesn't-
this development.
So we are the master developer. We will be selling off to other individuals. There are ways that you can incentivize them. I know you're looking at that. You'll have that opportunity with subsequent development of these. This is not going to happen overnight. But you'll have the opportunity to incentivize set-asides for attainable housing, or however you want to describe it. But without having something legally in place, there wasn't anything for us to avail ourselves of. At least
So
at
the
this
door
point.
is still open on that
The door is still
conversation.
open for subsequent development.
Okay.
Because we have to come back in for site and development plan for each one of these pieces.
Commissioner McDowell, I have people patiently waiting.
Okay,
If
I
they
will then need
come back.
round two. I got just two other questions.
Okay, great. Vice Mayor White?
Yes, and thank you, Commissioner McDowell, because you asked some of my questions there. I just have a question about the 25 acres that you said was transferred. Was that sold to Sarasota County? Was that parcel that was in
We
the paper?
sold 25 acres on the Maca River for $700,000 and change to Sarasota County. So it was at what the county determined was a fair market rate for parks and recreation.
Right. Okay, I just want to make sure that was the same parcel that I had in mind.
Probably
there.
read about it in the newspaper.
Yeah. Okay, and then you did say that it would be a total of the 1,500 plus rental units, and that's with the TDRs, correct?
That is correct, and that would be the maximum number.
Maximum, okay. All right, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Stokes?
I'll be brief. Mr. Black, this impressive proposal really is. It's, there are people who dislike development. Well, this is an example of how to do it right in my book. This is a beautiful project that's going to complement Welland Park. It's going to attract lots of people. One thing I would just throw out there, I don't know if you've ever been in the Boynton Beach area where I guess it's Green K and let's see if I can pronounce it, wetlands.
I think he's familiar with it. He pronounced it right.
I mean, that was a collaboration of Palm County with the Parks and Recs and Utilities folks. They took those wetlands, and in addition to being a water purification wetlands, it also created a rookery type environment where people could actually, through a series of bridges and walkways, boardwalks, enjoy those wetlands and all the wildlife. Obviously we can't tell people what to do with their development, but boy, oh boy, that would be a wonderful, wonderful thing for our area, because we have lots of people, as you well know, who love the environment, and I know you are one of those people, so.
Thank you. Let me share with the public and members of the commission. The conservation areas will allow for the developer to construct boardwalks and other pieces through this. We do anticipate doing that. I will share with you, since I'm probably one of the only people in the county that's walked all of this property plus the old Taylor Ranch property. You can see on this map, there's an old farm road that was put in when the Taylors were here. It runs through the property. As we've gone through environmental permitting, the Army Corps of Engineers and Water Management District determined that roadway, when it was cut in, actually adversely impacted several wetland areas. So part of what we will be doing is actually taking the road base down to the level of the ditches on either side and reestablishing a large flowing water creek that the Corps and Water Management District believed was there. I think that also helps with the water movement off of Welland Park, But unlike a more traditional stormwater management system, and we've had this discussion with Elizabeth Long, we're not going to be able to aerate these areas because they're not designed for that. They're designed for shallow water flows and really to provide a source of water for the adjoining wetland areas. So part of the areas that will go into conservation areas are actually areas that we're going to restore to put back into that natural feature.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Commissioner McDowell,
I will be quick.
are these questions essential to your making of a
Yes, it
decision?
is. It's regarding the conditions.
Go ahead.
Okay, condition 4. It says here that the transfer of TDR and conservation easement shall be approved by commission and recorded with the clerk prior to developing the residential units allotted under the TDR. The last portion of that kind of gives me a little bit of heartburn because I don't know what is going to be developed and then what is going to be developed under TDR. So is it possible, and this is what I'm looking to do, is to just end that sentence of the condition so that it must be approved by commission and recorded with the clerk prior to development?
And I caution you on that, and I'm going to go back to where we had the TDRs. Right now, by right, without the transfer development rights, they can develop 629 residential units per code. The remaining, and this is potential residential units because it's going to be based on all of the other information coming in, would be the remaining units from the 1,500. And then that will be coming to commission, and then we'll know at that time what those units are.
And I don't have a problem with the development. I want to get that conservation easement approved and recorded prior to development. I don't see how that could impact this development, but since your condition 4 had them tied together, I want to decouple them.
I understand what you're asking, but what you're then saying is we can't proceed even with the 600 until your approval. You kind of held us hostage. We have a couple phases we'd like to start now, particularly since we're starting to construct Playmore Road. Out of the 629 we have by right. So if we make your change, we really don't have any approval tonight.
Okay, so
if your approval, the way it's written, gives us the right to move forward with up to 629 units, but the remainder come after the easement is approved. It's a two-step.
Yep.
So the easement is not
The easement is not,
alone?
the easement is not germane to our ability to build the 629 units, only the units above that.
I know developments don't happen overnight, and especially if this is a 4-phase. Having this become a conservation, here's my concern. Having this talked about today being a conservation easement being set on the land of 90 acres, pending the approvals and recording, I'm trying to get that done so that it's done now, so that then it doesn't get forgotten about in 10 and 15 years when none of us are here.
So here's what I will tell you. The conservation easement and the development agreement we've already reviewed. We've begun preparing the illustrations that go with it. Your city attorney's already been asked to begin their review of that. If this is approved tonight, we file that tomorrow with the staff so that as Sherry indicated, our intent would be to bring it back in May. I mean, we're not waiting. We want to get it done as well. It has value to us to get it done sooner. Frankly, it's a great marketing tool. Plus, it allows us to plan the rest of our development.
So we will all be here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess is the
Yeah.
message.
So
right.
if you could do it quicker than May, we'd love it, but we understand you got a bunch of stuff going on. And frankly, surveyors are hard to get out and do some of this stuff, which has been some of the delay in not bringing this all together.
And I appreciate that. I just hope you can appreciate my concern to ensure that this conservation is recorded and goes with the land sooner rather than later. And that is the part that kind of gave me a little bit of heartburn.
And I will tell you, we've worked hard to get to this point. Literally, we have 60 days worth of work left to do so that everybody can review. This is the first time these easements are being done in the city of Northport. So we wanted to make sure that we've done it right to set the standard. It's literally 60 to 90 days out for those to be approved and recorded.
Okay.
We're not delaying it.
Okay. thank you for that assurance. And I think,
Yes, Commissioner McDowell, just to add on to that, the developer's agreement for the transfer of development rights has been drafted. I have been sworn. Lori Barnes, Planning and Zoning Manager, I've been sworn. The agreement's been drafted. It was sent to legal for review today. And should the developer's agreement for the transfer of development rights come forward without the completion of the jurisdictional wetland determination, that developer's agreement requires the applicant to complete and record the conservation easement no later than August of 2024. And because that development agreement will be binding, they must do so.
thank you very much. So we will be here. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, closing arguments, staff.
Staff has no closing arguments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Applicant?
Just again, this is a unique opportunity to work cooperatively with the city of Northport. We appreciate that opportunity and want to again compliment your staff for working on this. This has not been an easy thing to figure out, but we've been committed to do hand in hand the environmental and economic work for the city's future.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, I am closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stokes.
I move to approve DMPs -02-093 as presented and find that based on the competent, substantial evidence, the development master plan meets the standards in section 53-7 of the Unified Land Development Code.
And I'll second that, but I will be making an amendment.
Go ahead.
I'll make an amendment, Mayor, if I can, to include the waivers 1 through 4 and the conditions 1 through 6 be part of this DMP approval.
Motion maker, are you comfortable?
I made the amendment, Mayor.
The amendment?
I just need a second.
I'll second.
Okay. So let's vote on anything to that, and we'll vote on the amendment.
If I could talk to the amendment, we have to make sure that the waivers are approved.
Yep.
And we also have to make sure that the conditions are part of this DMP. So I hope that that amendment is approved by my fellow commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's vote. And that amendment passes 5-0. On to the original motion.
As amended?
As amended.
Oops, I hit the wrong one.
Oh, can you clear us,
There it
City
goes.
Clerk? Okay. And that motion passes 5-0. Okay.
Nice job, you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I am going to push ahead to see if we can finish this next item before the break. On to DMP-22-133. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. City Clerk, if you can read the title, the petition by title, and swear in those willing to give testimony.
Consideration of petition number DMP-22-133, Acadia Behavioral Health Hospital Development Master Plan. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge to help you God.
I do.
Disclosure of ex parte communications, Commissioner McDowell.
Yes, Mayor, I sent and I received answers to the documents that I requested, but I also read the emails to other commissioner questions relating to tax exemptions and forward everything onto the city clerk for the record.
Commissioner Stokes.
No ex parte.
No for me. Vice Mayor?
Nothing.
And, okay, thank you. City Clerk, do we have any aggrieved parties on this item? We do not. On to presentations. Applicant, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Adam Crunk. I'm a civil engineer with Crunk Engineering in Brentwood, Tennessee. Also with me this evening is Dr. Jeffrey Woods of Acadia Healthcare, who will speak on this application, and Mr. Chris Malicki, an architect with Stingle Hill Architecture in Louisville, Kentucky. We're here today to discuss the new behavioral health hospital that's proposed at 501 East Price Boulevard.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Madam Vice Mayor, members of the staff and commission. Appreciate your time this evening. My name is Dr. Jeffrey Woods with Acadia Healthcare. I'm the Operations Group President, and I have been sworn. I want to talk to you a little bit about this hospital we're proposing. It is 120 built to 144 potential beds to treat individuals with mental health and substance use disorder conditions. And what I'd like to sort of start with, and I'm not going to ask anybody in the room to raise their hands, but when we think about who we treat in a behavioral health hospital, I think it's important to understand that the people we treat are individuals who are suffering from depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder. They may have substance use disorder conditions, including alcoholism or other forms of substance use disorder. But these are also our friends. They are our neighbors. They are our family members. They are the people that I see when I go to the Circle K just up the street. I see a young man who was probably close to 30 years old, who was clearly schizophrenic, clearly psychotic, and he was on the street. Those are the people we take care of, our neighbors. And this is a young man who otherwise, hopefully, would be able to have a better life. So when we think about who we're treating in a behavioral health hospital, the categories that we treat are mood disorders, and mood disorders include depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, and traumatic experience care. Traumatic experience care includes care for individuals like first responders or others who experience traumatic events in their life, their personal life, as well as their professional life. And as a consequence of that, they have a difficult time coping and managing the normal activities of daily living, often interferes with family life as well. We treat patients who have what we call thought disorders, and thought disorders are disturbances of mood, behavior, and perception. So individuals who may see the world differently than would be normally expected from an individual whose cognitive functionings are working well. Examples of that would be individuals who have schizophrenia, for example, like this young man that I saw today who was clearly on the face of it, likely to be a schizophrenic patient, at least certainly psychotic. So thought disorders include those categories, but it also includes patients who have mild to moderate neurocognitive decline. And so an example of that would be an elderly person who has early onset dementia, maybe the Alzheimer's type or other forms of dementia, but they have a disturbance of mood and behavior that makes it difficult for them to be able to be at home with their families or independently living. And bringing those patients into the hospital, we can stabilize the disturbance of mood and behaviors. And with some of our techniques and therapies that are available, we can actually improve the cognition of the patients for intervals of time. Now, they will progressively get worse over time, of course, but we can slow that progression. And in some instances, we can dramatically reverse it for intervals, which is a wonderful thing. So neurocognitive decline is one of the things that falls into the category of thought disorder. We will be taking care of adults who have mood disorder, adults who have thought disorders. We'll be taking care of senior citizens, geriatric patients like I've described. We will also be taking care of individuals who have what we call a dual diagnosis. They may have a depressive disorder, but they may have a co-occurring substance use disorder, which often we see. So somebody who's depressed and they're self-medicating with alcohol, and the alcohol has become a substantial problem in addition to the depression in their life. So specialty programs for that population. We will be providing services for pediatric patients, and these kids are often kids who are struggling in school, they are having difficulty in the home environment, they often have traumatic experience backgrounds that may include abuse, neglect, or a broken family environment where the child has been traumatized during the course of those events. We will also have outpatient services to make sure that we are caring for the whole person within the hospital, but after they leave the hospital. And our outpatient services include what we call intensive outpatient, which is typically about 3 hours a day, 3 days a week, where the patient is on campus, and these are therapy driven modalities. So we're doing individual and group therapy, training on coping skills and dealing with the underlying issues that gave rise to their depression, anxiety, or other mood disorder. Partial hospitalization is essentially one step above intensive outpatient. It's typically 4 to 5 days a week, and it can be up to 4 to 5 or 6 hours a day. And again, very intensive focus on individual therapy, group therapy, occupational therapy, and a whole variety of supportive therapies that allow these folks to be able to go back, reintegrate with their families, their homes, their jobs, those types of things. And as we talk about who we're treating, I think it's also important to talk about who we are not going to be treating in this hospital. This is not a hospital for criminally insane. We are not a forensic facility. It will not be a hospital for inmates of the judicial system. But we hope to have a relationship with law enforcement and the courts as a diversion facility for those individuals who are low-level offenders, trespassing, that type of thing. But clearly their principal problem is a psychiatric or substance use issue. And so we'll want to be able to care for those individuals to help decompress the emergency departments and law enforcement's burden. Moving on, let me find the right button here. Here we go. So our patients come from primarily emergency departments, and I think most of us in the room, and certainly the commission, I'm sure you are aware, there is a significant burden on emergency departments with the boarding of psychiatric patients without a place to be able to disposition them. It's not only unfair to the emergency department, who has a critical life-saving responsibility to care for the medical patients who present to them, but it's a disservice to the psychiatric and substance use disorder patient who are left waiting in an emergency department without having the ability or the benefit of active treatment to take care of the condition for which they sought help. We will also receive patients that will come to us from other healthcare providers, physicians' offices, oftentimes from first responders, law enforcement, as well as the fire department and others who encounter individuals who appear to have a mental health issue. We will not have an emergency department at this hospital, and I think that's an important distinction. We are, as a behavioral health hospital, we do take care of the whole person, so we will be attending to their medical care needs as well, but only to a certain threshold of our capabilities. So no emergency department, which also means that there will not be lights and sirens or ambulances running in and out of the property. It's a quiet facility, but we will have an intake and assessment department, so any person who presents at the hospital will have a full medical screening examination to determine whether there's a medical emergency that's complicating the patient's care, and if so, that we can transfer them to the appropriate medical facility. And then we will also evaluate their psychiatric condition, and if there's a substantial psychiatric illness, we will of course provide care for that, or we will arrange the provision of care in a setting appropriate for that patient. We will have an ambulance bay on the hospital. It's off to the side of the hospital, be well shielded from the street so that we have the ability to get patients in and out of the hospital quietly and respecting the dignity of the hospital and usually or the patients. As you will see in a couple of moments, our hospitals are absolutely beautiful, and they're intended to respect the dignity of the individual. So we have lots of open spaces for recreation, for activities, for groups, and the various other therapeutic modalities, full gymnasium, recreation yards, and all of the treatments that you would expect to see in a state-of-the-art behavioral health hospital. A particular emphasis on this is not an institution in the old school way of thinking about institutional care. This is a place for healing, and we really put a lot of time, energy, effort, and investment in making sure that this is a place that respects the dignity of the individual with a mental health or substance use disorder. While the patients are in our hospital, they will receive treatment by a multidisciplinary team that will include psychiatrists, primary care physicians, psychiatric nurse practitioners, medical nurse practitioners, nurses, social workers, occupational therapists, physical therapists, all of the modalities that you would expect in any hospital is caring for the whole person. Patients will engage in structured activities throughout the day and individual programs and therapies that are tailored to their unique and specific needs. And importantly, when a patient is discharged, because one of the things we hear often in behavioral health is neighbors are afraid. They're afraid that the crazy person is going to get out and be disruptive in their neighborhood. So, to dispel that, these are our neighbors to begin with. But every patient who leaves the behavioral health hospital leaves with what we call a safe discharge plan. And that's a term of art in behavioral health, and it's also a requirement by CMS, Joint Commission, and other regulatory bodies that every patient who leaves the hospital must have a safe discharge plan that's been articulated, explained, and understood by the patient and their caregivers or their loved ones so that the patient knows that if they begin to have challenges outside of the hospital, how they can re-engage in care to make sure that they are supported and that they are transported by the hospital or by their loved ones to where they are going next, which is almost always home. And so never is there a time where a patient leaves the front door of the hospital and that's the beginning of their journey out of the hospital is at the front door. We will make sure that they get to the next place that they are supposed to be going for their continuing care or just getting back to life and work and family and those types of things. Patients who are deemed a danger to themselves or others or who are gravely disabled may qualify under the Florida statute, more commonly referred to as the Baker Act. This will be a Baker Act facility, which means that if a patient presents and they are a danger to themselves, they are threatening to commit suicide, and they have a means and a plan and a capability of carrying that out, and they are not willing to have treatment voluntarily, we will enact the Baker Act and provide care for that patient until their condition improves. The same for an individual who may be a danger to others. They've made a threat perhaps to a loved one or somebody else, and we have to make sure that they are safe and stable before they are returned back to the community. And then for patients who are gravely disabled, those would include individuals mostly who have perception and thought disorders. And it's not that they are a danger to themselves or others intentionally, but because of their misperception or the way in which they view the world, they may inadvertently have an incident occur where they cause harm to themselves or someone else. And so we will protect them until they are stable to be able to go back to the community in their homes. Our facilities, despite being, as I said, very therapeutic and a healing place, they are highly secure. We have concentric rings of electronic security that are wristband badge activated, so patients cannot move freely about the hospital without the accompaniment of a staff who has one of these unique electronic wristbands that allows for the opening of the doors. So once a patient is on their unit, they are not able to get through any other portion of the hospital. Again, concentric rings from the units out to the very front of the hospital. Even the front of the hospital, once you enter, it is a secure environment. So there is not an opportunity for patients to be able to elope from the hospital or leave without the consent of their medical staff and the insurance of a safe discharge plan. We also have a new technology that we've just spent many millions of dollars investing in, which is brilliant. It's also a wristband. It's a wristband for the patients. It's called, well, I don't know if you need the trade name, but it's a geolocator. When the patient comes in, it's a non-tamperable wristband that looks a lot like a Fitbit. And it is programmed with all of the places that patient is allowed to go. But it also then notifies the staff who are carrying iPads if the patient moves into a space that was not authorized for them. So for example, if a patient goes into another patient's room, which, sometimes they will do. Love does bloom in psychiatric hospitals as well. And so this wristband will immediately alert the staff that a patient has entered a room that they were not authorized to go into so that they can be recovered and redirected. This technology also monitors for signs of life to ensure that if an individual is struggling, either from a medical condition that was not diagnosed, sudden heart attack, that we have immediate notification that there's been a change in the patient's physiological condition so that we can respond immediately to those needs. It's quite an amazing technology. We're very enthusiastic about it. We do have 24-hour video surveillance in our lobby, outdoor areas, and common areas of the hospital. And then, of course, an opportunity for the patient to have a very therapeutic environment for care. So I'm going to pause my comments, and I'm going to turn it over to Adam Crunk, who's going to talk to you a little bit more about the site and the project in more technical details. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have at the end. And I do want to make just one more anecdotal comment. I handed my card to the gentleman from Suncoast Technical College. We will be able to, through this project, be a big supporter of that college because it is important for us that our staff have the opportunity for career advancement. And we fund that so that we have individuals who may have lower level positions, unskilled positions, be able to train them up. And the LPN program in particular is of great interest to us. So I was so happy to hear that. I'll pause now. Thank you.
So the property in question here is a roughly 14-acre property located south of East Price and just east of Toledo Blade.
Excuse me, sir, were you sworn when everyone else was sworn? If you could
Yes,
just
ma'am.
repeat your name and the fact that you were sworn, that would be helpful.
Adam Crunk, and I was sworn. Again, 14-acre property located south of East Price, east of Toledo Blade. It's at the dead end of Sundown Lane and Citizens Parkway. A new private road will be extended from East Price Boulevard south to the edge of our property. The site is zoned in Activity Center 5, in which hospitals are a permitted use. This is a site plan in which north is rotated to the left here. So East Price is running up and down on the left side of the screen there. As you'll see, we're going to create Citizens Parkway as a new private road in front of the hospital, and then tie onto the existing dead end of Sundown Lane to connect toward the front of the hospital. With associated parking, service areas, and as mentioned before, an ambulance drop-off area, and then patient courtyards that surround the hospital for outdoor use. We are requesting one specific waiver. Currently, the code only allows fences to a height of 8 feet. Within the patient courtyards, it's important for their safety and privacy to maintain a fence height that is taller. What we are proposing with this project is a 14-foot block wall, as shown from other examples at other Acadia facilities here. It really appears to be, a portion of the building, and their renderings here I'll show you in a minute. But again, an important waiver for us to be able to have safe outdoor time for the patients. And this is a architectural rendering of the building. It's a 2-story building. And then the building elevations with metal panels, ephes, and a stacked stone veneer. And this is the front view of the facility. And that concludes our presentation. I'm happy to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Staff?
Good afternoon, Carl Ben, JICP, Planning and Zoning, and I have been sworn. Today we're talking about DMP 22133, the Acadia Behavioral Health Hospital. This development master plan was submitted to develop a 2-story, 144-bed behavioral health hospital. The future land use is activity center, and the site is located within Activity Center 5, which allows medical uses. On September 13th, 2022, at 6 p.m., at the Morgan Family Community Center, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting, and the meeting documents are available as an exhibit in the staff report. The applicant is requesting one modification through their DMP, and that is to permit a 14-foot tall fence in lieu of the code required 8-foot max height. Staff has reviewed the DMP application for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan and the Unified Land Development Code. The full analysis can be found in the staff report from pages 4 through 7. Staff finds that the proposed DMP does meet the intent of the comprehensive future land use element goal 1 and 2, and economic development objective 1.1 and policy 4.1.2, and sections 53102, 53103, and 53113 of the Unified Land Development Code. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Commission approve DMP 22133. And if you have any further questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, sir. Any rebuttal, applicant?
No rebuttal on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any rebuttal, staff?
No, we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any online public comment on this item?
We do not.
I do have some in-house. Mr. Doyle?
Do I have to be sworn again?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? So
I
help you
do.
God? Thank you.
Again, I believe that if they own the land, they can do whatever they want on it. So I'm not here to fight the project at all. I have a couple questions. I don't live too far from this. Is the hospital going to have a pharmacy? And are they going to be dispensing methadone? You're dealing with drug addicts. When I did business, we had a methadone clinic behind us, and it wasn't very good. So the other questions I have is, again, I could be totally off on this, but in today's world, it's in the news. A lot of people try to talk people into doing things, like with the kids, what sex they are and everything. And I don't know what the laws are in this state on it, but if anything like that's discussed, I hope that any minors, the parents, have something to say in their ability in that hospital. I don't know what the law is, but the parents of the minor should be included in their medical decisions. And you've heard me in this room before. I grew up above a funeral home. I picked up people who put guns to their head. I was in a relationship with someone who's bipolar, so I get it all. It's important to do. But again, there has to be a place, it has to be done right. And I hope the doctors and the people you hire, I have nothing about the building. It's the people working there, that they're there for the patient, not for a political agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this point, I'm opening the floor up to commissioner questions. Vice Mayor White, you're up.
Yes, I just had a question about the location. You said something about Citizens Parkway. Could you I can't figure that out.
It doesn't exist today.
Right, but it does.
Well,
Not in this area.
This would be the road I'm referring to.
Okay, so is that, it's going to go around? Because the firehouse is on Citizens Parkway right now, so it's going to curve around. That's why I just can't get my bearings there.
So currently, it's platted already. This right here is what they're talking about doing. This is the project site.
Right.
And this is the proposed road.
But
If I may, Mayor?
City Manager, go ahead.
I believe her question is related to the other Citizens Parkway that is already in existence, that is about 2 blocks over. So I think, Vice Mayor, the street that you're looking at, that he's calling Citizen Parkway, is a different street that has yet to be built in his model of presentation.
All right, but it's going to have the same name?
Not sure if that's possible, but I'm just trying to clear up where the 2 different streets lie.
Right.
That's what the street was platted as, but we can change the name.
Yes.
If that's necessary.
About 2 blocks over, there's already a street called Citizens Parkway that houses a police station.
But
And it's very, very close to where you are.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner McDowell is chomping on the bit for a follow-along question. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
If we come right back to you?
Sure. It's
Go
not
ahead,
really a
Commissioner.
question, it's to help answer her question. Citizens Parkway starts at Toledo Blade, goes past Palm Port, down to the
Yes.
fire station.
Yes.
It curves around,
Yes.
crosses Toledo Blade, further to the south, and then comes back up north to Price Boulevard. So it makes a loop.
Okay, so
And it's
that's
all called Citizens Parkway.
right. So this is that.
This is
far down.
part of the loop that has not been constructed yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner McDowell.
I just had one more question about one of the conditions about a 15% gopher tortoise survey, and that was done in 2021. So will there be another one done?
Yeah, Carl Benj. Yes, so that's a requirement for environmental, and yeah, they'll probably have to redo it again.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner McDowell.
Yes, my only question is, and I understand that this is going to be exempt from ad valorem taxes. Is that was in the staff report? That this property is going to be exempt from ad valorem taxes because, I don't know, that's why I'm asking the question. There's a thing in the staff report that says this development could qualify for an ad valorem tax exemption, which would lower the net benefit.
Well, Acadia is a publicly traded company, and but it is not a non-for-profit. So
It's not
it is not.
non-for-profit?
It is not non-for-profit.
It should be subject to taxes.
Yeah, so
Well, that's different than the responses that we received from staff. Okay. So my follow-up question, I guess, is for staff. And I can pull up the email.
I think there's a huddle going on.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
I apologize. So if there are any nonprofit components, those could be available for ad valorem.
They just said they're for For-profit.
Right, I'm just saying if there are any non-for-profit
Okay. That
activities,
really
those
wasn't
activities.
clear in the response that I read. And my question was going to be, are they, if they have any nonprofit components, will they also be subject to the non-ad valorem assessments for fire, road and drainage?
I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. It's not going to change my decision on approving this, but we really need to get to the bottom of that before it's too late. Because if there is a non-ad valorem exemption, that really needs to be conveyed to the commission as soon as possible.
We can get you a response.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mayor, and when you're ready, I'll be happy to make a motion.
Sure, hang on to that thought. I have a question and a comment. One of the challenges and issues we see a lot with our homeless, many of whom have mental health issues and substance abuse issues. They get taken to the emergency room in the city, and then for lack of anything else, they're often discharged to the street. What do you expect your outreach or treatment plan might be for that type of person?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Jeffrey Woods, and I've been sworn. Homelessness is often a symptom of chronic persistent mental illness that is untreated. It's often a secondary condition related to medication noncompliance. We will be partnering with the emergency departments and other healthcare providers throughout the community to assist with that. We are an EMTALA receiving facility, and if you don't know what that means we are bound by the federal statutes that govern the Emergency Medical Labor and Treatment Act, which means we don't get to ask, nor will we ask, whether a patient has money. We will take care of the patient because they have a need. Now, that means we will be partnering with the emergency departments, and we haven't gotten there yet with the emergency departments, but I have a feeling, because it happens all over the country, and I should mention, we have nearly 250 hospitals and treatment centers across 39 states and Puerto Rico. This is all we do, and we do it all day long. And our partnerships in the community are critically important to us, and that includes offering with emergency departments to embed our own clinical staff into their emergency departments to assist them with the evaluation, management, treatment, and disposition of psychiatric patients to get them out of the emergency department and into a treatment environment that's appropriate for them. So we will be doing that. And the same with law enforcement. We expect and hope to have very close, tight relationship and be supportive in all respects.
Great, I'm very glad to hear that. I was a psychology undergraduate student in the mid-1970s, so I had a front row seat to the deinstitutionalization of mental health in the United States. And the plan was that the large state hospitals would be replaced by a network of smaller community-based facilities. So although it is 50 years later, don't do any math, I'm glad to see it happening. It's much needed, and I'm just really glad to see it happening. So thank you.
Absolutely. Madam Mayor, I will mention that there are something on the order of 70,000 patients every single day in the United States who need acute level of care for behavioral health, and there's no place for them to go. It is staggering.
Yep.
So we are grateful for the opportunity of service to this great community.
Yeah, and I think I speak for all of us. We'll be grateful to have you here.
Have you here. Welcome.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not seeing any other commissioner questions, so closing arguments. Staff, you're up first.
Lori Barnes, Planning and Zoning Manager. I have been sworn. In closing, as a follow-up to Commissioner McDowell's question, the Florida statutes do not offer exemptions for non-ad valorem assessments. And that information regarding the potential for ad valorem tax exemption was included in the staff report in the event this hospital was a nonprofit or had nonprofit components. Staff was simply trying to be transparent about the possibility that the revenue to the city may be lower than anticipated if one of those conditions did exist. And staff does respectfully request that the commission approve the DMP for Acadia Health.
Thank you, staff. Applicant, closing arguments?
No other comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So at this point, I will close this public hearing and request a motion.
If I
You
may,
wanna go
Mayor?
ahead? Yep.
Sure. I move to approve DMP 22-133 with the conditions 1 through 15 as outlined in the staff report, and approve waiver number 1 for the fence. And find that based on the competent substantial evidence, the development master plan meets the standards in section 53.7 of the ULDC.
Terrific. Do I hear a second?
You do.
Okay, great. We have a motion on the floor to approve DMP-22-133 with the conditions outlined in the staff plan, 1 through 15, and with a waiver for the fence or wall requirement, and find that based on competent substantial evidence, the development master plan meets the standards in section 53-7 of the Unified Development Code. The motion maker was Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Anything to that?
I would.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for wanting to call Northport home and helping our residents in the surrounding community. Having residents have to travel, God only knows where, way into Charlotte County or way up into Sarasota County. It's a really long way for families to be able to stay connected and help with that care plan. So thank you for being here. Thank you for wanting to be here. And I look forward to your ribbon cutting.
Okay, with that,
Just a comment, I'd like to ditto Commissioner McDowell's comments. Yeah, city our size and growing as we are, it's a much needed facility. We appreciate your investment in our community. Thank you.
okay, folks, let's vote. And that motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Welcome aboard. It is now 8:08. I think it's time for a break. So I'm going to recess this meeting until 8:20. Thank you.
195 square mile drainage area flows through DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties, then through our city to exit at Charlotte Harbor. As the city of Northport is located at the low end of the Big Slough watershed drainage system, the city's current flooding and water quality conditions are attributed not only to the city's growth, but also to upstream runoff in the DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota County portions of the Big Slough. During significant rain events, ponding can also occur. Ponding occurs in low-lying areas that are characterized by poorly drained or supersaturated soils. With back-to-back rainfall events, the ground is totally saturated, which increases the runoff during a storm. The city works hard to maintain its stormwater conveyance system, which is comprised of roadside swales draining into 79 miles of named waterways and 132 miles of retention ditches that interconnect with each other and with the Myakkahatchee Creek. There are 64 water control structures, of which 23 are gated water control structures, 5 are gated drop structures, 28 are fixed weir structures, and 8 are drop structures. The control elevations of these structures are designed so that water is retained in the waterways in a step-down elevation system configuration. This means the water levels in the waterway segments between structures progressively decrease in elevation from north to south and from east to west. This system configuration allows both retention of stormwater runoff for water quality treatment and storage for potable water use. In preparation for a storm, the gates are opened as needed to convey floodwaters. The city has an ongoing program to inspect and replace old corroded structures. Since 2006, 13 of the high-priority structures have been replaced or rehabilitated. The city also has a program to clear the ditches of sediment deposits that have accumulated over time and clear fallen trees and debris in the Myakkahatchee Creek. This also helps restore the flow capacity of the waterways. Long story short, Northport is prone to flooding, but the city works hard to maintain conveyance channels, water control structures, and procedures put in place to lessen the impact. When there is a hurricane or significant rain event, the city gets into response and recovery mode quickly after. Please stay safe out there.
Oh, you're swimming in the pool?
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line.
Let's resume operations. Everyone, please sit down. Commissioner Stokes, front and center, please.
Waiting on the new guy.
Waiting on the new guy.
How you doing?
Okay, order. Don't make me bang this gavel again. Let's sit down, please, so we can resume. Thank you so very much. Okay, let's move on to ordinance number 2023-05. May I get a motion to direct the city clerk to read this item by title only?
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to direct the city clerk to read this item by title only. The motion maker is Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Let's vote.
I put in a card on this.
There we go.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Take it away, city clerk.
Ordinance number 2023-05, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Section 78-24U, pertaining to discontinuance and abandonment of water, wastewater, and reclaimed water service, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, city clerk. City manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the commission meeting, special meeting on December 8th of 2022, regarding the discussion and possible action and direction regarding water and wastewater-based facility charges and water meter abandonment relative to customers impacted by Hurricane Ian. 3 motions were unanimously approved, and they were: 1, to allow for the property owner to delay payment of the base facility charges for a maximum of 5 years in times of emergency. Also, to direct staff to revise the title section of 78-24U to be abandonment of service versus discontinuance of service, and also to direct staff to add line extension fee specifically to the abandonment of service for consistency in the code section 78-24-U. And staff has drafted the pertinent revisions to this section incorporating the requested changes. So we are here to answer any questions you may have on the submitted ordinance.
Thank you, city manager, for that. I'm opening up the floor to commission questions. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I'm going to start with a comment first. You will remember that a lot of this started because of homes and businesses that were brought to slab because of Hurricane Ian and still having to pay the base facility charges. The intent of the commission was to defer those base facility bills for up to 5 years. There was discussion about what prompted it all was the misunderstanding or the requirement to pay a new capacity fee and remove a meter and reinstall a meter. And we said we have to do something to help the citizens that lost their home, don't have any home there to receive water service. And we came up with deferring that charge, monthly charge, for up to 5 years. So when I am reading this, I am not seeing anything more than just the deferral. It says if the service was abandoned as a result of the emergency, base facility charges would be accrued since the time that they're notified that they don't have to pay that, and it would be deferred. Deferred is not mentioned anywhere in this ordinance. It then goes on to say that they would have to have the meter removed, new capacity fees, reinstallation of the meter, and possible line extension fees when they go to reconnect. That was not part of our intent of our conversation. We just wanted to give these property owners relief from the water-based facility charges that were charged every month, so that when they go to reconnect their home or bring in a mobile home or their business or whatever, all they had to do was make up that arrears as required by our bond covenants. But when I read this, it's still saying that they have to pay a capacity fee, and they have to pay a line extension fee, and they have to reconnect their meter, they have to pay to have their meter out. But it also says all of this must be paid prior to the removal of the meter. It doesn't make any sense. I cannot approve this ordinance as the way that it is written, because the plain language that I am reading is counter to what we had discussed a few months ago.
City Manager, can staff shed any clarification on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Jennifer DeRocher, Assistant Utilities Director. The ordinance was rewritten with the help of the attorney to give the person the option to, if it's as a result of a declared local, federal, or state emergency, that base facility charges accrued from the date of abandonment to the date of restored service for a maximum of 60 months would be applied, or new capacities, new capacity fee and line extension fee. So that is either or, not both.
But if you read the sentence beforehand, it says that the following charges will apply. And I understand that there's an or in here, but it's not very clear. And I read this multiple times from a commission point of view, from a staff point of view, from the citizens' point of view, and I'm just not convinced that it is accomplishing the intent that we truly want to have. The abandonment of service to stop the base facility charges, it's really to defer the base facility charges, not to stop them, because they have to still continue to pay that at some point when they reconnect. But why do you have to remove the meter and then have the meter reinstalled? That's a charge of almost $700 itself, or $400 itself. Why do you have to do that if you're deferring the base charges?
Commissioner, if you have some language you would like to propose in lieu of the language we have, we are happy to hear it and decide upon it to put it into the ordinance.
Okay, so in order to change any of this, the removal of the meter is $77, and to reinstall it is $315 and higher, depending on the meter size, because we're not just talking about homes and business, we're talking about businesses too. Help me understand, why do we have to remove it and reinstall that?
So generally, the meters are removed for any situation when it is abandonment of service. We cannot leave a meter in the ground and not have the charges continue. So we have to remove the meter as just first of all, we have to read that meter every month. If it's in the ground, we can't leave it. It has to come back into our inventory. We can't just leave it at a property if they're not going to have the service available.
But they're on a deferral.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that's saying, yeah, we want service. It's just not going to be until after we get the house put back on or the business back up and running.
But if a meter is in the ground, we can't just ignore it. We have to read it every month. We have to maintain it. We would have to pull it back into our inventory in order to issue it out to someone else, to another property.
I don't remember that part being part of the conversation when we talked in December about removing the meter.
And most of these properties, again, at the same time, they don't really want their meter left in the ground anyway, because it could get damaged during, anytime the home is removed. They have a lot of equipment on the grounds. They really don't want the meter really kind of sitting there anyway, because it could, damage the pipes in the ground or, part of our system as well.
So in the last sentence, it says a meter removal fee will be charged on the account, and all fees on the account, including but not limited to the meter removal and base facility charges through the date of removal, must be paid prior to the removal of the meter. So let's say I want the meter removed February 1st, so I can start deferring payments. I have to pay to have the meter removed and pay the base facility charges right then and there?
Yes, we can figure out exactly how much the daily amount is for that meter, for the base facility charges for whatever date you want it removed up to. And they would be required to pay that full fee, in advance of us actually removing the meter. Yes, that is how we do it, to ensure that the system doesn't have to cover the costs of anybody leaving a bill unpaid, which does sometimes happens, in the event of someone moving or something like that. So we require all that to be paid up front. It's $77, and the base facility charge is, $60 a month, so it's a proration of that amount.
If I might ask a clarification question.
Go ahead.
So the fee isn't deferred at all?
The fee for the future 5 years would be deferred if they would choose that option, yes.
Okay, I guess I'm not reading it right either. So what needs to get paid when the meter is actually removed? Anything that they owe on their water bill up until
Correct.
that point?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
then the meter
maybe if that
removal.
could be clarified a little bit, because I didn't read that either. I sort of interpreted it as all of that payment had to be made at the time the meter was removed, and that wasn't the intention. We wanted to defer it until the end. So I'm not an editor. I couldn't suggest language, but perhaps if you sort of get what we're saying, right, to sort of clarify that a little bit and bring it back
I think so.
at second reading.
Perhaps the attorney can give me a nod if she's understanding as well. No. We will listen to the meeting and we will bring something back. that
I mean,
meets your-
something like a time that the meter is removed, all monies owed to the city for water up until that point need to be paid in full. It just to sort of separate that a little bit more from the deferral. Is that what you were getting at? Yeah. Okay.
The other suggestion is or is such a tiny word, but it has such a massive impact. And I think because you have this big, humongous paragraph that is broken down with little I or double little I, maybe we need to separate it more vividly in the document so that it's reading the following charges will apply I or double I as separate items so that it's more clear, because it sounds like it's all of this is still going to be charged.
Yes, ma'am, we can work on the formatting.
Okay. I would be much more comfortable because I kept reading this as all of this being charged.
So we'll have
So
it.
that these types of revisions, we will not be able to have this back in 2 weeks for second reading.
Understood.
But it's clarification. It's not really changing.
It's revisions to the
Anything.
language, Mayor.
Okay.
It'll take us more time than by tomorrow, which is the deadline for that meeting.
Okay.
I have a question.
Commissioner Stokes.
Just for my clarification, so service is going to be discontinued because the catastrophe occurred. We're going to defer the monthly fee. They have to pay up to that date, which makes sense. The monthly fees going forward up to 5 years are deferred, yet they have to pay for the removal of the meter up front.
They do.
Gotcha. So,
That's fair.
well, not to anybody who doesn't have the money.
That's a lot of money.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any more commissioner questions. City Clerk, do we have any online public comment on this item? We do have one in-house. Mr. Doyle, you're up, 3 minutes.
It's funny. That's exactly what I saw on this ordinance, what you guys are talking about, that threw me for a loop. And is that last line. It says a meter removal fee will be charged on the account and all fees on the account, including but not limited to the meter removal fee, base facility charges through the date of removal must be paid prior to the removal of the meter. To me, that is extortion. Because if you don't pay them, they leave the meter there and they keep charging you a meter fee. You put a lien on my house because you said my grass was an inch too high. If the water company is owed money, you can put a lien on the house, the property. You can charge your interest. You do it to people every day in this city. You do it all the time, but this is extortion. You pay me or I'm going to keep charging you fees. That's exactly what that line says. That's the definition of extortion. Just because you're a government, you don't have a right. Your water company doesn't have the right to extort money from people. Keep charging them fees if they don't want your lousy water. I'll tell you what, if I bought a house in the neighborhood where you made them go to the public water and there's a well in the backyard, I would disconnect from their water on the very first day I owned that house and go back to the well water. You know why? You ever hear what happened up north where people died from town water? Did you hear what happened up in Tampa not too long ago? It was all over the news where people got poisoned from the town water supply. Town water supplies are not safe. You see what's going on in Ohio? You think their water is safe? What a joke. But this is extortion through and through. Unless you know a different terminology what it means. But if you don't do something, I'm going to charge you, and you have to pay me, or I'm going to keep charging you. That's what that line says. You guys are 100% right. That line is totally wrong. And that line's been in that ordinance, and it hasn't changed, and that's not even what you guys were going to change. You were changing everything else. So it's good to know the water company in this city extorts people. And that's what that is, extortion.
At this point, I am closing the public hearing and requesting a motion. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'll make a motion to continue ordinance number 2023-05 to second reading on March 30th with the changes in formatting and cleaning up the last sentence of 7824U for clarity.
Have a motion on the floor to continue ordinance number 2023-05 to second reading on March 30th, 2023, with changes in formatting and clarifying the language in the last sentence of that ordinance. Do I hear a second? Okay, seconded, motion made by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that?
I'd just like to go on record as saying, I don't like the fact that we're going to charge a disconnect fee. We're deferring the monthly because they can't afford it, because they fell on hard times, because a disaster affected their property and they can't live there, and yet we're telling them they got to pay $70, whatever it is. That ought to be deferred. In my opinion, ought to be deferred along with the monthly. Pay their bill current to the point in time the meter's taken out, but the cost of taking out the meter and reinstalling it should be deferred to a point in time when they're back in their home and they can afford it again. That's my take, but.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's nothing else, let's go.
Hold on. Commissioner Stokes, if I may, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Stokes brings up a good point. What is to prevent us from deferring the meter removal and meter reinstallation to when they reconnect to the system? What is preventing us from doing that? I mean, we're the legislators here, and I would love to hear what staff responds to that, because I do agree with Commissioner Stokes.
The only piece that they would be responsible for would be at the time of the meter being pulled, is the meter pull, $77. The meter installation charge would be charged once they want to reconnect. So that is not charged up front. It's only the $77 plus whatever they owe on the account up to that point.
And why can't the $77 be deferred?
If that's the will of the board, we can make whatever happen.
Make a friendly amendment.
I'll make an amendment to defer the $77 the disconnect fee along with the monthly charge until such time as it is reinstalled.
Do I have a second on
I'll
that
second.
amendment?
So you're, just for clarity, you're wanting to defer the meter removal fee to when they actually go to reconnect.
So we have an amendment on the floor to also defer the $77 or whatever the disconnect fee is for that business or residence until they reinstate their service. So if I've got that satisfactorily, let's go ahead and vote. Oh, do you need?
I am so sorry. I apologize. There's one more thing I didn't really think of. Many times when the home is reconnected or the property is reconnected, it is an entirely different person. So you're going to be deferring that removal, $77 removal fee to a new homeowner who had nothing to do with the removal.
Okay with me.
Just wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
Okay, so the amendment stands. City Attorney, did I get a look from you? Did you have something to add? Okay, so the amendment stands. Let's vote on that. And that motion passes 4-1 with that amendment passes 4-1 with Commissioner Emmerich dissenting. Do you want to comment on that, Commissioner?
Yeah, the only comment I had is just what she had brought up, because if it's the individual's responsibility that wants it yanked, they should be responsible for paying it. Now, I had no problems with it being deferred if it was the same individual, but when it becomes a transfer of property, you're also transferring a debt to that new property, and I just don't agree with that. And it being $77, that's why I voted no. It's loss of money to the city for that service if it doesn't get reconnected by the same person.
In that response, though, would the new person have to pick up all the deferred monthlies?
They will.
Right.
We
So if
talked
it's a
about that.
new person, they have to pick up all the deferred, and so they'll have to pick up an additional $77. Okay?
And that's
So
why.
back to the main motion.
As amended.
As amended, we have a motion on the floor to continue ordinance 2023-05 to second reading on March 30th as amended, with changes in formatting and language. We have a motion on the floor. It was made by Commissioner McDowell. Who was my second? Was it you, Commissioner Stokes?
That was, oh, was it me? Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Emmerich was our second on the main motion. Let's go ahead and vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Moving on to general business, item 23-0308, City Clerk. This is your item.
Yes. Give me 1 second. I did not pull it up.
I'm happy to read it, City Clerk, if you'd like me to.
Yes, please.
Okay. This topic pertains to discussion and possible action regarding the presentation of a key to the city to Eugene Matthews at the City Commission regular meeting on March 2nd. I think we need to modify that to our April 6th meeting. Would that be correct? Do we need to update that?
We could do that, or we would have to amend the agenda for March 2nd.
Could we do that?
Yes.
Okay, so let's keep it March 2nd. This request was made by Mark Franson. City Clerk, anything to add on that item?
No, I do not have anything to add.
Okay, I'm opening up the floor to Commissioner questions and/or comments. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I just am embarrassed that this hadn't happened sooner, and I want to thank Mr. Franzen for bringing this forward into our attention so this can be quickly given to Mr. Northport himself. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. I really thought he already had a key to the city. So, thank you.
Commissioner Emmerich, you're up.
Yeah, I posed a question in my one-on-one. And this was for the city manager, did you research and find out for sure that he had not received a key to the city prior, or that he has received a key to the city prior?
City clerk, that would be your job, right?
He has not. I
He has
did check the list and his name is not on it.
Okay, and also now this is in the comment stage because I had talked with Mr. Franson last night at the meeting, and I had made a suggestion as well to this key to the city, and I made a request, and I had talked with Mark about making the whole family, the Gene Matthews family, to receive the key to the city due to the fact that Gene has the support system of his wife, his children, small business, very active in the chamber. And when Mark presented that to Gene and everybody, they were just astounded that they would get the whole family as the recognition. So if Mr. Franson would like to speak a moment on this, this is his item. I would like to have him come up and say a few words if that was okay with you, Mayor.
That would be okay with me. I don't see any other questions or comments
That would
from
be
the
appropriate.
commission. And first up on public comment is Mr. Franson, so perhaps you could address that potential change along with your other comments.
I do not have any opposition to awarding it to the whole family. The whole family has done a lot for the city. I've lived here for about 5 years, and there's not a day that goes by that I do not see something in the city that Gene Matthews has not touched in one way or another. And the whole thing started with the giving of the key to Fred Towers last month. And someone made mention, who was just sitting there, turned to one person and said to the others, you know, why did we wait till he passed? And I would hate to see that happen with Gene. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franson. Andrew Sias, you are up next.
This is probably one of the easiest votes you ever had, which is nice. Sometimes people who do the most for the city are the ones that you always assume got everything.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see, like you said, Mr. Northport gets a key to the city that he's called. And his entire family, whether it goes to his children who are involved in everything from the divas to the chamber, is his daughter-in-law was speaking out for the penny tax, I think. And Lorraine, I'm so glad you include him because Gene, I think, would not be half the person he was without his wife. And thank you for recognizing him for this.
Thank you, Mr. Sias. Mr. Nicastro, you're next up, followed by Justin Willis.
Good evening. Like Mr. Sias said, this is the easiest vote you're ever going to get. For an incredible man and his family with such big hearts that have done so much for this community. I had the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Matthews last night. And Gene is a humble gentleman, his family too, and his wife is incredible. You could not pick more deserving family that have done so much. I've been here over 20 years, and I'm honored to call them friends. And they've done so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicastro. Justin Willis.
My only reason for putting in the card is I wanted to ask you to include the family, which you beat us to that. So thank you for making sure to recognize all of them jointly, because without one, you wouldn't have the other. So it truly has been a family affair since the beginning. So thank you, guys.
You are welcome. You are welcome. Okay, Commissioner McDowell.
Mayor, I have an online public comment as well.
Oh, you do? Okay,
Yes.
go ahead. I thought you had said no. Guess I didn't ask.
Friends of the Matthews family. Commissioners, please consider giving the key to the city to Lorraine Matthews as well as Jean. In everything Mr. Northport did to help the city of Northport, Lorraine was by his side every step of the way. Please do not do two ceremonies because this longtime couple deserves to be celebrated as one couple deeply rooted into securing a safe after-school and summertime haven at the Boys and Girls Club and many, many other opportunities for children in Northport. We can never thank them both for all their hard work in convincing the Sarasota County School Board to buy the land for the Northport High School. Without that forethought, it would have been much longer before a high school was built here. While the couple didn't have their children graduate from Northport High School, thousands of parents have, all thanks to the dedication of Gene Matthews and his lovely wife, Lorraine. Please don't honor one without the other. They are both amazing people who have shown their love for our city through their actions and dedication to all of us. Thank you for your consideration. And that's all.
Okay, thank you for that, City Clerk. I see that Commissioner McDowell has her light on. I hope it's that you're ready to make a motion.
I just have one, I will make two motions if that's okay. But before I make it, we really can't issue a key to the city to Mr. Northport and his family without having some type of proclamation accompanying it. There's a lot of new people that live here in the city of Northport that may, for some strange reason, not know who he is. And I really think that you give a key to the city with a proclamation at the same time, really commemorating everything he has done for the community over the years. And I just wanted to double check, did we say we were going to amend the agenda or we could not amend the agenda?
We could amend the agenda, but not if we're going to add a proclamation. We will not have time for that.
What do you think, my fellow commissioners? I'd rather do everything all at one time. We could also do this, we don't have to do it at the recognition meeting. We can do this at a regular commission meeting, 10 o'clock on that Tuesday. What is it? The 14th, I think it is.
I'm
trying to
the
pull up my
happy
calendar.
meeting happens April 6th. So it would be our next meeting.
But we can always do proclamations and recognition of this kind at a regular commission meeting on, I'm looking for the date, sorry. March 7th. We have enough time to put it on the agenda for March 7th. I'm sorry, March 14th. That's the retreat, thank you. March 14th. Want to do it on March 14th? Instead of waiting until April?
Possible, or I guess you're volunteering to file the paperwork for a proclamation.
Absolutely.
Okay, and could we get it onto the 14th rather than waiting until April? Is it feasible?
It is up to commission if that's what they would like to do.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's do a consensus to do both and have it happen on our first full meeting in March on the 14th. Commissioner McDowell?
I'm a yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Mhm.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich? Okay, that's a wrap.
Okay, so I'll make a motion. I wish we could defer to Mr. Franzen since he was the instigator of this, but that's not allowed. So if you don't mind, Mr. Franzen, may I? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve issuing a key to the city to Gene Matthews and his family to be given to him on March 14th.
We have a motion on the floor to present a key to the city to Eugene Matthews and his family on March 14th, 2023. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I think Commissioner Emmerich beat you to the
He got
punch on
me.
that
I
one.
think all four of you seconded that one.
Okay, why don't we vote on that?
It's good.
And that motion passes as expected unanimously, 5-0. Thank you again, Mr. Franzen, for bringing this forward. On to item number 23-0315, requesting a waiver of time limits for consideration of a special exception following the City Commission's January 10th, 2023 denial of a special exception for a rezone. This is regarding the Pocatello Avenue multifamily SPX-22-123. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. During the City Commission regular meeting held on January 10th, The commission denied the special exception to allow for the multifamily residential use development. Under the ULDC, the application is deemed void and no application for a special exception of the property may be considered within 1 year of the denial unless the city commission by 3 affirmative votes waives time limits. This item is in front of you today to consider waiving the time limit. Our staff and others are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that, City Manager. And just to be clear, this is not to approve the waiver. It's simply to waive the standard 12-month waiting period for a proposal to be brought back before the commission. I'm opening up the floor for any commission questions.
Questions or comments or both? Both. I'll go first. I'm not bashful.
Try poking that again, Commissioner. You're not showing up. Just, we'll go. You're clearly tapping away there, so.
I don't know who or how the code came about to have a 12-month wait if a special exception was denied or approved to have any other activity on that parcel. When I read that years ago, I thought, gosh, that was pretty insightful, because most of the time, if they have to have a special exception and they can't bring something back for 12 months, I immediately took that to be a cooling off period. Cooling off period for staff, a cooling off period for the residents, a cooling off period for the developer. And to me, that was really wise. And I'm not in favor of issuing that waiver. I understand the developer has investors that want to do things on this property, and I get it. I get it. It's their property. They want to kind of move along and do something with it. But we took action. It was denied. And I can't approve waiving that cooling off period. The commission said no to what was being presented. And there's nothing preventing the applicant to come back with exactly the same thing or something completely different. The citizens have been involved in this for a long time, just like the applicant has. But this cooling off period was written in the code for a reason, and I am not inclined to waive that reason. I think it was very, very smart. So I said my piece.
Vice Mayor?
Yes. I would like for us to consider this. I do appreciate what Commissioner McDowell has said, but at the same time, everything has to come back to us anyway, whether it's 12 months or less than 12 months. And would like to see, I would be anxious to see what the applicant has to offer that would be different from the first time for us to consider it, rather than waiting a year. We heard 2 DMPs today, and one of our citizens did say, people have a right to develop their property, and like to hear what would be different. If it's nothing different, then we say that's our opportunity to say we deny it again. But I don't understand why there was a 12-month waiting period other than a cooling off. Well, they would have to do that sooner than 12 months and present whatever they would present in 12 months. I don't see what the difference would be. If it's not something that we think is suitable, or we would deny it again. That's what I have to say for now.
Okay, Commissioner Stokes?
Well, while the code does provide for 12 months. It also provides that a request can be made of the commission to shorten that period of time. If we go back to the date when this request for special exception was denied, piggybacking right behind that agenda item was the DMP, where the project itself could be discussed, talked about, looked at. The commission chose to deny the request for special exception, even though staff clearly recommended and suggested and advised commission as their subject matter experts that all the requirements for a special exception were met. It's not to say that the project should or shouldn't be approved. That's something that during the DMP process, the commission would review, ask questions, make suggestions, and then determine whether or not this project made any sense. And at this point in time, none of us can say whether it makes sense or not, since none of us have actually seen the DMP and spent the time to have that give and take. This is a property that's zoned OPI, and it's a property that we would like some commercial development on.
Commissioner, I would caution the commission not to discuss the merits of the special exception that you heard before. Pursuant to our code, that application has become void, and we don't know what a future special exception on the property might be. But you would have an opportunity at that time to fully discuss it in a quasi-judicial hearing.
All I'd say then is the applicant has a willingness to address the concerns the commission had. I don't see any reason why we should force them to wait a year to come back when it can be done in 6 months. It's plenty of time for everybody to cool off. And at that point in time, commission can evaluate this project and decide whether or not it makes any sense. I see no reason to arbitrarily force this applicant to wait 12 months when, they have every right to ask that we shorten it. And I don't really see what 6 months difference is going to make, just like Commissioner White said. So I would suggest that we give consideration to this particular applicant. This is an applicant who has been in our community, invested in our community, owns lots of property in our community, has been a good neighbor to our community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner. I also fall into that camp. The developer and the property owner have shown an openness and a willingness to make some changes to the plan that might potentially make it more palatable to the community and more valuable to the city in terms of commercial development. And I also don't see any reason to force the conversation out 12 months. And if with staff's help, they're ready to come back in 5 or 6 months, I'm perfectly open to reviewing their proposal at that time. Commissioner McDowell, I see you're up for a second comment.
If this waiver is granted, will the applicant have to start the entire process from square one?
I think we have Ms. Ray coming down to provide clarity on that.
I want it on the record.
Good evening. Yes, they would have to start over. So that 12 months, what it said wasn't a 12-month timeline for it to come back to you. It was a 12-month timeline for anything to be submitted to the city. So they would have had to wait 12 months, or if this waiver is not approved, they would have to wait 12 months to submit a new application to the city. And as we all know, the planning process doesn't work quickly. So it would be anywhere from probably another 6 to 8, 10 months before it came back to the commission after that. So close to 2 years, a year and a half to 2 years before you would see it again. Whereas they would submit a new application if this waiver is granted. If they submitted the new application tomorrow, you still probably won't see it for 6 months, at least.
But every single thing has to be done over. Neighborhood meeting, traffic impact statement, everything has to be done over.
Yes.
Yes, and to clarify again, the code specifically says, once you all make your decision, that application is void. So there is nothing to act on. We have to get everything completely new.
Right.
And it could be for a different request. I mean, we don't know.
It
what
could
it
be,
is.
it could be completely different. It could be a modification of what they had previously. We don't know until we get the submission from the applicant.
Thank you for that, Ms. Ray. Vice Mayor, you're next.
Yes, I just wanted to comment. I know a lot of people feel very passionate about developing this property. I know what that's like, but I also know that it is going to be developed into something. And dealing with the environmental issues for decades as I have, I've come to learn that when I talk to people that they would like to see things stay the way it is, but they don't own the property, and it's going to be developed into something, and that it's not going to remain green space. That's not what it is. And I know you wouldn't think I would be saying something like that, but I've always taken a practical viewpoint with the development of property, that it's going to be developed. It's just how it's developed that we can control somewhat with our ordinances. But something is going to go there. And I really would like to see what the applicant would bring back, because we all heard from the first round what people didn't like, what maybe we didn't like. So I don't really see a problem in just giving it a second go-around.
Thank you for that, Vice Mayor. I'm not seeing any other lights on, so let me ask City Clerk, do we have any online public comment on this item? We have several in-house, so let me call up 2 or 3 people, and if you can all come and just sort of be at the ready in the front row, that would be helpful. Elaine Emmerich first, Gary Thalman second, John Seep third. If you gentlemen could come down and just be ready.
I think Elaine's for the next one.
We're on the waiver.
I have her card as 7B0363. Oh, it was mismarked. Okay. Linda Grother, you'll be third.
Only because I know her.
I would say you do. Thank you. Mr. Tallman, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm setting this up for my friend to speak after me. Heather, I need sworn.
This isn't quasi-judicial, so you're good.
Thank you, Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Gary Thalman. I'm a 20-year resident of Northport and the current HOA president of Sumter Green, which is a very beautiful 38-home development located just west of the proposed apartment building on Pocatello. My address is 5042 Greenway Drive. We, the Sumter Green HOA residents, and our nearby neighbors at Country Club Ridge and Eastern Pocatello Avenue are respectfully requesting the City Commissioners vote this evening to deny the Amplo development request for waiver on tonight's agenda. The same facts, logic, and common sense should still apply to the waiver request that applied to the special exemption that was denied by a 3-2 vote on January the 10th. And that's exactly 80 days from today. Get my glasses for a second. The waiver should be denied because the proposed use is not consistent with the intent, goals, objectives, policies, and programs of the City of Northport's comprehensive plan
and the intent of the zoning district as defined in the Unified Land Development Code for the area in which the property is located. Second, the intensity of the proposed use is not harmonious with the character or other uses of the neighborhood. That says it all, and that was said 80 days ago. So to be honest with you, we're shocked that you'd come back and ask that this be approved in such a short period of time. And I'm not the only speaker that's going to stand here today and tell you that, because we are vehemently opposed to an apartment building at that location. If you want to put an OPI there, a medical facility or whatever, as we discussed before, we're all for that. But we are vehemently opposed to the apartment. And that's all I can really say. So thank you for the opportunity to speak again tonight.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Seep, am I pronouncing your name correctly, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Seep, thank you.
Let me get this up and running. Thank you. Commissioner McDowell, I totally agree with you. I was inspired by your words and then disappointed that I heard the words following this. I remember on January 10th, the justification for the denial was because of an imbalance between commercial and residential, which currently exists in Northport. This morning, I was honored to attend the governor's presentation just north of us at PGT. It's the largest private employer in Sarasota County. Governor DeSantis reviewed what has been so successful for Floridians since he was elected in 2018, and how we as a state navigated through the COVID pandemic by bold leadership. Based upon what is best for all Floridians. You each were elected for the same purpose, to make leadership decisions based upon facts and information, being courageous. Where am I at? That's why I don't like doing this, but I have to. Being courageous and making the right decisions for everybody in Northport. On January 10th, three of you determined that this proposal does not move Northport toward a healthy mix, but rather away from it. Well, at least one of the other two votes was not made boldly due to fear of being sued. Unbelievable to hear that in a memorable item for sure going forward. Those that were fearful last time, please gather your grit and clarity of purpose. This time by voting unanimously against waiving the 12-month cooling off period. We have reasons for such things, and I implore you to adhere to them. Let's keep our eye on the compass, not wander about aimlessly, which is what you'll each appear to be doing if you vote anything but against this request for breaking the guidelines established by our community, which you represent. I appreciate the time and consideration as a member of this community and as acting Secretary of the Sumter Green Homeowners Association. Like Governor DeSantis, please lead with strong, compassionate courage, doing the right thing for the benefit of all in this community of Northport. People here want leaders who are willing to speak the truth, stand for what's right, and demonstrate the courage necessary to lead. We have excessive amount of residential already. Use your time wisely, solving the imbalance we currently have facing us, not compounding the problem. The buck stops here. Vote no on this waiver request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Linda Grother. And before you start, ma'am, my next three speakers in order, James Murphy, Deanna Lamoureux, and Mark Lamoureux. Go ahead.
Thank you. I came here this evening prepared, but the discussion that was just up there threw everything right out the window. I am not against development. I am a business person. I have had 9 hotels. I have had sweet scoops. I have had a car wash. I have had a warehouse in Northport. I am all about business, but I am not for it when it affects the residents unjustly. And another apartment or that many more homes in our area affects us unjustly. And everything's just out the window here. I was disappointed in the 2 that voted the opposite way on this last one because we worked hard to get you elected, and you didn't speak for us. You did
Quiet,
not speak
please,
for
in
us.
the room.
And I'm so disappointed. But the only thing I can tell you is I thought the city had the foresight to have that 12-month requirement, and I think they were wise. We're all for OPI. We want something that will benefit us. That will benefit us. That means we don't have to go traveling out 5 miles, 10 miles. Maybe the services we need will be right outside our door. That would benefit us. And I hate tearing down trees. I have 5 acres in Port Charlotte that you probably pass by every time you go there that you don't know exist. It's beautiful. It is behind the Days Inn that I owned. And I loved every tree on that, and the storm took them down. Yeah, I feel that loss. Yes, you can develop that land, but make it beneficial to the residents who have been here for so long and supported this town. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Murphy?
I'm imploring the board to again deny this waiver and not change its occupancy use and keep the parcel's designation the same with no change. We really want to protect what makes this area and its community special. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Miss Diana? Deanna, I'm sorry.
I'm Deanna Lamoureux. I have 3 minutes, and I know what I want to say, and I'm not sure I can cover it all, but I have points. I know what I wanted to say, but then each of you made a statement before we got started, so I'm going to do my best to address each one. First of all, I want to say thank you for the vote you took in January. That was the correct one. Sir, you said something about what is the big deal with 6 months. Well, it's been 5 months since Ian hit, and I'm still in an RV in my house. And I don't expect my house to be ready in the next 6 months. So 6 months is a big deal as far as construction and progress and redevelopment goes. And then someone mentioned that this landowner is a good neighbor. Well, if he's such a good neighbor, why did he want to build something that does not fit within the existing code? Why couldn't he build something within the code that's there without needing a special exemption? And someone else mentioned that the process of filing things is not smooth. Dealing with an insurance company, I know it's not easy, but yet that requirement was put in there for a reason, so that everyone can regroup and go on. So the 12 months was a reason for them to cool off. We have a lot going on. We all need to cool off. We all have repair and rework that we need to do. And the fact is that what they are asking for in a neighborhood is a request for a waiver to have consideration for a special exemption. 2 things that don't fit. They need a special exemption to build what they want to build, for starters, which they didn't get. They didn't show it was justified. And now, they want a special waiver so they don't have to go by the rules of the 12-month waiting period. And Northport has a lot going on. I don't think that they need to rush this and just get it through and let this person build something that no one in the community wants. It will not be beneficial. And that's all I have right now. I have more, but that's all the time I have. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, ma'am. Mark Lamoureux, you're up next.
Thank you. I'm a 12-year resident of Northport, and I don't have much to say. My wife covered a lot of it. The main thing that I want to say is that the commission, the city commission, there are representatives. And as far as I have found in my neighborhood, I don't know one person that wants apartment buildings built there. And you people represent us just like any other representative. And no one wants these apartments that live there. The only people that want it, somebody that lives in, on the other side of or in Welland Park or whatever, they don't care because they don't have to live there. It takes sometimes 2 light cycles now to get from my house coming out of McKibben to get onto 41. There's so much traffic, it's ridiculous. 107, no, it doesn't fit. You denied it because it doesn't fit. Deny it now. I wouldn't be here if they wanted to build something else like hospital, doctor's offices and stuff like the lady said. I wouldn't even be here then. Go ahead, build it. They're going to build something there. But we don't want apartments. So to rehash this is ridiculous. Please vote to get rid of apartments, build something that we want, like she said, that will benefit us, not destroy our neighborhood. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. My last 3 speakers in order, Kurt Loomis, Alan Hale, and Justin Willis.
Okay, I'm Kurt Loomis. I live in the Hunter, the HOA off of Sumter Green, and this is emotional for every single one of us. And we all got our own reasons. It could be hurricane, it could be living in your driveway in your RV, it could be not having a roof on your head, it could be, all the worries we discussed with you last time, which there was tremendous amount of concern. But oh my God, here we are 6 weeks later, after your decision last time, which was absolutely adequate. It was proper. There was no fear in any of the women on this board. I'm very proud of you for all standing up and doing the right thing. I don't like what I hear right now as your opening comments saying, oh, give him a chance, give him a chance. No, we just shot it down 6 weeks ago. What are we doing? I consider this pretty disturbing. It's an insult. It's an insult to your decision. It's an insult to the community. It's an insult to everyone standing here that's totally against it. I represent the 400 people I submitted in that petition. I feel that a lot of them can't be here because of their circumstances, living in their RV in the driveway or whatever it might be. Working, I work 10 hours a day, every day, minimum. I'm here because I have invested interest in this, just stopping complete multifamily construction project where it's obviously an OPI. Bring it on. We're ready for OPI. We want doctors' offices in there. We want jobs in there. We don't want this catastrophe. They're building these catastrophes everywhere. The presentation that that gentleman had earlier was in the middle of nowhere off River Road. That's where these type of projects should belong. Connected to one another, great, but out there, not in our homes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Hale, you're up next.
Alan Hale, Northport. Good evening, Commissioners. I realize that this issue is about shortening the length of time until they come back with different ideas. I've basically I can't see how they'll arrive at anything different unless it's a profound change, because the OPI, the basic difference between the OPI and the multifamily is that in the OPI, the people go home at the end of the day, and the whole area becomes quiet. When you have people that take up occupancy in expensive condos, and it's not going to be, no matter what they told you, it's not going to be affordable housing. That's debate. No, it's going to be very expensive condos. And if you cut down all the trees, what these people are looking down at is going to be the backyards of the people in my neighborhood. And I don't think they're going to get along. That's basically put. And that's based on what happened up in Venice, as I told you about earlier. Right away, the people, they went and built neighborhoods out into agricultural land. And right away, the phones started ringing about the roosters crowing and the smell of pigs. And no, I can't see how shortening this is going to make them arrive with them become something basically really radically to approval of everybody. So no, I would urge you just to stay the course. Deny it. What is there to be gained by extending it even more time? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Willis?
Justin Willis, Northport. It's so, I hate change. Let's start with I hate change. And with that said, sometimes change is necessary. Sometimes, I mean, how many of you guys up there were here when the Victoria Club Apartments was being built? Alice, I'm pretty sure, Commissioner White, I'm pretty sure you were. And not in my backyard was the number one thing that was said. And it's the same area. Personally, I have a client that called me today. She's currently living in her car in a parking lot because she can't find adequate housing. We have no apartment complexes with leftover space, and every single one of them are full. The houses in the low-income areas are riddled with damage, and people living in their cars or living in RVs. For Pete's sakes, we pretty much lived in a tent in our backyard, and we were in the Cranberry District. So it just depends on what part of the city you're on and how bad the storm really affected you. And I get that each of these are emotional decisions, but I'm a policy person, and I love policy. And you have a policy in place in front of you that gives you the ability to make a decision to accept or to give a special acceptance on time. Doesn't mean you have to accept anything. Doesn't mean that you're agreeing to anything, except for agreeing to hear somebody out for a second time. Imagine if you would have told Victoria Club Apartments no, even after all those residents came in here and threw a fit and said, not my backyard. What if you would have told them no then? I know you guys weren't up here making that decision, but that's a big asset to this city in such a small little way, because it does provide realistic rental prices. Do I know what the landowner or the developer are going to bring back? No, but neither do any of you, and neither do the people that are speaking in here. So there was a lot of conversation about, we have to make exceptions for these different things, and we have to look at this, but we're not willing to make an exception at the same time as making those statements. So if we want exceptions to be made, we have to make it for everybody. And it sometimes it sucks, and sometimes it hurts our feelings. But in reality, these people bought property in our city to develop, to grow our city, to grow for us, to develop for us. And I understand that some people may really not like an apartment complex, but when you have the amount of residents that are living out of their cars, living out of RVs, having an apartment complex where somebody can go and stay temporarily does make a big difference. Imagine if that apartment had been opening up right as the hurricane hit. We'd have however many families with access to some form of housing today. So I'm not telling you to make an agreement to what's being presented. I'm asking you to make an exception to hear what is the plan. I'm kind of curious as what the plan is, and I'd love to hear it at the same time as you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. I don't have any more cards on this topic, so at this point, I'm requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I move to approve the request to waive the time limits of ULDC Section 53-264A for filing a special exception for the property that was the subject of special exception petition number SPX-22-123, and that consists of approximately 11.71 acres located at the southeast corner of South Sumter Boulevard and Pocatello Avenue.
I have a motion on the floor to approve the request to waive the time limits of ULDC Section 53-264A for filing a special exemption for the property that was the subject of a special exception petition number SPX-22-123, and that consists of approximately 11.71 acres located at the southeast corner of South Sumter Boulevard and Pocatello Avenue. The motion maker is Vice Mayor White. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second, Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that? I'm not seeing anything, so let's vote. And that motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner McDowell absenting.
May I speak, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Before everybody clears the room, could you please just wait a minute until this whole item is done? The commission spoke. I voted against granting a waiver to have the applicant bring something back sooner than 12 months. I want all of you to make sure you understand, we did not approve any development on that property. All right, I voted against giving the applicant the opportunity to bring something forward sooner than 12 months. Nothing has been approved on this property, nothing. No special exceptions, no apartments, no OPI. Nothing has been approved on this property. All that was approved tonight, 4-1, was to allow that applicant to bring something forward sooner than the 12-month code. That was all. I still voted against it because I firmly believe everybody needed a cooling off period. And that 12-month in that code was the way to get that accomplished.
Thank you for that, Commissioner.
Because everybody thinks
They'll get their way anyway. They always do.
they didn't on January
Please,
10th.
let's restore order to the room. Thank you. Moving on to item number 23-0363, a discussion regarding the placement of signs from private individuals, businesses, and other entities in the public right-of-way. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In light of the Supreme Court's Reed versus Gilbert decision and possible conflicts within the city's regulations of the Unified Land Development Code and Code of Ordinances on temporary signage in the right-of-way in April of 2022, the city stopped approving temporary signs in the right-of-way until the ULDC and city code could be rewritten to ensure compliance with the Reed versus Gilbert decision. This step was taken as a proactive measure to prevent the city from being exposed to litigation for infringement of First and 14th Amendment rights, free speech, and equal protection based on the Reed versus Gilbert decision. The Planning and Zoning Division, as part of the ULDC rewrite, will be reviewing all existing sign regulations, applicable case law, and best practices regarding temporary signs and off-site signs to ensure the new regulations do not impinge on constitutional rights and provide for equal protection under the law. Staff anticipates the amended ULDC regulations as a whole to be adopted in the fall of 2023 with an effective date of January of 2024. Our team is ready to answer any questions you have regarding our role in this process.
Thank you for that, City Manager. At this point, I'm opening up the floor to commission Comments and questions? I think Vice Mayor, you're requesting to speak. Go ahead.
Yes.
System's a little slow tonight.
Right, so we have to do something, is what I'm understanding, because of that Supreme Court ruling. My understanding is it's all or nothing. So if we allow signs in the right of way, then it's any sign that has to go in the right of way. I think I'm understanding that correctly. So that is something to consider. And it's also the granting permission, if I understand that, is what is the big concern here, is that we're granting permission for certain people to put signs in the right of way and not others based on what those signs say, and that has been ruled not constitutional. So that is what we're talking about here. So I'd like to hear what my fellow commissioners think about this. That one of the options would be just not to allow any signs in right-of-ways. And that would be business signs as well. Well, they're not allowed anyway, but no signs in right-of-ways would be permitted. However, private property is still okay. I think I have that right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm just curious what everybody else has to say about this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Stokes?
Thank you for letting me go next. Well, clearly the Supreme Court ruled in 2015 that signs that were content or ordinances, sign ordinances that were content driven are unconstitutional. For 7 years, commissions in this city have done nothing. Nothing at all. And now, with a recent ruling in a neighboring community and visibility on this subject, we are faced with having to follow the law. A law that's going to hurt businesses, it's going to hurt nonprofits, it's going to hurt the chamber, it's going to hurt everybody. But commission is obligated to follow the law. So what happens? I mean, everybody's going to suffer. No real estate signs can be out there in the right-of-ways. No signs for anything, really. No political signs during campaign season. The ability to redraft this ordinance is a 6 to 8 month, I hear, process at the earliest. You would hope that we could just take something from somewhere and adapt it, but it appears we can't. So we have a period of time, whether it's 6 months, 8 months, that we're in no man's land. The reality is that we can direct staff to expedite the rewriting of the sign ordinance, and I think that's a good thing, but it's not going to shorten the time to a matter of a couple of months. I don't see how the commission can ignore the law, but there's an ancillary issue here, which is the city, which has a legal right to put signs in the right-of-ways. Legal right, as I understand it. Yet, is there a moral right to do that? If we are going to deny people to put signs out until this ordinance is rewritten, then my belief is the city ought to suffer right along with it and let Parks and Recs and every other area of our city have to suffer and find other ways to promote their business, because this is not a happy day for us all. This is a miserable situation that for 7 years got ignored. And here we are. So my take is, we gotta follow the law, but, you know, if we have to follow the law, the city should follow the law. We may have a legal right as the city, but you know what? The people own the city. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stokes. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, I had some lengthy conversations on this.
Yeah, I could imagine.
But Vice Mayor is correct, you know, it's either all or nothing. Well, let's look at the all side of the factor. If all signs were permitted out there, it could become littered completely. I mean, you could have thousands upon thousands of signs without anybody going out there and taking care of them or whatnot. They're sat out there until they're wasting away, and, you know, that could be very unsightly. So I lean to the part where it goes, you know, all or nothing. Well, nothing keeps the city clean. But it's also gonna create a little bit of turmoil within the city, especially with the enforcement of that. So that's left to the city manager and staff to go ahead and enforce the law that's put in place. And whatever they're doing now, it's not working because there's still signs everywhere out there. So do we beef up staff? Again, that's up to the city manager and his prerogative on how the enforcement goes. So I would stay where we're at and just say none, no signs permitted. And that's where I'm leaning.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah. Shortly after I got elected, shortly before I got elected, I was campaigning. Gilbert Reed came down the pipe. And I remember sitting in a meeting with University of Florida, and they said, this has got to get changed in our code almost immediately. Here we are, how many years later, and it hasn't been changed. I am not faulting any of the existing staff. I'm not faulting any of the previous staff. I am just faulting the fact that it never got changed. And we have had multiple additions to parts of our code since then that added special event and allowing signage. We have had multiple amendments to that special event code. And nobody said, hey, yeah, I need to look at the compliance and the constitutionality and all of that. We approved various amendments to the special event code. I don't know why it never got changed. But here we are today because multiple people wanted to put out event signs and was told no. We had an event that the application came in on the same day as the memo, but the permit was approved 2 months later. That said, no signs in the right-of-way. So the memo came out that said, no signs in the right-of-way in May, but at the end of June, they approved a special event allowing the signs in the right-of-way. Defies logic. The problem is, if we allow the code, if we allow all signs, as much as I love the signs that say, I love Debbie all over the city, those won't be allowed to be out there.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
I've seen them everywhere. You guys need to get your eyes checked.
I know it's getting late, but let's stay on task.
I'm trying to add some humor to this.
You did.
Okay. We cannot allow the city to look like crap like it does. Every corner has 50 million signs. No, we do not need to hire staff to go out and remove those signs. I am sure there are plenty of people that would love to help and just do that at no charge. But as I said to city manager in an email, 100% in agreement with what Commissioner Stokes said. What is good for the goose is good for the gander, and we cannot have a double standard.
That's right.
If the citizens cannot put signs out in the city right away for a special event that brings and draws people here, for events that we want people to come here, neither should the city. Granted, the city does have an obligation to place signs that say, boil water, lock your cars, those safety requirements. That's not what I'm talking about. Those should be allowed. That is why they are allowed in the city right away, that kind of signage. But to advertise a special event when the chamber or any nonprofit or any business cannot advertise that same way, neither should the city. We have to get this code updated. The sooner, the better. We can create a code that allows regulations of content as long as everybody has the same regulations. So those I Love Debbie signs that are all over can only be X size. They can only be on the same color. They can only be 1 or 2 colors. They can only be staked. There's a variety of ways we can do this sign code so that we can see those I Love Debbie signs all over the city that I see that for some reason nobody else is seeing. We need to do it soon. We need to make sure that the citizen events can happen. But in the meantime, what are we supposed to do? Ban all signs. We can't follow the code, it's unconstitutional. So I would like to see, as much as city manager said that the code is going to be adopted in September, I'm not sure that's going to happen. I don't know. That remains to be seen. Maybe we can kick this into high gear. I'm sure everybody's working on it already. I mean, the memo came out in May of last year, and this is supposed to be like super important. Maybe it's already underway. I don't know. That's a question I have to ask staff. But we can't just look at the sign code. We also have to look at Chapter 53, Section 265, to make sure that when we're changing the sign code, we're also changing the special event code. So I just need to know if we can move this forward, how far along staff is on this Chapter 4 of the ULDC, the sign code portion of Chapter 4.
So we have been working on this, and we are, that is in Chapter 4 of the ULDC rewrite. We are on schedule to bring Chapter 4 forward to the Planning and Zoning Board and the Commission in the May-June timeframe. Now, as far as expediting it ahead of time, as much as I want to get this done, I really do. The problem with trying to adopt a sign code ahead of time is the same problem we're having trying to adopt parking regulations ahead of time. We've been working on that now since a year, almost a year. Well, I've only been here for a little over a year, but the problem when we're trying to do an entire rewrite of the code, the format is different, the section numbers are different, the chapter numbers are different, the references and cross-references to other parts of the code are different. If we try to pull that out now and rewrite a sign code, we're not just rewriting the sign regulations. As Commissioner, you just said, we're also having to rewrite the special event regulations. We also have provisions in the code, city code, that have to be cross-referenced and rewritten. We would be writing that code that we pull out not to match the format of the ULDC rewrite. We would have to write it to match the format of what's there today, what's adopted today. You would essentially have us writing 2 ordinances, one for the current ULDC, and we would have to completely do a separate one for the ULDC rewrite. You're not getting anything done sooner. You're actually pushing the entire effort out further.
Fair enough. Thank you
So
for that
as much
answer.
as I would like to get it done sooner,
Thank
I
you for
want to
that
be
answer.
honest with you and let you know that it is twice as much work, both for us and for you and our planning and zoning board.
Are you done, Commissioner?
For now.
This was a tough one for me because I am well aware of the fact that our city sits in between two media markets, Sarasota and Fort Myers. We are not big advertisers in either of those mediums, and so I'm very aware that we are underserved by both broadcast TV and radio. And I believe that signs, events, special event signs in the swale do deliver participants in our events. I totally get that. But when I came back down to earth on this topic and did my due diligence and researched the Supreme Court ruling and researched some other lawsuits that subsequently happened, I learned a bunch of things. One is that our Director of Neighborhood Development Services is well within her authority to interpret and take action. And although I did not like her ruling, I have to thank her for forcing the issue because this has festered for 7 years and we can't allow that kind of thing to continue. In the intervening time, City Attorney weighed in, did her work, and determined that even event signs, it's do you want to weigh in?
I do not, and I think that the discussion can proceed without
Really
legal
getting
weighing on
into
it.
that. Okay, she weighed in and the signs should not be allowed. I also learned that our city manager has the authority to approve actions that go against city code when those codes are determined to be illegal. So here we are. So I have no choice in my thinking that until, well, I have no choice in my thinking that we need to be all or nothing when it comes to those signs. And for all the reasons I've stated, my position is nothing until we have an opportunity to get to that section of the ULDC and have that conversation and potentially rewrite it. I will not ask staff to take that section of the ULDC out of order because I made a promise to staff many, many months ago that I would not do that personally because I realized the kind of impact it has and it delays everything. So where I am falling is we'll get to the sign codes in the ULDC when we get to the sign codes. And in the meantime, for me, it's all or nothing. It's got to be nothing based on all the work that has been done on this topic. And again, for me, that includes city signs that are not safety oriented. So that is where I am falling. I really don't like it, but it's one of those situations in which we need to follow the law. Now, as I demonstrated with Pocatella, I don't shy away from potential litigation. There are things I'm willing to go to court on, and there are things I am not willing to go to court on, and I am not willing to go to court on swale signs. Just not. So that's where I'm at. I'm not a happy camper, but that's where I'm at. Commissioner Stokes, you have something to add?
All I would
Something new to add?
Something new. Well, only that I concur with my fellow commissioners. We have no choice but to obey the law here. But again, it's all or nothing. The city has to suffer along with everybody else, and that will keep everybody focused on getting this rewritten. I would, in my perhaps naive way, believe that there is some municipality out there in 7 years who has already done this, and we could simply take it and adapt it, but I'm told that it's just not as simple as it seems to me. So with that, at least staff will be focused on doing this in expeditious a manner as possible. And in the meantime, at least it's equitable and everybody has to suffer with it. So with that, we probably should make a motion.
Commissioner McDowell, is your light on to make a
I
motion?
know, I got just a question. So after hearing my fellow commissioners, it sounds like it's leaning, and we haven't had a motion, but it's leaning towards not allowing any signs in the city's right-of-way. And I will make sure that if I'm the motion maker, that it also includes city event signs is not allowed in the right-of-way.
And those I Love Debbie signs.
Oh, God, no, we're not going to have those I Love Debbie signs up. But my question is, how do we get the city cleaned up in the meantime? If we're going to make if we're going to take this action, we need to remove all of those roofing signs, all of those other signs that are all over I Buy Houses signs. And yes, you will have to remove all the I Love Debbie signs that are all over the city. So I need to get an idea of, one, what is involved besides going and picking them up, and two, what do we do with the signs when we pick them up? Because I do not want the back end of City Hall to become a dumpster of signs, waiting for people to come pick up their signs.
I see a little huddle.
I
over
do
there.
too.
Miss Elena, do you want to comment?
I would just like to say, currently, our code enforcement staff does actively pick up signs. We are picking up approximately 1,000 plus a week. We'll pick them up, we'll come back to the same intersection an hour later, there'll be more signs. They breed like,
What's the mosquitoes?
they're like rabbits in my yard. But we're doing as much as we can. We have a lot of roads in the city. And it's not just our roads. We're also responsible for picking up along 41 and FDOT's right of way, because they lean on the local jurisdictions to pick up in their right of way. The state doesn't allow it in their rights of way. But easily 1,000 signs a week. We can pick up 1,000 signs in one morning. They come right back. So we're doing it as quickly as we can. And I don't know how we could do more with the resources that we have now, unless we have, as you said, volunteers who want to go out and do that free.
Because it's a form of litter at this point, if this is what we decide. And we have a Adopt a Road program, we have Adopt a Park programs, we have citizens that are always asking, hey, how can I help my city? And what do you do with the signs when you pick them up?
We do bring them, we put them in the back of the code enforcement trucks, we bring them to the dumpster here at City Hall. I would caution, though, the one issue that a lot of times the police will have with citizens trying to take signs down is the same issue they have with people trying to put signs up. They'll stop on the side of the road. They worry about them getting hit if they're running across the street to try to get a sign. We at least have city trucks that we're able to stop. We have flashing lights a lot of times, and that alerts people that, something's going on, rather than an individual, a citizen trying to run across the road. That's the only thing we caution.
Go in the dumpster?
They do go in the dumpster here at City Hall.
Thank you.
If I may, Commissioner McDowell, I would like to suggest that we save the topic of enforcement or any penalties relative to this for when we bring that section of the ULDC back for discussion, rather than trying to resolve that issue tonight, if that's acceptable.
Part of this discussion, though, and part of the problem is, if we are going to say no signs in the city right of way, that there is an enforcement mechanism
We do
already in
enforce.
place. I wanted to understand that, and I wanted to find out what was going on with the signs when they pick them up.
Right.
So they can pick them up, and they can junk them, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
So, thank you for the information.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm not seeing any other lights on for a comment. City Clerk, do we have any online public comment on this topic?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Anonymous. I live near Cranberry and Price and do not support allowing signs in the city right of way. The intersection near my house always seems to attract signs and make our neighborhood look trashy. Sometimes there are a dozen signs there. These signs don't add any value to our city, but just make it look like a giant flea market. If people want to advertise things, they can do it in the newspaper, on Facebook, yard sale websites, or other social media instead of putting signs out next to the road that distract drivers. Do we really want drivers to be trying to write down a phone number or information while they're driving instead of watching out for our kids and other drivers? People who want these signs don't care about the accidents they might cause or how it makes our neighborhoods look. They just care about their own interests and cheap advertising. It has taken a lot to recover from the hurricane and get all the debris removed. Please don't let more junk pollute our city. That's all.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. I do have 4 cards for in Chambers comments in order of presentation. If you can be ready, if you can sort of be down here and be ready. Elaine Emmerich first, Bill Gunnan. I don't know that he's here anymore.
He left, I believe.
Okay. Mr. Doyle, you'll be after Elaine, and then Justin Willis, you'll be third.
Commissioners, city managers, city attorney, I come to you solely today as the president of the Kiwanis Club of Northport. After spending about 16 hours researching Reed versus Gilbert, it's clear that the Supreme Court decision is divided amongst its judges. One made it clear that while signs cannot be judged by content, that cities may create reasonable guidelines for temporary signs. Examples that could be considered reasonable is allowing designated areas for signs, allowing a time limit for temporary signs, and not banning signs throughout the city. There's a best practices guide that was created after the 2015 Supreme Court decision. It says that signs often advertised off premises for special events or activities such as local community festivals, business events, and recreational activities are beneficial to a city. Adding temporary sign regulation should clearly establish a sign area, height, duration, and the number of signs that pose no threat to creating or changing a city ordinance. As most of you know, Kiwanis hosts many free children's and families activities. While we do put articles in the paper and some ads, we rely on advertising these events 14 days in advance throughout the city. It's so important to the success of our events. We have a fishing tournament coming up in June that we already have the signs bought. We were hoping to be able to put out so that kids could spend time with their dads fishing at a city park. Please consider this as a reasonable accommodation to revamping the sign ordinance. Please review the part of the code that says a sign can only be put in the front of a property on the day of an event. And please don't forget due process issues and state regulations for signs for elections, which may supersede the city's ordinance. Remember, stop signs are directional signs, so they should clearly be exempt in a code. Also, if a person goes to court, the judge will ask, what is the ordinance on the books? And it says that signs are allowed. So this becomes a conflict in the due process issue. Please remember, reasonable revisions to a code should be considered with a best practices vision and not an all or nothing point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Doyle, you're next up.
I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate here. I've put out a lot of signs for work over the years. Listen, with your codes, you've heard me say it before, you selectively enforce them. I've said it to you once, I said it 100 times. These signs, what are they? their yard sale signs, their open house signs, all kinds of signs, all right? So if you're gonna outlaw all signs, they all have to be outlawed. And if someone has a duty calls out in front where they're building a building in the right of way, that has a sign on it. It says duty calls. If you allow a dumpster out in your right of way, because I complained about that, and your inspectors tell me they can keep it there for a year on your public way, and it says waste management or whatever the garbage company is. Guess what? That dumpster is a sign. You know how I know that? Is at work. They told me I couldn't put up a sign. I bought a U-Haul truck, I painted it, I parked it in my parking lot. The town couldn't do nothing to me because it was legal. There's always a way around here. So people are parking their cars in those right-of-ways with big signs on them. That's a sign. If it's not a commercial vehicle and it's not the commercial name, it shows a Big Mac, guess what? That's a sign. If it has an arrow pointing to going to where you want to go, that's a sign. I don't think you guys realize what you're doing here. And that's why I'm playing devil's advocate. I got 320 feet of road frontage. I can put up as many signs as I want. But not everybody has 320 feet of road frontage. But I'm just telling you, you're going to have to go to all the yard sales, all the open houses, all the political signs, you know, all these roofing signs, all these people who want to do tile signs, these people who park the dumpsters, and I hate the dumpsters parked there. I've complained before about it, but your ordinances or your inspectors say it's perfectly legal and they can keep it there for years on end until the project's done. But if it says waste management on it, I'm calling it a sign. It has a telephone number on it. All these duty calls, I don't know how, you see them all over, they're building a house. It's not on the property of the house. It's in the right of way, along with the dumpster. Because these are small lots. So if you're gonna go around, take down all the signs, I wanna see all those dumpsters moved. And it's called destruction of private property if you take their signs. Remember when that fence was built on my property? I was threatened to be taken to jail if I took down that fence on my property because it was destruction of private property. Those signs are private property.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Willis, you're next.
Justin Willis, volunteer executive director for When All Else Fails. This one's super interesting. First of all, what counts as discrimination? Is discrimination denying a sign for one event, but yet you have 74 signs for another event that was approved after a ruling was given? That's very interesting to me. 74 of them. I drove through the city, all 104 square miles, and counted them. 74. Their special event permit was for 25 signs. But 74 signs went out 14 days beforehand, and there were 63 signs out on the day of the event still. I know that it was said that the city was going to have those signs removed. Does that become discrimination because you gave them permission to put them out, and then you changed your mind based off of the ruling of one staff member? And that's where it comes down to. I've watched this commission give up its power. You guys have done it several times now, and it's concerning. We elected you. We did not elect our city manager. We didn't. They come and go. Gone through 8 of them since I've been here. I'm still here. Gone through 27 commissioners. I'm still here. I will outlast each one of you guys up there as far as being in here giving my voice. So this is reality. The city managers last on average between 2 to 4 years in Northport. And the divide that's created from this one is interesting because you've created a divide with the nonprofits and with the businesses. And you're doing that based off of the decision of one person. You didn't create a way to enforce or to follow through with what the code says. I understand we're not allowed to hear the legal opinion, which I have a real issue with. The one thing we requested and that I was promised by the city manager was that legal opinion. Still haven't gotten it yet. Another empty promise on that one, which is a little disappointing to me. I just wanted the attorney's legal opinion on that because it matters. We should be allowed to hear it too. I know that The mayor said that this is something she wouldn't want to end up in court in. I promise you it's coming. I can promise you that we're going to end up in court, but on the opposite end. And it's necessary. It's necessary for the businesses. It's necessary for people to understand the decisions that are being made by staff members that aren't being brought back to you guys. We elected the 5 of you. We didn't elect your staff. We didn't elect the city manager. We elect the people who hire them. We also elect the people who hold them accountable. And that's what I'm asking for from you guys. If you're going to do this, understand code enforcement is going to be busy. Because every time we go by a sign, I'm calling it in. Every time I drive by something that's in a tree, every time I drive by something that's in a yard, Commissioner McDowell, you remember when they came and told us we couldn't put signs in our own yards. So they've already done this before, and they use the same code that's in there today that says we couldn't put it on private property. So as we say it's allowed on private property, that same code actually says that it's not. So here we go again. This is definitely opening us up to a litigious issue, so.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Okay, the time has come. I am requesting a motion on this item.
Mayor, can I ask the city attorney a question? If the ruling has already been determined to be unconstitutional to allow content sign regulations, and staff has already said that they're not going to allow special event signs, what are we required to give direction? What is staff asking for? Because I believe staff already has the direction that no signs are allowed in the right of way. That was the ruling by the director and Ms. Wallner. So what exactly would we be giving city manager direction on?
That depends on the will of the board. If the board does not take any action, then things will continue along the status quo, where no signs are permitted in the right of way.
Well, for clarification, what about city signs?
Well, we have to make that motion. That I know I need to make a motion on. That's in my list, but if.
From a legal analysis, that's a different subject.
Okay, yep.
So I think the only motion that I'm hearing is, I'll make a motion to not allow the city to put out special event city, let me rephrase it, to prohibit the city from putting out any city-sanctioned special event signage in the city right away.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner McDowell to prohibit the city from using the right-of-ways in the city for the posting of any city-sponsored events. Seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Anything to that?
If the city clerk can restate that motion, because I want to make sure the way that the mayor restated it fits what I was saying.
To prohibit the city from placing city-sponsored special event signage in the city right-of-way.
Thank you.
Wait, just to clarify, that's special events from the city, not special events for
City-sanctioned
the
special
people.
events.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's time to vote. And that motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor White dissenting. Care to comment, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think that city right-of-ways and city events, I don't think it's in the same animal as people having special events. And I'm the queen of signage. I've been putting signs out for decades now, but I don't consider that to be the same as the city's ability to do their business here. That's
Were
all.
you the one putting the I love Debbie signs out there?
I'm not gonna, I won't comment.
Okay, the hour is getting late, so we're going to press right on to item number 23 dash.
Okay.
Does the city manager need further direction
Been
from
here
us?
2 hours. I gotta get Elaine.
What's the will of the commission?
I say we need to press on.
I would say we need to
If Commissioner Emmerich needs to step out for,
He can step out for a second. Okay, item number
we still have a
23.
quorum.
Let's go. Item number 23-0338, a discussion and possible action regarding approval of the February 6, 2023 Commission Workshop meeting minutes. City Clerk, this is your item.
Yes, this item just needs to be approved to insert a comma that was missing from one consensus. To state there was consensus to direct the city manager to prepare a memorandum.
Can't hear you.
There was consensus to direct the city manager to prepare a memorandum to present to commission regarding exempt properties, insert comma, policies, and potential revenue.
I'm opening the floor to commission questions. I'm not seeing any. City Clerk, is there any online public comment on this item? I have one, I believe.
Yeah.
Do I have one? D. Justin Willis, you want to comment on this item?
Justin Willis, as much as I love policy, I love the loophole of policy. So even though it's public comment specific, Florida state law gives me the ability to stand here and read the Bible if I want to. So instead of doing that, I'm going to go back one subject. Only people that got punished are the people who actually follow the rules. You guys didn't punish the people who put out the illegal signs, but you punished those of us who followed the rules. With that being said, it's a little disappointing. And I know that the city manager looked very confused that I questioned the request for legal. That was just whenever Ms. Ray told me that legal would not respond to me and didn't have to. So I just want to make sure I remind you of where in that comment that came from. I have the recording. I know you made the confusion look again, but I do have the recording from that meeting. I can play that in the next public comment for you.
Mayor, just as a reminder to the board and to the people who are here tonight, this is not general public comment. This is public comment on specific items, and it is limited to the item on the agenda. The public will have a chance, not only at the beginning of the meeting, but at the end of the meeting, to provide general public comment on any topics.
Thank you for that reminder, City Attorney. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommended changes for the February 6th, 2023 Commission Workshop as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the February 6, 2023 meeting minutes as presented with the recommended changes. The motion maker, Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Anything to that? Please, let's vote. Yes, I'll do that now. And that motion passes 4-0. Commissioner Emmerich is not here and unable to vote. Moving right along to item number 23-0341, discussion and possible action regarding potential demolition of the structure on the city-owned property at 5891 Jessamine Avenue. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This property at 5891 Jessamine Avenue is a Tier 2 property along the Maya-Akahatchee Creek. It is a corridor that has historically been susceptible to flooding due to tropical storms and hurricanes. Due to the damage and likelihood of repeated flooding, we recommend the following. That the family at this address shall be evaluated for demolition within the FEMA guidelines. And the property located at 5891 Jessamine shall be allowed to revert to natural land supporting habitat and hydrology. And Mr. Speak, our Public Works Director, is here also. And he looks like he's preparing some pictures to show you and information to share.
I'm opening up the floor to commission questions.
I think Mr. Speak,
Commissioner McDowell?
I think Mr. Speak was going to make a quick presentation.
No presentation.
Oh.
I just have some pictures, if the commission wants to see.
Yeah.
He looked ready for questions to me.
I am
so
absolutely
let's
ready
hit
for
it,
questions.
Commissioners.
Okay. Do I have the floor?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. So the damage that you're showing here is mold, obviously. Is this mold damage as a result from hurricane damage, or is this mold damage a result of lack of ventilation?
This facility has ventilation. It was from, you can see a water line on that wall, that lower line.
Mm-hmm.
So this residence took 8 or 10 inches of water.
From the creek during Ian?
Correct, during Ian, I'm sorry.
So it's flood damage?
It is flood damage.
Huh. All of the rest of the structure is intact?
There's some damage to the exterior, some roof damage. The roof wasn't penetrated, but there's shingles missing.
Okay, that's fine. You talk about, it's amazing that it had 8 inches of water inside that home, and that home is so built up. It is absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. It says here, a demolition within FEMA guidelines. What are those FEMA guidelines? Give me a breakdown of what that looks like, please.
There's still some question whether FEMA would fund any or reimburse any demolition costs for this structure. And there's a couple of different reasons for that. One of the reasons is we did not have or do not have insurance on the structure, so it's not an insured structure. I don't believe FEMA is going to help us at all, but we would follow any guidelines or any suggestions that our consultant would provide for us to be able to apply for any of those funds.
Black mold, obviously. I feel like this is deja vu. With the properties out at Dallas White and the asbestos, there's certain things that have to happen before you can start demolishing things. What are the special things that have to happen to remove a home or a structure that has black mold in it? Because that does get airborne then.
Correct. We haven't identified exactly what mold is in the house. There's all different color molds in there. I don't know which one's which. We have pretty much stayed out of the house since.
I would hope so.
Correct, since we took the pictures. We would have that assessed, and that is built into the estimated cost for demolition.
The mold remediation, okay. So you're figuring it would cost about $50,000 to demolish this. Does the city budget have the funds for something like this? Or will possibly insurance pay for it? Because we are self-insured.
We would run that through risk. So our risk is who basically monitors the use of our insurance.
Okay, but if it comes back that risk isn't, the self-insurance is going to pay, do we have the funding available to destroy and demolish this building?
We will find the funding to demolish this building.
And that will come back to the commission as a budget amendment, or?
If it would need to, if we don't have it in an account that's available to us. If it has to be pulled from another fund balance or somewhere, it will come before commission. Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to say I told you so. We should never have bought this property.
I'm going to move on. Vice Mayor White, you're next
Yes, I just want to say it's about time. It's about time we get rid of this house. I remember when this was discussed, this was during COVID, because it was a
Yep.
Zoom meeting, and I was not even happy that the city was buying a developed parcel out there, because the value of buying those lots on the, in those tiers is when it's undeveloped. That's the value. It allows for percolation of the water and just natural things to occur, and having a house that was there was ludicrous. So I'm all in favor of getting this off there and letting the land return back to where it should be. And, there is a house, there are still houses up the street from this. So if this got water, I'm assuming they did too. And they're closer to the creek. So I'm hoping we don't have any intention of buying that house or those houses that are still sitting out there. But I'm just all in favor for this. Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner Emmerich.
Yeah, I had discussed this in my one-on-one the other day. I appreciate you putting on the pictures because it tells a much better story than just talking about a structure when you see what actually is going on there, because you didn't take us all out on a tour to see what was going on in that house. So I appreciate the pictures, and it makes a hell of a lot easier to make decisions. So thank you.
Commissioner McDowell.
I got a follow-up question, thinking outside the box here. Can the city sell the property as is?
We can do whatever the commission directs us to do with the property. The commission approved the purchase of the property. If the commission directs us to sell the property, then we would sell the property.
As is?
I don't intend to fix the property.
Absolutely. That way then it's not the taxpayers that are destroying a building, and we might get, I don't know, $25,000 in our pocket? I don't know.
A follow-along question, if I may, Commissioner McDowell. This is a tier 1, this building.
Tier 2.
Tier
So
2 property.
it's not on the creek, it's.
It's across the street.
Right.
Yeah, and I think subsequently, this body made a decision that we would no longer buy improved properties as part of our efforts to minimize property destruction along the creek. If everyone else recalls that, I would hate to then sell the property when we spent, I'm forgetting.
$120-ish thousand dollars.
To buy it so that no one would live there. Let's just tear the thing down.
But it's still going to be up on elevated.
Well, it's going to be graded, I think, part of.
Not to street level or.
No, but it will be.
It won't be graded to street level, but it will be graded to match the surrounding properties. There was a property on the back side of this one, along that tier 2 side, that had at one point been cleared and kind of leveled. I don't know if it was part of the same parcel at one point. It looked like it was going to be developed, but wasn't. This was back, looking at the historical photos, it was back around 2010 or 11. So the properties around this are a little raised as well. What we would do is grade it off just to make sure that the property would drain into our drainage system appropriately, and then let it grow back. And there's the potential to put some trees there with tree fund money if that was the will of the board.
But I think nature will reclaim it very quickly. Yes.
Okay, I'm not seeing any lights on for any questions. So City Clerk, do we have any online public comment for this item? I have 2 cards in-house. Justin Willis, you are up first, and Mr. Doyle, you will follow.
Justin Willis, I agree with the demolition. I was just wondering, are we noticing the safety hazard? And can we use signs to notice that, being that that's city property? I just think maybe people should be noticed that it's an unsafe condition. Signs might help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Doyle?
50 grand to knock down that house, give me a call, I'll do it for 50 grand. And I'll have to rent the backhoe, but it'll be gone. Listen, I would get rid of it. You can dump it in the dump. You guys have dumpsters down the street. You bring in the 30 yards. You got the backhoes. You just knock it down, put it in the dumpster, and take it to the dump. But there is some recyclables on that property. Like the AC unit, you got some copper, you got some other things there. So someone can make money, but 50 grand, it's a lot of money to tear down that house. I think you need to get more bids. I don't know if you got 3 bids, like I said before. I don't know if any of the people in the town who got the bids have anything to do with the companies. But 50 grand's a lot of money to knock down a couple cement walls. I saw the Hurricane do it. Backhoe can do it. So you should take it down, whatever you do with the property. If you don't want to spend the 50 grand, sell it, but you're only going to sell it for $1,000. Because you can't get a CO. So you're not going to get 25 grand for it. And the other thing is, FEMA, you can apply for FEMA. But what FEMA is going to look at is your income. So if you prove you can pay for it, they're not going to give you the money. If you can prove that you can afford it, then they will give you the money. It has nothing to do whether you have insurance or not. It's whether you have the means to pay for it. That's how FEMA works. That's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I am looking for a motion.
I will make a motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Real quick, though, did the building official condemn the building? Does that need to be done before we give direction to demolish the building?
We own the building. We don't need the building official to condemn it.
Okay, thank you. I make a motion to instruct the city manager to work with staff to procure the demolition of the building at 5891 Jessamine, return it to its natural state as best as possible, and to use tree fund money to plant trees once this has been completed.
I have a motion on the floor to direct staff to evaluate the property at 5891 Jessamine Avenue for demolition within the Federal Emergency Management Agency guidelines. In 5891 Jessamine Avenue be allowed to revert to natural land supporting habitat and hydrology, and to use tree fund monies to plant trees on that property. The motion maker is Commissioner McDowell. Do I hear a second?
I did not mention anything about FEMA in there, ma'am, because FEMA is about reimbursement, and he already said that FEMA's not going to pay for it, so I didn't put FEMA in there.
Restate your motion, please, Commissioner.
Motion to demolish.
Do you have it?
I do.
She
Thank
has
you.
it. Okay.
To direct the city manager to work with staff to procure demolition of the building at 5891 Jessamine Avenue for demolition, to revert to the natural land supporting habitat and hydrology, and to use tree fund money to plant trees upon completion.
Thank you for that. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Let's vote if there's nothing more to that.
Before we vote, I just have a question. Why add the caveat of use the tree fund money to plant trees there? Do we even know that that would make sense? Like, what does that have to do with demolishing the building?
The intent of those properties when they were purchased was to let them go back to a natural state. By planting some trees there, we're just going to move that process along.
Okay.
It will help stabilization of the
All right,
property
good.
as well.
I just had a question.
Okay, if that's it, let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 23-0362, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution opposing the Mosaic mining operations in DeSoto County due to potential impacts to the city of Northport's potable water supply and the surrounding area. City Manager, this is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item was submitted by Commissioner McDowell for discussion.
And do you want to comment?
Yeah, I will.
Commissioner?
So Charlotte County approved a resolution which I had attached that was requested that everybody in the Peace River Regional Water Supply Authority also adopt a similar resolution. We have had multiple letters of support for DeSoto County, who was denying the mining efforts of Mosaic. And I just thought that having this resolution takes those letters of support a huge step forward. And since I can't draft a resolution and present it to you guys, I am hoping that you all will agree and help instruct staff to bring forward a resolution similar to what Charlotte County has adopted.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Are there any questions or comments from my fellow board members?
Yeah, I like the idea. Thank you, Commissioner McDowell, for bringing this forward. We did a letter, I think it was last year, we did a letter of
We've done
support.
several letters, yeah.
Right, and so having a resolution, I understand, just gives it a little more oomph and puts it on the record, correct? So it'll be there forever, and I think it's really important that we do this and let people know how precious our water is, including not using fertilizers out there. Yes, which is what is mined here. Phosphate is for fertilizer, and excess nutrients is what's had our red tide out there for, what, a year now in the beaches? So, yeah, the whole thing should just go away. So thank you for bringing this forward.
I'm not seeing any other lights. So, City Clerk, do we have any online public comment? Go ahead.
Barbara Lockhart. This e-comment is in support of Agenda Item 7F, Item 23-0362, entry of a resolution opposing the Mosaic mining operations in DeSoto County due to potential impacts to the city of Northport's potable water supply and the surrounding area. Phosphate mining has been and always will be completely destructive to the environment. There is certainly enough of that going on all around us every day. The last thing Northport needs is outside impacts to our potable water supply and surrounding areas by yet another developer destroying land for its own gain. Molly Bowen. Hello, I am Molly. I've lived in West DeSoto County for the past 32 years. I am definitely in support of Northport signing a resolution against phosphate mining in the Big Slope, southeast Manatee County. I've done a lot of water testing in Polk, Hillsborough, Hardy, Manatee, and DeSoto County with Andy, Mel, and others. It's still shocking that Mosaic wants a 50,000-acre mine in DeSoto and Manatee combined. All of the water samples collected contained high phosphates and will only continue south if they are not stopped. Mosaic failed to meet DeSoto County criteria in 2018. They brought agricultural land and want it changed to PMI, phosphate mining industrial. We say no, we will not compromise. We don't want their parks or anything else from them. Putting mines in people's neighborhoods and in the path of drinking water sources is not acceptable. I have talked to many who live in Clay Gully and Sidell Sugar Bowl Road, Manatee side, who all say their lives would be terribly affected with the proposed mine. Below the DeSoto east side is Hidden Acres and Royal Park Estates subdivisions, which is also in the deep floodplain of the Horse Creek. Floodwaters interest all of their homes during Hurricane Ian. In the Tall Pine Estates, aka Pine Level, all of the properties flooded and entered many homes and cars. Thank you so much for considering not only your drinking water source, but our drinking water wells also. Juno Enoch. Our fragile and crucial waterways already face so many contaminants and pollutants. Please oppose this phosphate mining project to avoid more contamination and protect our drinking water. Mary Lundenberg. Dear Commissioners, I am writing to strongly support a resolution opposing the Mosaic mining operations in DeSoto County due to the potential adverse impacts to the city of Northport's water supply. I am concerned, especially in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, that any future development of DeSoto West and East phosphate mines could impair our water quality in Northport and Sarasota County. I am also concerned that toxic spills from these mines could contribute to the decline of threatened species. Please vote to continue to oppose phosphate mining operations and to send a resolution opposing the Mosaic mining operations in DeSoto County. Thanks for all you do. Gary Ramey. Greetings, Commissioners. Thank you for having this discussion. As a bordering resident to recently approved mining in Manatee and Hardy counties, I have become a local activist, aka the Mayaca Mouth, As I am located at the Mayaca Head, I participated as cast in the documentary Phosphate and also with a book that will serve as a guideline for our county staff and elected officials regarding the other side of phosphate mining in Florida. I have sat with Mosaic executives in an attempt to resolve multiple issues in Manatee. This activism was not a choice, as this is personal. I was denied the ability to obtain and maintain my USDA organic status because of what Mosaic does to their property. I have participated in all quasi-judicial proceedings and workshops in DeSoto and Manatee. I requested a citizen workshop to convey to the other side of phosphate mining to DeSoto County Administration, Mandy Hines, County Attorney Khan, along with the chair and board. This request was declined. I am currently investigating DeSoto's mediation agreements as the citizens were to have more of a role than we were given. Unfortunately, I am unable to stand before this board today. However, I would like to make myself available as a liaison for bordering residents to emphasize the constitutional issues regarding Florida Statute 70.0002, property rights and regulatory talking, i.e., we lost a third of our property values and desirability for purchase with just a simple land use change from agricultural to extraction. I also must disclose if I elect to surrender and put my homestead for sale, there are so many pending consequences that come with an approval of this industry. In Manatee, we had 1,400 in opposition, 3 days of quasi-judicial citizen complaints requesting denial, over 8,000 in petition to the Army Corps of Engineers, and a rubber stamp of approval from every government agency of oversight, all without the citizens' consent. I support this opposition. Henry Coleman. Wow, did you see the size of these mines? 50,000 plus acres, 80 square miles. All the nutrients, uranium, clay, and reagent chemicals will go south into your water. That ain't fair. I would be mad about that. Maybe sue DeSoto County and Manatee. Jeremy Block. Jeremy Block lived in DeSoto County for 19 years, founder of Mosaic and cast member of the documentary Phosphate, standing in support of the opposition of phosphate mining in DeSoto County. Phosphate mining has caused more damage to the environment than good overall. I stand in support to oppose Mosaic mining operations in DeSoto County. Amy Justice. Support and opposition of Mosaic phosphate mining operations in DeSoto County. Kathy Seppernet. Thank you for continuing to protect our waters from the waste of phosphate mining. Generations to come will be healthier because you choose to protect our waters. Thank you for being here for the people and not for the Mosaic company that continues to self-monitor and pollute our waters. Macy Sadler. Support the opposition of Mosaic mining operations. Daria Cole. I am against phosphate mining in DeSoto County. Chris Pitts. We receive our drinking water from Peace River as well as many of Charlotte and Sarasota County residents, including parts of Northport. The water is contaminated with mining effluent that private testing has shown levels of toxins above state and federal guidelines. If mining activity is allowed to come closer to our communities, it will inevitably result in accidental and intentional releases of undiluted effluent that could potentially cut off drinking water supplies as it has in the past. HABs, or harmful algae blooms, particularly cyanobacteria, also known as blue-green algae, is of particular concern here in Florida, where exposure to its toxins through air and water is known to cause damage to the liver and brain. These toxic algae are used in by phosphate mining industry in their CSAs. 8 of these CSAs have been proposed for the new DeSoto mining area. In other areas north of us, these CSAs can cover hundreds of acres and are equipped with large sprayers to help evaporate the water that is full of toxins from cyanobacteria that can travel in the air for many miles. Water carrying these toxins is also released into our rivers and aquifers in the legal discharge of mining effluent. It is for these reasons that our family and all residents of Charlotte and Sarasota should strongly support resolution to oppose any further mining in Florida, and especially considering that this mine expansion is only necessary to fill Mosaic's growing export sales to China and other countries abroad. China does not want to mine phosphate themselves because it's cheaper to get it from Mosaic and leave in Florida with the environmental consequences for generations to come, all for the sake of a few dollars. But how many of those profits are being collected by the commission or the state to cover cleanup of these Superfund sites when Mosaic is gone? Lorna Staukup. Mosaic has to be stopped before they destroy our water, health, property values. Just say no. Jasmine Bowman. I am in favor of a resolution opposing Mosaic mining operations in DeSoto County. Janet Fennessy. My name is Janet Fennessy, and I'm in support of the resolution to stop the expansion of mining operations in DeSoto County. My decision is based on the following criteria. The Myakkahatchee Creek flows from its upstream location, which is near Hardee-Myakka County lines, to its downstream location where it flows into the Myakka River. The Myakkahatchee Creek traverses a linear distance of approximately 72 miles. Of concern is Mosaic's phosphate mining operations located upstream to the city of Northport is the potential of toxic waste which ultimately finds its way into our waterways, in this case the Big Slough area, which currently acts as a wetland watershed area. The negative effect of the above-mentioned toxicity would have on the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, which is currently a 168-acre pristine, heavily wooded wilderness area in which the Myakkahatchee Creek flows through, and the potential for a negative toxic effect upon the potable water supply for the city of Northport and surrounding communities. Should the above-mentioned concerns go unnoticed, the Myakkahatchee Creek, which flows into the Myakka River and then, of course, the Gulf of Mexico, will then act as the final link to the disposal system, which has been carefully orchestrated by Mosaic, a pattern scenario which has transpired time and time again within the state of Florida. The residents of Florida have for decades seen a swath of destruction courtesy of various phosphate mining operations, beginning in the northern part of the city of Hawthorne, to be exact, and moving southward through the middle of the state, a motif which shows no sign of wanting to stop. Cynthia Compton. Mosaic phosphate mining needs to be completely removed from Florida. There are thousands of acres of land that will never be of any use again due to the toxin from mosaics disrupting the natural phosphate use by the ground and the danger they pose in the underground aquifers. The freshwater life along the Peace River, the farming animals in towns around the mosaic mining, and ultimately the marine life in the Gulf from the dumping through the Peace River have suffered to the point of death due to mosaic phosphate mining. Stop mosaic and all phosphate mining in Florida. Gina Labruno. I live 1.76 miles from Mosaic's largest gypsum stacks and processing plant in the state. When I moved there, I had moved into a newly built condominium community, at which time I was never informed that the area was a toxic industrial area of the phosphate chemical complex. The land was formerly mined. In 2004, a giant breach to their north gypsum stack occurred during a storm. After that, the area was deemed delineated for 5 miles, 360 degrees, a law that simply vanished and has yet to be further addressed. I reached out to our state agencies and run in circles, finding out further that the state and the phosphate industry has utter disregard for life, as it is very clearly seen. It is an area filled with environmental death, the air, the water, the wildlife. Citizens in these areas, around 81%, have major breathing problems due to cancers, to skin issues. Illness is a major issue. The levels of radiation have been monitored so high that the EPA notified them and senators from our state, from York County, who have been very close with Mosaic, wrote the EPA telling them there is not any problems and it would be a waste of taxpayer dollars for the EPA to come and gain any further information or to help, because Florida's FDEP and FDOH have things under control for our state. Another lie that continues to be told every time Mosaic gives a presentation. I would like to inform the city of Northport that I have completed a lot of work from 2012 to now. Nothing that is being reported by the state agencies or Mosaic reads true. Maybe you take a ride up Highway 41 heading north to southwest Hillsborough County. You can begin to see the effects this industry produces. You will notice it taking place on the land, the homes, the rivers, the creeks, and most importantly, the Gulf of Mexico. You can feel the radioactivity in the air. You can see the black death that consumes the mouth of the Alafia River leading out to the Gulf of Mexico. Do not allow Mosaic into your county. Joanne Sabella. Phosphate mining doesn't have a place in our pristine state. Take the time to go view for yourselves what they leave behind instead of just listening to the propaganda they spread. Thank you. Cynthia Sutherland. No to Mosaic. Destiny Sharples. I am in support of the resolution to stop the expansion of mining operations by Mosaic because of their harmful impacts to the environment and potable water supplies. Matthew Heldwin. Stop leasing land to Mosaic. Carl Diegert. Please oppose phosphate mining at all levels and potential locations to save the county. That's all.
Thank you, City Clerk. We also have some in-house. If the next 3 people could come down and be ready to speak. Lindsay Kohlenberg, Mr. Doyle, and Brooks Armstrong.
Ready for me?
Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, thanks for letting me speak to you.
I live downstream, and become aware of Mosaic and their habits and the accidents that they have. And Hurricane Ian was another wake-up call because the Mosaic mining operations were subject to flooding as well. And if they're in your watershed, the next hurricane is going to bring all of that glorious pollution to your drinking water. So I represent, I live in Port Charlotte, but just across the Cocoa Plum Waterway. So I represent Sierra Club members, and we are roughly 400 members, thousands of your neighbors to the south. And like you, we depend on the area waters for drinking, fishing, beach going, and especially our precious estuary that we have in the Charlotte Harbor. And anything that ends up in the ocean ends up down at the mouth of our estuary where the tarpon are spawning and people fish for snook. And the estuary is at a tipping point right now. And once it gets to that point, it's very hard to bring it back. So anything that can happen upstream that's positive is excellent for the estuary. And so I commend the fact that you commissioners are bringing this resolution. We want to encourage DeSoto commissioners to hold the line. And our Charlotte County commissioners did come up with a resolution just a month ago that supported the DeSoto County commissioners as well. So it'd be great if you would do that too. So thank you for looking forward and for protecting our water. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Doyle, you're next up.
Again, public water is a very dangerous thing in this country. You got to protect the water. The problem is with public water supply is you can poison the whole town and they don't even know it. Like I said, something just happened up right outside of Tampa. I don't know the name of the town. I don't know if you guys saw it on the news. Their water supply got poisoned and they all got sick. I don't think anybody died there, but they got sick. Up in Michigan, politicians went there, drink the water, drink the water. People died there because they had one of their sewer plant putting out the stuff right where the intake was. And their didn't work right. That's why I don't agree with public water supplies. You go back to ancient Rome. There's this city in Rome. There was 20,000 people. They had a pond, and they had an aquifer coming to the city, and they were at war. And they put something in the water. I won't tell you what it is to give anybody ideas how to do it. They took those reeds, whatever they were, they threw them in the water, and they killed the whole town. So if you don't think, this stuff is new today, it's not new today. 2,000 years ago, people poisoned people with water. And sometimes it happens by mistake. To the point, I don't think they want to I don't think anybody want to put in the water, but you got to do something about it. To me, I don't think everybody should be on the same water. And you shouldn't force anybody to drink your public water. You shouldn't be able to go down the street, run a pipe, and tell everybody you have to hook into our pipe. Just like the meter. You know why that's written like that? Because they can continually charge you until that meter's gone. That's why it's extortion. And you can poison them. It's getting late, but the public water supply should be voluntary. It shouldn't be mandatory.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Armstrong?
Well, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, Madam Mayor, and City Manager, County Attorney. My name is Brooks Armstrong, and I represent a group. I'm president of this group of People for Protecting Peace River. And we're based in DeSoto County. We part of a larger coalition of folks who are opposed to phosphate strip mining. And we've been around for a long time trying to stop this thing all the way from back in Hardy County until this historic decision in 2018 where the county commission there just, voted no on a rezone. A lot of us had left the room. We couldn't believe that this is the first time we'd ever seen someone, a commission, say no to this giant company. And we just applauded that commission. It was a 4-1 decision. I want to thank you guys. I think some of you were around at that time, a few of you commissioners, and I read your letters in the link in the agenda of your, all the way going back to that time before that decision, where you wrote letters of support to that DeSoto County Commission. It helps. These people are listening. They Mosaic will present. We've just sat through 2 years of workshops that came out of a dispute resolution agreement. DeSoto County never should have entered into that. They had the leverage. They gave it away. Mosaic came back to the table. They said, we want to give you this propaganda for, they didn't use that word, but they said for 2 years, for 4 years, we want to come back to the table, but we want to educate you about phosphate mining. We feel like there's a lot of misinformation out here. So we citizens, DeSoto County, a lot of people from Charlotte County, a lot of people from Northport here attended those meetings and presented them with question after question, common sense things. We also did research. We have experts within our group who can present a counterpoint. Mosaic presents half of the picture. They'll give you the facts, half of them. They're facts. But our people were there to present, and by the end of this thing, we're feeling very comfortable that DeSoto County is well informed. Truth is on our side. I'm very believe that. You guys have to protect your water supply. I can't think of anything more important
Sir, I'm
than
sorry, your time is up. Thank you very much for your comments
Thank
and
you.
information. Justin Willis, you're next.
Buddy Hughes, Mongai Road. No, I'm just joking. Justin Willis. I feel like Buddy tonight, just a little bit. Mr. Armstrong, it's a really great organization that he has that helps spread the word about what they're doing. Imagine if Northport had a mechanism that allowed him to advertise that event that he had. That would be so amazing to be able to put out signs and reach all 80,000 residents. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that mechanism. So hopefully our commissioner will gain back their control and help provide an organization like his a mechanism of spreading their word. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Hale, you're next.
Alan Hale, Northport. Thank you, commissioners. I've been tasked by the Greater Charlotte Harbor Sierra Club to read a statement into the minutes. Dear commissioners, we are the Greater Charlotte Harbor group of the Sierra Club, writing to you for our roughly 400 members and our thousands of neighbors who depend upon the area waters for drinking water, recreation, ecosystem health, and property values. We are businessmen and women, retirees, and families. We commend you for being proactive in protecting the watershed. We appreciate in advance your approving a resolution to support DeSoto County's denial of Mosaic's rezoning request and request for a reevaluation of mining permit requirements. Charlotte County passed on such a resolution weeks ago. Throughout our years in serving this special area in Southwest Florida, we have heard overwhelming support for this protective stance and appreciate your dedication to the health of our water systems. Signed, Hugh Havlick, Chair, Greater Charlotte Harbor Sierra Club. Thank you. I've brought 4 copies of this for you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. At this point, I am looking for a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Make a motion
McDowell.
to direct the city attorney and city manager to draft a resolution using Charlotte County's approved resolution as a guide to oppose mosaic mining in DeSoto County due to its impacts on Northport water.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to direct staff to prepare a resolution opposing the mosaic mining operations in DeSoto County using the attached Charlotte County resolution as a guide. Motion maker is Commissioner McDowell.
Wasn't
Seconded.
exactly that way, Mayor, if I may restate it.
Go ahead.
To direct the city attorney and city manager to draft a resolution using Charlotte County's resolution as a guide to oppose mosaic mining in DeSoto County due to its impacts on Northport's water supply.
Do you have that, City Clerk? Okay, motion maker, Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Anything to that? Let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, everyone. I hope staff will be able to get this done in a timely manner.
Great. City Clerk, do we have any general public comment online at this point? We have 2 in-house. Mr. Doyle, you're up.
I'm gonna go back to that sign thing a little bit. The other day, I went to the store, bought my food, and I was driving home. And I was driving by one of your facilities. And they had a little homemade sign out front, right where you guys are talking. And it said, job fair. I said, hey, what the heck, I'm gonna go in. So I went into your job fair. You know, when I did job fairs, I had applications. If we didn't have application, it was done on a computer, you had a computer available. So people could fill out an application. That's what a job fair is, isn't it? But no, they said, no, we don't have any application. They said, no, we don't have a computer for you to fill out an application. They said, go to the library. You know, if you don't own property in this town, you can't go to the library. When I got my library card, I had proof I was a citizen of Northport. So if someone was coming home from the military, right, who wanted a job there and doesn't have an ID that says Northport on it, it doesn't have a computer, and doesn't have the internet, you're discriminating against them. And I was also told that you can only fill out the application if you have a CDL. That's against federal law. You cannot hire me if that's a requirement for a job, but anybody who wants to apply for a job, you have to take that application. Mm-hmm. And anybody who's coming home from the military, who was in the military for 20 years and drove trucks the whole time, do you know he doesn't have a CDL? Because he's not required to. But all he has to do is go down to DMV, fill out a piece of paper, and has a CDL within 2 weeks. A physical, and fill out the paperwork. I have a lot of problems how this town does business, you know that. You guys stepped right in it when I walked into that room. You should have taken my application, but I was denied. That's a problem. And I don't know how many other people you discriminate against. So anybody who's coming home from the military who drove trucks who knew what air brakes are, knows how to drive, but probably better than anybody else that you can get a CDL, or an 18-year-old kid who just got out of school, wants to get a job, and he can even go get a CDL license in about 2-3 weeks. You guys got to wise up and learn the laws.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Willis, you're next.
Justin Willis. I haven't been this annoying in a long time. It's kind of fun. I forgot how great it was. One of the cool things whenever you announce that you're going to run for commission is all of a sudden the newspaper and the news media want to talk to you about everything. It's an amazing part of announcing. Whether you follow through with it or not, it's an amazing opportunity. Second of all, I need to know who I need to send in all of the sign complaints to. Do those go directly to the city manager's office? Do those go to Ms. Ray? Do those go to the commission? Do those go to the attorney? Whether it's the real estate signs that are illegally placed, whether it's the open house signs, whether it is the job fairs, the EBT signs that are up here at the local nonprofits, letting people know where they can put their, where they can come and apply for food stamps at. I just want to make sure that all nonprofits are treated equally based off of the decision that was made by one staff member and is now being followed by the commission, who's giving up their power to make a change or to follow what's in place. So who do these complaints go to? Because they're going to have to be enforced with every single one of them, whether it's the library book sale, whether it's the library sign for the kid day, because the county is going to have some kind of accountability in there as well, because they like to put out signs. I just trying to figure out who all of these complaints go to, because as you drive through the city, there's several of these signs out. So if this can be considered a public record request, and if the city manager could get back to me to let me know who the proper person is to get all of those complaints, and should I send in a picture with that as well. Commissioners, please remember, we elected you to be our legislative board. We elected you to do that, to legislate, to create the rules, to create the ordinances, to create the resolutions, and to do what is in the best interest of the greater good. Not a select few, not one person's argument, but the entire greater good of this city. We do not have a strong manager form of government. We do not have a strong mayor form of government. And I just want to remind you guys that it is the 5 of you who make these decisions, not one individual manager and not one individual commissioner. So please, please go back to the commission that I know that you guys are, where you regain your power, your strength, and your ability as the legislative board. Trust is great, but trust and verify is even better. So see you guys at the next meeting. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. City manager, I'm sure someone from staff can get with Mr. Willis and give him some instruction on where he can bring those complaints. We would appreciate it. At this point, we are on to commission communications. Given the lateness of the hour, I am going to forego my report except to make a request of this commission. I'm looking for consensus that would allow me to send letters of support to the other mayors of pre-platted communities in Florida to support Senator Gruder's recommended amendment to Senate Bill 102, which is the Live Local bill, which would preempt affordable housing from taking commercial space to build their housing. So if I could get a consensus, I would really appreciate it, Commissioner McDowell.
Signing it as mayor for the city commission?
Yes,
for the city.
Correct.
Excellent. Yes, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
I'm a yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
That again, what is that?
I need this commission's support to send a letter to the mayors of other pre-platted communities here in the city. Senator Gruters is bringing forward an amendment to Senate Bill 102, which is the Live Local bill. That's the bill that would allow a developer of affordable housing to preempt commercial land to build that housing. Yeah. Great, thank you. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I am done with my report. Commissioner McDowell?
Yes, and due to the hour, I will submit my report to the city clerk to be included for the next commission meeting, but I do have a pressing item also. As the Minnesota League of Cities representative, we have been touring various cities in Minnesota League of Cities. I believe Commissioner White went on the one with the city of Sarasota because I was unable to attend. As the representative, I volunteered our city to host one of the tours of the elected officials here in Northport. Minnesota League of Cities allocates $500 as a stipend to help cover the expenses of the tour and to help cover lunch. Obviously, if you don't use all of it, that's great. But I would like to get the commission's approval to work with the city manager and staff to make all of the necessary arrangements for that tour to be held sometime in April or May, once we figure out a date. I'm hoping it'll be on a Friday because they seem to be more receptive on Fridays as opposed to Monday through Thursday. So if I could get that consensus, Mayor, I would be very grateful to work with staff to facilitate a tour of Northport with the Minnesota League of Cities representatives, Sarasota County representatives. Obviously, none of you will be able to attend because I am the representative of the board. But I just hope you will give me that support to work with city manager and staff.
So obviously you are a yes.
Obviously.
Commissioner Stokes?
Yeah, I'll be a yes on that one.
I'm a yes. Everybody loves Debbie and Vice Mayor.
That's what the signs say, right? No, yes, yes.
And Commissioner
Yes.
Emmerich. Okay.
May not be able to make a sign, but I'm gonna make a T-shirt.
I'm going to make a sign and I'm going to start putting them out there.
You're next up, Commissioner Stokes. Hit it.
I will forego reading a list of the things I've done since the last commissioners meeting, and instead I'll put it in writing and submit it to the clerk for inclusion in the record.
That's an exceptional idea. Vice Mayor? I'm just gonna pass, given the late hours. Okay. Commissioner Emmerich, I think I know what you will say.
No, actually, I do have a comment.
Oh, jeez.
Since it's the late hour and stuff, no. Earlier today, Ms. Balia came up and volunteered to do the Pledge of Allegiance. And it was in regards that today is the 2nd year anniversary of our passing of our former director, Rick Newkirk. And I didn't think it had been that long, but our thoughts and prayers are to the family. And thank you, Julie, for the remembrance in his honor for leading us in the pledge. That's all I had, Mayor.
Well worth time, Commissioner Emmerich. Thank you. City Clerk, anything from you? Great. City Attorney?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. City Manager?
No, Madam Mayor.
It is 11:13 PM, and this meeting is adjourned.